Not sure I'm gonna last very long with this, but I'm gonna do a something I used to love to do when I was a kid. I would take a picture of somebody taking a picture of me, or somebody take a picture of somebody taking a picture of somebody else. Um, I am going to watch. I was gonna watch Kate's stream, but then I saw the Glare was doing his bullshit, and since my whole main purpose is to call out all this crap, I figured might be kind of fun, but I don't know how much of his shit I can take, so we'll see. I haven't watched any of this yet, so um, for those of you that are not in the know, Kate Peter is in charge of this website called Masshole Mafia. I think it's Masshole Mafia, Mass Mafia Official on YouTube. She is our hero. She is the one that lives in the area. She actually used to work with Turtle Boy, so she knows all of his tactics and how he is a fraud. And she has all kinds of proof of that. She's very tech savvy. I mean, this woman is extremely intelligent. She knows the law. And she dug in as soon as she could get court documents, and she went to town on this. So I'm not sure exactly. I don't know her personally. I'd love to. So if you see this, Kate, throw me a message and tell me how I can chat with you. And then so she got all the court docs and just broke it down. So I would highly recommend watching her channel to get some of the the root stuff of this stuff. And then also Twisted Tragedies, Elise. She is also extremely intelligent, lives in the area and knows her court documents and knows the law in the area. So they're not, neither of them are lawyers, but they have Elise is a victims advocate, nonprofit, just volunteer, and um she knows the law. And so two highly intelligent people, very, very highly intelligent people. And actually Elise was on the Free Karen Reed side until until the court docs came out. And once the court docs came out, she got sick, and she got all the court docs, and she was just at home being sick anyway, so she started reading through all of them, and she was like, holy shit, she's guilty. And she had a midlife crisis about it a little bit, I'm sure she was just like, shit. And so she was brave and did what we would hope all people would do. And she stood up and she stood tall. She lost a ton of her viewers because she stood strong and wasn't going to be a grifter. Everybody that is on the actual John O'Keefe side, this whole Justice for John O'Keefe and Justice for Karen Reed is a humongous fraud. And I hope that the O'Keefes can sue all of these creators and track down all of this money that they've earned on the back of their son, because it's pretty atrocious. And so um these people that want to say that it's justice for John O'Keefe means free Karen Reed is so disgusting to me.
This isn't just a body oil.
Hi, Mr. Puzzles. I don't know. I'm here to call out bullshit going on in the Karen Reed case, so I don't know if you're still interested in sticking around, but we'll see. I don't know how long I'll last either. Um, and so anyway, I just wanted to give a shout out to those lovely ladies because they are heroes in my book, and they've gone dark. I know that Kate has been gathering intel. She's very, very good at what she does, and she likes to she likes to get in the dirt with her shit. So it's pretty awesome to watch her. And Elise is also awesome on Twisted Tragedies, so check them out, show them some love. I don't know why Twisted Tragedies hasn't been around. I don't know if she was I know she had gotten sick for a while, so I don't know. And again, I don't know either of these ladies personally, but those two, along with Kevin, are the three creators um, that I have found that have integrity and are standing up for actual truth and justice and will fight to the blood with anybody who goes against the John O'Keefe, the actual justice for John O'Keefe, which means Karen Reed goes to prison and Turtle Boy goes to prison. And if I had my way, the attorneys would go to prison, as well as all of these creators that have been making money off the back of John O'Keefe's death for themselves and to actually pay for the defense team of his murderer. I mean, this incenses me. It just, oh. So I know that uh they have a case here. So I hope Kate and Elise can help the O'Keefes and go after all these assholes for all the shit that they've pulled. But so Sean the Golf has been kind of throwing some flags out, and if you listen to my last live stream, you know kind of know where I stand with him. I've always thought Sean he reminds me of my grandfather. I mean, I just want to give him a hug, but when he goes in like dirty and starts saying crap about the O'Keefes being in on this and they're covering up and all of this crap, it just makes me want to vomit because he knows better. I mean, he knows better. So I don't really know what his game is right now. I'm hoping that the thought that I have in my head is correct, but we will see how this plays out. But he just threw a lot of people under the bus recently. I'm not on any social media other than YouTube, and I have the smallest YouTube channel on YouTube. So we'll see if uh how much information I'll get off of this stream, because I don't know. There's a lot going on apparently on the Twitter sphere and all that crap. So we'll see. But uh I think Sean is starting to figure out that he's been lied to a lot, and he may still think some things are real. I think he talked himself into believing things were real. I mean, he had Kevin right there with him, and Kevin told him, like, look, if it, like, if you watch Kevin on Yellow Cottage Tales is his channel, and you can go and watch all this drama play out. I mean, he's not dramatic because he just like gives the facts and walks you through it. So, um, but he was working with Sean originally, and he really liked Sean, and Kevin and Sean are actually friends, even though a lot of these people think that they're not. They call each other and text each other, and they want to support each other. And so I don't know. I don't know why Sean has went this deep in on it. So we'll see. And probably nobody is gonna be here because everybody's in these two streams, but that's fine because I just wanted to see what happens in this. And like I said, I don't know how long I last, but I thought I'd give it a shot. So here we go.
In the green room. I just wish it won't be June of 2023 live. Before I wrote that letter to Melina and Bryan out, I sent the letter to Bryan. I was a newbie back then. I didn't know shit from Shiola. I wish this right here we could go back in time, but here we are. And I want to thank you, Kate, for extending the olive branch.
I know you caught some flack, and I think we talked. I just want this to be open. I know you got your people, I got mine. Some of us are meeting in the middle here for a little bit. So, my people, we'll have some questions. The things go for me, and we're legal free to be honest, right? And open, and have a dialogue. I agree. So, yeah.
And I want my people to know. I already gave a message.
Let me just say too, Kate got off StreamYard. I don't know what she's using now. They just got a new platform, and she's echoey. So I think her chat's been pretty good about letting her know. She had a live stream a couple days ago, and they would tell her. So hopefully somebody's gonna help her tell her that her mic is echoey and get her back on track, because it's hard to hear her. So hopefully you can hear her.
You support me. Be respectful. This is a moment that we can make some kind of headway, no matter what.
Hey, Blair, you're muted. Hey, Will, you're muted. See how long he goes till he catches it.
Thank you, guys. I'm sorry about that. Excuse
There we
me.
go.
See, that's where I disagree with Sean. He's saying something to the effect of, if you are disrespectful to Kate Peter, that's it's disrespectful to me. If you are here for me, be respectful to Kate Peter. I'm not going to be respectful to Kate Peter. I will never be respectful to Kate Peter. We're way past.
Okay, so we'll see what his bullshit is. And Kate she's like me, if you listen to me and how like passionate I am and just like I'm not gonna take any shit kind of thing. I mean, she's like me on steroids because she's there so she can actually do things to help, which is awesome. Like when I tell you she is like the hero, she's like the hero in this. And she has to get her hands dirty. She's got to get her hands dirty to play in the ring with dirty assholes like this. Just like I know some people get turned off by the way I come at them, but I mean, I'm just here to call out their shit because uh this is what has ruined a true crime community is this kind of shit. Like if you are truly wanting to be in a true crime community, then you need to really start watching people that bring you information that is factual and helpful and meaningful and not just these catty bullshit adults that act like they're 5 years old. Their behavior is so disgusting that um hey Jimbo, nice to see you here. Um their behavior is so disgusting. It would be horrifying for a 5-year-old child acting this way would make me, have a conversation with them in a timeout and I would have them apologize to whoever they were talking to like this. I mean, it is awful. And I don't know how old like Melanie Little and the Glare and I mean, Sean McDonough is obviously a senior citizen. These other two must be in their 50s, and they act like mean girls, all of them, whether they have a penis or a vagina, they act like mean girls, and it's disgusting, and it's all a sham. They all know that Karen Reed is guilty. They all know, all of them. LTL, Mike Crawford, obviously Turtle Boy. Like Sean's kind of letting a lot of shit out of the bag. I don't even know if he even understands. So we'll see how his conversation goes with Kate. I'm super excited for this because she really likes Sean like I do. I do like him. I just think when he goes hard on the actual victims in this case and also the witnesses, like he's went in on all these families too, and he's contributed to the downfall of some of their families going through really difficult times, and that kind of shit pisses me off. So I never really watched Sean. I've seen him on a couple of other people's channels, and then I watched him the other day when he really started throwing all the shit out. I think it's called the Natalie Files or the Nat Files or something like that. And he threw a lot of shit in the fire, and everybody just kind of chalked it up to a senior moment. And, they were calling him crazy, and he's just sick of it. He's like, fuck it. He literally thought he was going to burn himself down. And then everybody kind of was like, we love you, Sean. They were scared because they know he has the actual factual information and can really screw this whole, I hate to call it a movement because it's so disgusting. It's not a positive thing at all. And I would like to think movements are a positive thing. I think the people that have been bamboozled and that are innocent in this and really feel like they are fighting corruption, hopefully they learn a really good, hard lesson during this because they are going to have to be able to accept that Karen Reed is factually guilty. And then hopefully they will say to themselves, how do I prevent myself from falling for this shit anymore in the future? And then they're going to go to these people like Twisted Tragedies and Masshole Mafia and Kevin and myself, even that are going to call it like it is and tell our audiences the truth. Like, none of us care about monetization. We're not trying to get super chats and memberships. We're just people that really are trying to be a movement and really truly are trying to call it corruption. Like honestly, but the corruption, like I've said a million times, goes to Karen Reed, her family, Josh Levy, straight to Turtle Boy. Natalie was the person in the middle. She knows all the shit that went on. And Karen Reed was directly feeding Turtle Boy information. And I know Roberta Glass had a stream tonight too. And I didn't watch it yet, so I'm going to have to jump over there. But it was like a bunch of Karen Reed's messages apparently got leaked. I'm assuming this is new. So I'm going into this not even knowing what those messages are. But the one that Roberta Glass had on her channel was something about Turtle Boy is like a liability, and I've tried to stay in the shadows and move low, and he's gonna burn all this shit down, basically. I mean, it was said differently than that, but and I've also said a bunch too, is that those of you that really want to be educated on innocence fraud so that you can understand how these innocence fraud campaigns start and what they look like, because they follow a script. And Roberta Glass, her YouTube channel is called Roberta Glass, and it's completely dedicated to innocence fraud. And she educated me on this because I am a total bleeding heart for people that are wrongly accused, wrongly convicted. I fell into the whole making of a murderer trap, and I felt really like I wanted to go break him out of prison. And then when I find out all the shit that went on and how that poor prosecutor, the prosecutor in that case was like, got ostracized even worse than Lally did. I mean, this guy actually lost his job, but as a result, I think he wrote a book or two, and I don't remember what, but Roberta Glass has an interview with him too. His name is Ken something. I can't remember his last name, but so educate yourself on what this looks like. It's happening with the Menendez brothers right now. It is politics, power, and money. And that is what the name of the game is. And if we as Americans don't stand up and say, we're not going to let this fly in our American justice system, then we're going to have murderers as our next door neighbors, as our teachers, as our grocery store clerks, as our, hairdressers, whatever. They're going to be amongst us, and murderers, rapists, whatever. I mean, I don't know. These people, I'm not going to go totally into it, but the Menendez brothers, if you think that they are innocent or that well, obviously they're not innocent, but if you're pushing to get them out, I really encourage you to go listen to Roberta Glass's stuff, because she just calls it like it is. Once again, like, people like us take a lot of shit and we're not making any money. We're just trying to educate American people about what is happening in our country and imploring everybody to open their eyes to this. The Menendez brothers took 2 shotguns and blasted both of them. Like, there is nothing. I don't care. They're adults. They were 18 and 21. They could have left. They had lots of options to do. It wasn't like they were trapped. I don't believe that they were sexually abused, because that never came up in anything that these kids were going to psychologists, psychiatrists. They were, whatever. It never came up anywhere until Leslie Abramson got a hold of Eric's case. Like, she became his attorney, and this was born. This whole idea of them being molested and shit was born. And right before she took on Eric Menendez's case, I can't remember the boy. I think he was a 15-year-old boy that she got off for. Leslie Abramson got off for killing his father in his sleep. I believe he put a gun to his head and shot him in the head, I think. Don't quote me on that, but again, Roberta Glass has info about that as well. And so she had just done it. She got him off, and because they used the abuse excuse, they called it back then, and they said that his father was molesting him. That 15-year-old child got out. He was acquitted, and I would be very curious to see where he is now, if he's alive. And so, with all of that said, the Tennessee, no, what was it? Something 3. I want to say it Tennessee, but can't, no. I don't remember, but Amanda Knox is another big one. There's just a lot. I think, I think Roberta Glass's channel needs to be a lot bigger.
Any chance of her getting any respect from me about anything. Everything that I happen to know.
Oh, good, J-Ray. I'm having even worse eye problems tonight because I have some sort of like allergic reaction in my eyes. So, um, so I'm trying to read stuff here. So we've got Jimbo. Hey, Jimbo. Yeah. He wished he could take it back. Yeah. What is he doing? I think J Ray, I think this is gonna be so the glare. So Sean McDonough is on Masshole Mafia. It's Mass Mafia Troll, Mass Mafia Official at YouTube is her channel. She is the like honest to God frontline hero in all of this. She is the one that started here. She she likes conflict. Like she just likes to be in the middle of shit, I guess, with drama. I I'm not scared to get my hands dirty if I feel strongly enough about something, but she actually like tries to look for it. So if you are into that shit, like she'll give you drama on her channel too, but she is like straight up, I'm gonna fucking expose this asshole. She used to work for him. She knows Turtle Boy's antics, so she was immediately side-eyeing this whole thing when he took this story over. And she went and got the court documents and she sat down and she was like, this is such bullshit. And so obviously, please check out her channel along with Twisted Tragedies. They're both awesome creators, frontline heroes. Both of them live in the area and they need to be recognized. I'm hoping that, they've both been silent for several months. Like Kate's been silent since the trial, and Elise on Twisted Tragedies, I think she had a few live streams after, but not very many. So I don't know what exactly is going on, although I know Kate's been doing some shit behind the scenes and stuff, and like I don't know. I'm hoping that Elise is okay. I've tried to reach out to both of them through another one of my subscribers, but I don't have social media. I have YouTube, so I don't get involved in all that shit. So I don't know what all those texts were today that came out, if that came out today or whatever, but let's see. I was watching that, but the stream kept freezing and I only saw some of it. George, yeah, good, because that Gascon DA, disgusting, disgusting. And that is like, yeah, Jay, right. Capitals, actually, everybody that's in here right now, type in caps. It's easier for me to read, but I'm actually doing this on my phone. My computer got effed up. Um, so the quality obviously is really shitty with me holding my phone watching TV and I can't really read the chat. Like I said, my eyes are bad anyway, and I suffer from chronic migraines, um, but I'm trying to watch when I am talking, it's hard for me to watch chat for a couple of reasons because it just distracts my train of thought and I forget what I'm talking about. Mostly is the problem. So but yeah, so that's good because he literally was trying to pull that shit before he got out of office. Now I don't think the Menendez unless this I don't think I'm hoping that the DA that ran against him isn't going to do that. And from what I saw, the little bit that I saw him talk, the other candidate, I don't think they'll get out because they would have had to pull a lot of strings to do this, and it would have had to have been the DA working directly with the judge that was okay with it, and then there would have just been a lot of shit. But yeah, all this crap is all about power, politics, and money. And George Gascon, he's in the California DA for anybody that doesn't know, and he was the one trying to get the Menendez brothers out. And if you watch, like I said, Roberta Glass has such good coverage on this. She's got the information of when he was going into office and how, I mean, he literally wanted to hire defense attorneys to become prosecutors. So it was basically the defense attorney against a defense attorney who were both of their goals were to not not imprison criminals, which is scary as shit. And so the people in California have had enough of it because of this soft on crime guy and all the shit that goes on and the absolute horror of the crime over there. Because he's like, yeah, yeah, crime went down. Okay, crime went down. And when you look into it, it's like, oh, because you're not charging people and or you're not charging them what they should be charged and you're letting them off with a slap and you're freeing people that should be in prison for the rest of their life, and now they're back out on the streets and other people are getting murdered and raped and whatever, I mean burglarized and all of this nasty shit, getting involved in the drug trade and human trafficking and all this shit that's disgusting, and we need to hold our government accountable to that shit. And so that's what Kate and Elise on Twisted Tragedies, they are the movement in my mind. They are the movement. They are the heroes unsung at this point. Neither one of them really want recognition or anything. They're just doing it because they care and they want to be there for the O'Keefe family, like same as me. And I literally am here for the Proctors. I think Michael Proctor should sue the shit out of Levy as well because, like I said, I want to see the probable cause to even get this FBI investigation going. Where is the probable cause, Josh Levy? Where is it? You asshole. You owe your community some answers. And the fact that you are too chicken shit to come out and say anything shows your absolute cowardice and absolute fuckery that you have pulled on this community. It's disgusting. I don't know what you're trying to pull, why you're trying to help a murderer, the murderer of a Boston police officer who was raising his sister's children because she passed away from cancer and then her husband passed away from a heart attack. I mean, this is disgusting that you're trying to help the person that took that beautiful soul's life. It's disgusting. And you need to be held accountable. Again, if I had my way, your ass would be in prison as well. And your fucking humble brag about making an arrest in the Sandra Birchmore case made me sick. You're fucking sick. You're humble bragging up there like you're some fucking hero in that. And you're also throwing a nod to the defense of Karen Reed by saying, I think he said something like, oh, full stop. Like, fuck you, you sick fuck. What is your fucking deal? Fucking pisses me off. Fucking fucker. Fuck you, you fucking fuck.
For a fact about that she is responsible for means that and she is unapologetic that she does it daily to this day on Twitter. So we're way past that. So if Sean takes that as a form of disrespect to him, so be it. That's on him, not me. I am entitled to my feelings about Kate Peter, and I'm entitled to express them how I feel fit to express them. She's a piece of shit.
I don't think that, J-Ray, I don't think that a judge is going to do it now because they're going to have to get people that are going to accept because Gascon's coming out saying, he's talking out of both sides of his mouth when he says that, he thinks that they have done enough time, basically saying that 15 years for the shotgun murder of their mother and then 15 years for the shotgun murder of their father is sufficient. I don't think that's sufficient at all. That's 2 murders of the 2 people that gave them everything in life. And so then he comes out and says that, this fucking law, this reform that he did gave people under the age of 27 the ability to get out on parole because if they were under 27, that's like a young person going to prison. Like what in the actual fuck? Like I would have freaked out if I fucking lived in, I'm not a California girl. Like I've been there twice and for very specific reasons, I just no way. No fucking way. So, this DA, I mean, he made such a mess. And anyway, so the 2 tracks that they're going down, one of them is that basically that they would be eligible to get a sentence reduction basically, and then they would go through with that. But if they do that, they still have to go in front of a parole board, I believe. I think. Because I think what would happen is that they would be eligible for the parole. I don't know if it would be commuted at that point. I feel like they would still have to go in front of a parole board. And Gascon tried to make it sound like they were little church boys, and they're not. They, Ken, shit, what is his last name? Ken, he does cold cases on YouTube. He's an actual detective. He's written several books. Can't think of him. Shit. Anyway, he has some information. If I think of his name, I will tell you all. But he's interviewed some people that, he just did one with a person in prison out there that he doesn't directly know the brothers, but he knows people that do, and they basically said they've been getting in trouble this whole time for drugs and cell phones and lying and all this other shit. So it's such a fucked up thing. But anyway, yes, Ken Mains. Good girl. Thanks, J Ray. J Ray always has my back. Yes, Ken Mains. What is his YouTube channel called? Is it called Ken something about I don't know if I think it's usually from a real detective's perspective or something. But I think if you type in Kenneth Mains, you'll find him. Okay, so let's get into this asshole.
Period.
Wait.
Here for me to be respectful to Kate Peter. I'm not going to be respectful to Kate Peter. I will never be respectful to Kate Peter. We're way past any chance of her getting any respect from me about anything. Everything that I happen to know for a fact about that she is responsible for means that I am, and she is unapologetic. She does it daily to this day on Twitter. So we're way past that. So if Sean takes that as a form of disrespect to him, so be it. That's on him, not me.
Yeah, the will is so disgusting right here. Again, I'm guessing he's in his 50s and he's acting like a teenage child where he's got it butt hurt because Kate Peter isn't gonna take this shit lying down, and she fights back and she speaks her mind, and she speaks extremely intelligently. She speaks super fast too. It's awesome. They also make fun of her for that because they'll be like, if somebody's talking really fast and they don't breathe, then that's your clue that you're talking to people that are on the enemy lines kind of deal. And it's just no, it just means that they're fucking smarter than you, most likely. And they are. Kate and Elise are 10,000 times smarter than any of these assholes. Will is not an intelligent person, I don't think. I really can't even watch the guy. He makes me cringe so much. So this is a service to y'all. I'm hate watching and cringe watching, but I also I was gonna go watch Kate live, and I thought, let's see. I usually like to do replays because I like to watch it faster. So then I was going to go to Roberta Glass, but then I saw this asshole and I thought, let's see what this is. And he's watching her and he's going to sit and shit talk her and he's going to lie about Sean. And so I'm going to call out all the shit. So if you're here for it, be here for it. If you want to seek truth, I'm going to give it to you. If you just want to fucking live in a conspiracy theory. This is a conspiracy theory, but Karen Reed started this conspiracy theory. She is at the head of the fucking puppeteer line, not the Commonwealth.
I am entitled to my feelings about Kate Peter, and I'm entitled to express them how I feel fit to express them. She's a piece of shit. Period.
Yeah, Jimbo and J Ray. I wish I could put you up here with me, to talk with me. I don't know if I can put anything in the chat. I have a link. Let's see. Oh, J Ray, I just pinned you. I was trying to. I don't have that option. See, it sucks. I copied a link because I wanted to invite Miss Dark Humor with me, but I did. This was totally spontaneous. I'm a totally spontaneous person. I rarely plan shit out. So, um, I haven't figured out how to use YouTube very well yet, and my computer's shit out, so I'm doing these crappy streams with my phone, but I really appreciate y'all bearing with me. And hopefully I can get somebody up here with me at some point. It doesn't look like I can actually type in here, which is kind of shitty. But anyway, okay, so let's see. I would love to have conversations with people and have dialogue with intellectuals who, have serious questions that need help and not just push shit that is not true to line my pockets. It's so disgusting. It's really disgusting.
Opposite side, listen, what we wrote. He said, his first name, just one piece. Who would ever thought he would be like that? Piece, just one piece. I'm all for it. The other stuff's gotta stop. I mean, I'm talking about my side. That's stuff.
Love you, Jimbo. Thanks for stopping by.
Hospital cafeteria, for lack of a better word there. All more than we can
Come on.
Now, somebody help me in the chat here. If that person, because I didn't see that video. All I saw was a video of her. I saw a video of Bryan sitting in the courtyard at food court, but I didn't see anybody blowing.
I'm sorry, guys, if you're watching this. I missed that. I was reading chat and I missed.
Listen, what we wrote. He said, his first name, just one piece. Who would ever thought he would be like that? Piece, just one piece. I'm all for it. The other stuff's gotta stop. I mean, I'm talking about my side. Gotta stop. Gotta stop.
Yeah, so, did you see the other day that the Bryan hospital cafeteria, for lack of a better word there, all more than we can
Come on.
Now, somebody help me in the chat here. Did that person, because I didn't see that video. All I saw was a video of her. I saw a video of Bryan sitting in the courtyard at food court, but I didn't see anybody yelling through a bullhorn. Now, if that happened and I just didn't see that, it wasn't in the clip that I saw, then okay, that's fair, understandable. But I saw Bryan sitting in the food court, and that's it. I didn't see anyone yelling through it. She yelled through a bullhorn. She did in a mall. Okay, so she did. I feel bad for the people in that mall, but Bryan Albert.
See, it's just like, it's okay as long as we do it. Oh, she did do something totally disrespectful and unacceptable. Oh, okay, it's funny now. Like, seriously, you are a fucking sick fuck who doesn't stand for anything. If you don't stand for anything, you stand for nothing. You frickin' amoeba. You are a single cell amoeba. You have no respect for anybody that has their own brain, which, quite frankly, you could use some really intelligent people around you to help you figure out life, Will. I think that we should always surround ourselves with people of all shapes and sizes and thoughts, and we should always surround ourselves with people that don't agree with us, because that makes us more intelligent and it helps solidify and strengthen our beliefs and our integrity and our dignity and what we choose to stand in and stand proud of. And these people, if it was on the other foot every single time, they would be shitting on the person doing it. If that was Kate Peter blowing bullhorn at Turtle Boy or at Karen, can you fucking imagine the outrage that would happen? But oh, it's okay. I didn't see that. So this is one of their famous lines too. Like, I saw this a lot on LTL. I didn't see that happening. I didn't see there was nobody out there yelling at the family. Okay. It's on the fucking news. They actually have clips of it on past news streams. So yeah, you did. And also, just because you didn't fucking see it happen doesn't mean it didn't happen, you stupid fucks. Like, I think that we need to be a little bit more intelligent than that. There is a famous clip on Court TV where Matt is talking to Rita, and it's during jury deliberations. And of course, they're all getting their undies in a bunch because the jury didn't come back with an acquittal in a half an hour, which is what everybody expected, because they're delusional and they're getting all of their information from Turtle Boy. If you are watching YouTube and you are getting all of your information and all of your legal breakdowns of this case from YouTubers and law tubers, then you don't have any of the actual factual facts, because all of that shit is innocence fraud. It's taking facts and twisting shit so that, I mean, it's literally gaslighting 101. Everything that happened that Turtle Boy reported went out to all of his little minions. So it was very easy to find somebody that all people, were attracted to. You got Will here, you got LTL, you got the Young Jerks, you've got Brandy Churchwell, attorney Melanie Little, Sean on the Golf. Now Las Vegas cops are in on it, and Broken Baker, and there's just all kinds of them out there. It's disgusting. And they all have their talking points, and you hear the same shit on every stream that they do, and they don't ever invite anybody with a contrarian viewpoint. When I first started getting information, it was during the trial, and I went to everybody's channel because that's what intelligent people do. They want to see everything, all the perspectives, to make sure that we're getting the full story. And, I would go into these people's streams, and I'm not a fucking chatter. Like, I don't want to fucking sit in a chat room and have chat conversations. It's just not my personality. I want to have actual verbal conversations with people. Um, and so that's ultimately, I was like, okay, none of these assholes. I was very respectful. I would go in there and tell them, basically, I went into this trial thinking that Karen Reed was innocent based on the, little bit of publicity that I saw before the trial. It looked sketchy as fuck. Like, all of us can agree on that. But once the facts came out, like, literally the end of the first day, I was already like, holy shit, like, they have been gaslighting and twisting everything. And we all know Lally's opening was not anything spectacular. And it was that day, that first day. If you watch my very first live stream, that's when I started my channel. And I'm literally doing a basically, like, it's my spiritual side that I'm recording, kind of walking through my thoughts of what I watched, because I watched court TV, like, totally without really commentary. Then I watched Kevin's coverage, and I watched Melanie Little's coverage, and then I realized what the fuck was happening, and it's total fraud. And so if you listen to my very first stream, that's me basically um walking through my own thoughts and coming to the realization that she is guilty. Now, I am super, like, deep in this now, and obviously am angry about what they're doing and how disgusting Karen Reed has been, and the lengths that she will go to, and how many people she has actually hurt because she doesn't want to go to prison. It's disgusting. So now I'm pissed, and now I'm calling out all of their bullshit, and I'm trying to just be a voice for the O'Keefes and the Proctors and the McCabes and the Alberts. And I fucking want to hold Josh Levy accountable to his bad actions, and their fucking attorneys, Jackson and Yannetti and Little. Disgusting behavior. Disgusting behavior. They all know. They all know the truth. And they're still making money on all of their little channels, and they're all spreading disinformation, which is knowingly spreading lies. This is RICO 101, guys. This is what it is. You got to cut all the heads off the dragon. Because, like I said, RICO charges are for, they came in when there were mobs and stuff, and they had to take down full organizations. And it literally, if you look at what RICO charges do, and why they do what they do, and how they actually bring charges, and how they arrest people and stuff, this is what needs to happen. Because with RICO charges, people get they get all the indictments for all of the mobsters, okay, back in the day, all of the mobsters, which equate to all of these YouTubers that are taking directions basically from Karen Reed, because it's disseminated from her to Turtle Boy and then goes out. Okay. So she's the head of it and Turtle Boy's the head of it. And well, and then, even above her pulling strings, none of this could have happened without Josh Levy and all of this other shit. So there's a lot of people with a lot of power pulling strings here. And anyway, so the RICO charges, the way that they happen is they get all the indictments and they go and arrest everybody at the same fucking time. Why? Because if you cut off the head of a dragon, then another one pops up and they just take over. They've got sons. And so those mob bosses' sons take over. They're the face for the mob, but the dad that's in prison is giving orders to the sons. The dad's still really in charge. I mean, this is how it happens. That's why they had to do it like this, where they would take down everybody at the same time. And that's, if you look at what happened when Aiden went to jail, that's exactly what fucking happened. I think I don't know this Natalie person, and I know she doesn't want to be involved. So I'm not trying to like get her involved, but I'm just putting context to what I think I know. Cause like I said, I don't know Natalie. Olivia is another name that I hear a lot on that side, and I don't know what role she played, but Natalie, from what I understand, was the middle person. She was actually on Yannetti had put her on the or not Yannetti, I think it was Turtle Boy's attorney had made her a like part of the legal team so Turtle Boy could call her without having recordings. And so Turtle Boy was giving her information from jail. And so that's a way that Karen and Turtle Boy were still talking. And Turtle Boy was sending out information. And you notice all of these assholes, Crawford, LTL, the Glare, those were the three big ones. And attorney Melanie Little, fucking, she pisses me off. If you've watched any of my shit, you know how much that woman, she is disgusting and vile. And so they just took over. They were operating the mob without the mob boss because he was in jail for 60 days. So they took over and they ran everything. They have raised so much money in John O'Keefe's name to free his fucking murderer. It's disgusting to both pay for her defense and line all of their fucking pockets. I think it was in the Vanity Fair article too that Turtle Boy makes 50 grand a month. That's how much he's making off of this shit. That is fraud. And I hope that the people that have been hurt in this, like the O'Keefes and the Alberts and the McCabes and the Proctors, especially, and the Roberts, like they should all be jointly filing against Turtle Boy and all of these creators. I hope that in this civil case, they fucking subpoena all these asshole creators because they fucking know the truth too. And if they don't, if they want to fucking sit here and lie and cheat and steal, then they need to get deposed too. And then they probably need to be added to this fucking civil case, to be quite frank. And they need RICO charges. Ugh, the whole fucking thing just pisses me off. Okay, so I'm gonna try to not be on here forever, so we'll see.
You have anything coming?
Can I make a public apology? I got two. I'll stop you. I'm gonna steal a little plate from Kevin Minahan, and I want to publicly apologize for not being a man enough to stand up to that fool when he called Mrs. O'Keefe the C word. Day in, day out. And you know something? That's my bad. That's my bad. And I feel so bad that I didn't have enough cojones to step up. There's nothing I didn't. It's just I should.
Okay. All right. Okay.
All right, well, let's see what your fucking dumbass has to say about this. You're so disgusting. I can hardly wait. Come on, defend him. How are you going to defend him?
Now, follow with that. Okay? Really try to think of that. Because again, I like shot so far, but
Yeah, he's flips, and then you're out of the cool kids club, and then they're going to fucking attack you.
on this platform that he's on right now, just Irish, thank you so much.
Yeah, this platform is the O'Keefe family hero. She is the one that has been in the front lines calling this shit out for what it is. She is the frontline warrior. And the fact that she is bringing Sean on her show, I really hope that this is starting to get through his brain and he's starting to realize the fog around him. I mean, some of the shit, I cannot believe that he didn't know better. So I have to know, and especially working with Kevin, like he knew shit was a lie. So now he's playing it down like he's been tricked. But that pisses me off too. And again, I don't want him to go to jail. He's a grandpa, like, but really, like, he's putting on a show, trying to play both sides now and trying to probably walk back a lot of his bullshit so that he doesn't get indicted. Because literally, he probably could. And I think he's actually a little bit scared about it. And he doesn't want to put him and his wife at risk of this liability shit. So, you know, people want to believe him. He's an ex-DEA agent. This is the other thing that pisses me off. These people on these platforms, like attorneys and ex-cops and ex-DEA agents, fucking Las Vegas cops jumped on this now too. It's so gross. And it really pisses me off because people want to trust these people. People believe that these are people that have integrity, right? Because of their titles. And it's bullshit. They're all lying. And that is the other part of this that pisses me off because they have duped a lot of people. When you're getting all of your information from the people that are spreading the disinformation, of course you're going to think that Karen Reed is innocent, but you have got to fucking do your own research. You have to. You can't just listen to what they say and how they break it down, and especially Attorney Little. In the beginning, that first couple days of trial, and even throughout the trial, I was like, okay, I got to check out because I thought listen to my first live stream on the subject. I thought attorney Melanie Little had been bamboozled. So I thought, she seems like she is a woman that is, will stand strong in her power. And so I thought, okay, I'm going to go and watch, I was watching court TV most of the time for the trial. And I'm like, every once in a while when something happened that would go against Karen Reed's innocence fraud campaign in court, like when they started proving shit false, like the fucking timestamps on the Google search was proven false. Full stop. Okay? Full fucking stop, Jackson. Did not happen. I don't give a shit how many people you pay off to say that it did. It did not. And anybody that has any tech experience fucking knows that and knows that it's discredited. And the people that are still allowing them to get away with all of these lies and allowing them to come back and say, oh, yeah, that was never proven. That was never proven in court. And so now they're back on the 227 bandwagon bullshit. It's disgusting. You have to stand up for shit. And so when I went to her channel and watched her make excuses and just have like the face where she's like, her fucking faces, I literally want to punch her in the fucking nose and in the fucking throat. It's so gross. She knows the law. She knows what's happening and she is fucking spreading disinformation, trying to get John O'Keefe's murderer free. Tell me, where is the fucking dignity in that, you bitch? So yeah, Kate Peters, she is the frontline hero in all of this. So that's just facts. Straight facts.
I 100% must thank you. He's saying that on Krusty Pants channel, and he's saying that.
Yes. Okay. Ken Maines. Thank you, J Ray. Ken Maines, if you want to check him out, he's another one. There are a lot of YouTubers that you can actually learn a lot from. Pat Brown is a criminal profiler. She's amazing. Ken Maines, J Ray just called it out right now. His YouTube channel is called Unsolved No More. That is correct. Yep. So check him out. I mean, they're out there, but you've got to find people that have dignity. I mean, this kind of shit is literally like Jerry Springer. So, I mean, if you want to be on a Jerry Springer show and that's your thing, fine. But I want people to stop and think about how many people's lives you're affecting in the negative by playing into this shit. And our media needs to be called out on the shit too. I sent scathing fucking emails when they would fucking pull this shit on their national TV buying into this shit. Like, fuck you. You know what the story is here. You should be calling it out. Yeah, you can explain both sides, but you know the truth. And people watch, people like Vinnie Politan, who's a prosecutor, like they want to hear it from a prosecutor. I don't want, it makes us sick. It makes me fucking sick to see you play both sides and not stand up for what's right. It's disgusting, Vinny. You know Karen Reed is guilty, and you want to make all these fucking excuses and play right into it so that you get super chats and members and shit. It's so gross. It's it, it's fucking gross. We want to watch the news and watch court TV and watch things like this to get and fucking Canton Confidential, their sham of a fucking thing going into this when they were covering the trial every night. That was awful. And Sue O'Connell was so fucking, she was in Turtle Boy's camp at that point, and you could tell that she was listening to this shit in her fucking ear. And I called her out too. Not that it fucking matters because I'm the smallest YouTube channel in the world, but it's fucking bullshit. Now I think she, finally started to take a stand, but she's still scared to be like, no, fuck all of you. She doesn't want to risk her professional reputation by actually fucking being professional. And that's what we need to start holding these people accountable for. Our actual journalists, and Turtle Boy is not a fucking journalist. If he was actually exposing all this corruption, you don't think that there would be people out there trying to frickin' hurt him and harm him in some way? I mean, come on. He, no. He literally got fed all of the information from Karen Reed, and that is going to be proven in a court of law. So you don't have to believe me, but I'm saying start opening your eyes to what is actually going on, and let's hold our people in power accountable, like our fucking attorneys and our cops and our ex-DEA agents and FBI agents and our media and our press and our actual journalists. We want truth. We don't want a fucking soap opera. We want you to dig for the truth. You are supposed to be investigative journalists when you're reporting on true crime, right? So do some fucking investigating and give us information that is factual, not that fucking plays into this bullshit conspiracy theory that ends up hurting the O'Keefes, the Proctors, the Alberts, the McCabes, the Roberts, and the whole fucking community. It has been a shit show. There are so many people's lives that you've affected negatively. And that is bullshit, because the more people that jump on this bandwagon, that's why they're going to keep doing it. If nobody tuned into this shit, they wouldn't keep doing it. They're making so much money off of this because all y'all that want to pay them membership fees and super chats and, oh, Melanie Little is so smart. She's a fucking piece of shit. Bring it, Melanie, you sick bitch. Bring it. Fucking pisses me off. People need to wake up. She is not accountable to her own actions. I honestly think she's being paid literally from the defense team as well. There have been a lot of rumors about that. Obviously, she would deny that to her death. She is an attorney, so she probably knows how to cover her tracks. But I hope to God that these special prosecutor. Oh my God, I'm totally blanking on his name right now. Hank Brennan. I hope to God he's able to dig in and get all this information and take down all of these fucking dragons so that they can't sprout new heads. They all need to be held accountable. We need to make a fucking statement against this shit in our land. This is not okay in America. All of these assholes have tried to pull the biggest fraud on the American justice system in my history. And I have several decades under my belt. It's gross. It is so harmful. It's different, like having conversations. People can have conversations, but this is like, no, it's too far. And the shit that they're talking about right now, the shit that's come out of Turtle Boy's mouths and a lot of these assholes' mouths, though they're like, no, I don't believe in that in Turtle Boy. Okay, fine. But you have to understand that if you're watching any of these people that are pushing this narrative where they're getting their cues are from Turtle Boy and Karen Reed. So whether you are with Turtle Boy or not, you cannot use that as a fucking excuse for being on that side of shit, for ruining all of these people's lives, because Melanie Little, Will, Mike, Bryan with LTL, all of these assholes, Brandy Churchwell, they all trickle down. All of the information comes directly from Karen Reed and her attorneys to Turtle Boy, and then it trickles out to all of these extra fucking arms and heads of dragons out here. So that, and that was definitely part of the plan because they are trying to get people from all walks of life to believe in this shit. So you got to have all these different personalities because they all pull a different crowd in, and then they all then support each other and go to each other's live stream, and everybody is making so much fucking money on this shit, and they are hurting the lives of very good people and their children and their marriages and their careers, and they don't give a shit. They're sitting there fucking laughing all the way to the bank. I want to see all of these assholes held accountable so that we stand for something and we stand up to this shit and we say, this is not okay. Our justice system recognizes what the fuck is going on, and we are going to build stronger and be better and make, better. Yeah, obviously there needs to be better ways to do. I don't know how. I'm not a lawmaker, but we've got to figure out how to get jurors that truly are non-biased, that we can't just get fucking FKR people or whatever the case might be where they're in there being corrupt and just fucking they're never going to convict her because they don't believe she's guilty for just stupid fucking reasons that they can't even explain to the jury because they know she's fucking guilty. Okay? So, like, that's one thing. And then also all this shit on YouTube that's happening. All of these people, doing these GoFundMe's and fucking PayPals and shit that are fraudulently raising money in the name of a fallen police officer who was killed by the person that they're making the money for. It's fucking gross.
He's trying to push the school probably disrespectful to the OPs. Okay. And he specified Peggy OP. Okay, fine. I mean, I know what you're trying to do there. Tom, I see you. But that's not my point that I'm trying to make here.
Yeah, he's trying to say that he did not stand up when Turtle Boy goes too far and starts going in on these people. But he also has done it, especially with Brian Albert. Like him trying to get poop samples or something. Like, I don't even know what the fuck that was. But like, he's got a lot of apologies to make. That's a good start. I mean, let's start with John O'Keefe's mother. That's the perfect place to start. But you really do have a lot of ways to go, and beyond that you need to start listening to what Kate says and fucking listen and start reporting the actual factual truth. Sean, you are a senior citizen, you have a bunch of fucking dumbasses that follow you that clearly can't look into the law or the court documents for themselves to find the actual truth, and they're supporting that shit, and you know it, and you feel guilty about it. I know you do. I saw that live stream. You wanted to burn yourself down. You wanted to destroy all of the connections from that side because you didn't want to be a part of it anymore. But what they did, they're like, shit, we can't let him go rogue because he's got all this information. So they all fucking call him and tell him they love him and da 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 and blow it off like nothing happened. Like he's just having, senior moments and whatever. And so then he's on JFK's show off show. And I'm just like, what in the fuck, dude? You're still. So I don't know. I'm hoping that I think that he knows that I think I know what he's doing, but I can't tell quite what's going on with him. I literally think that he's trying to, like, he's known that she's guilty for over a year. So I think now when the shit's hitting the fan and he knows that people are going to fucking actually go to prison over this, um, he's starting to try to flip without flipping all the way. I think he's trying to get on the other side, but is too scared to just completely go all in and say, you know what, I was wrong. You guys are right. We got to stand up for the O'Keefes. So that's my guess. I think he's trying to slowly crawl his way out of the fucking shitstorm that he's found himself in.
The point I'm trying to make here is that he's trying to contribute to the idea that these people who he is buddying with here are actually empathetic towards John O'Keefe's family, while at the same time saying he believes Karen Reed is innocent. Sean, you can't have that both ways, my man. This is why people are questioning.
See, this is the problem. This is the pinnacle of the problem with all these dickheads that have no brains between their ears. So you can't stand up for the O'Keefe family while trying to get justice for Karen. What they think is justice, which they think she's innocent. You know how you do that? You get court documents, you sit your fucking ass down, you read through them, and then you go to people like Kate and Twisted Tragedies and Kevin and other people that you might have in your life, that if you don't understand something, they can help walk you through it to find the actual truth. And then if you still believe she's innocent, you can support her by not fucking hurting anybody else, by not contributing money to his murderer's defense team, by not contributing money to all these disgusting creators who sit and call out the O'Keefe family, call them names, say that they're involved in this cover up. Why in the actual hell would John O'Keefe's family want for his murderers to not go to jail, to not go to prison? I mean, literally think about that. These fucking assholes are saying John O'Keefe's family knows, or they should know, that this is all a big conspiracy and all of these people conspired to beat the shit out of John and it went too far and da 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 da. And like, these are professional people and people that have been positive people in the community for years and years. And they are saying that all of those people are guilty. Karen Reed is the only one that's telling the truth. So the defendant is the only person in the trial that's telling the truth, the only one that isn't corrupt. And also, John O'Keefe's family not only knows that Karen Reed is innocent, but they're trying to fucking put her in prison knowing that she's innocent. And they're involved in the cover up of the murder of their son or brother. It's literally, think about that. Think about that. If you don't think that that sounds absolutely unbelievable to the point that you need to actually look into further details, then I don't think there's any help for you. Nothing I say is going to help you. That's fucked up. Think about that. Your son gets killed. You know who killed him. You don't want them to go to prison. So you're going to frame his girlfriend and you are going to not talk shit about her. I mean, they've stayed silent. They could have come out and had their own public relations shit show, but they have been actually dignified, way more dignified than I could have been. And they have put up with this shit and they get booed and called all these names on all of these channels. And, some of their neighbors are treating them differently and people in their jobs are treating them differently. It's fucking disgusting.
Can't have it. Can't do it. Can't be done. Not realistic. Can't be done. You cannot sit here and say that you support the O'Keefes while aligning with these people who are trying to destroy Karen.
These people are aligned with the O'Keefes. These people are grateful. The O'Keefes are grateful to these people, Kate and Kevin and Elise, I'm sure. Again, I don't know any of these people personally, but I see their character and their character is attractive and it's positive and it's truly standing in truth and justice, is truly standing up for what is right. These people that had, like, I know Elise and Kevin both lost a ton of support. I don't know about Kate. I know Kate she doesn't give a shit about monetization at all. So she's like me in that regard. She's just really trying to call out the shit, and, isn't on YouTube to make money. So, support helps, obviously. But that's never been her agenda. So they're not afraid. They've lost all their supporters because they realized that this bitch was guilty. So to say that they are grifting and they're not there for the right reasons, again, it's gaslighting at its finest, at its core. They're flipping the script, and everything that they say negative about anybody that truly knows that Karen Reed is guilty and belongs in prison and that the O'Keefe family is supported by us, they want to whatever they say about people like us that know the truth and are trying to stand up for the truth, that is what they are actually doing. Okay. That is what it's like, flipping the script. And they're fucking masterful at it because they're fucking sociopaths.
Okay, you cannot do that because Karen Reed is factually innocent. You repeatedly remind us all that you believe that Karen Reed is innocent, and if Karen Reed is innocent,
Yeah, see, that's the step that I don't know if he's ever going to be brave enough to take it. I know that he's known that she's factually guilty for over a year and he's been in this for the wrong reasons. And because that's the same shit that I know JFK show off and James, they have to know the truth. Like they're calling the shit out, but they want to just constantly be like, disclaimer, disclaimer, we know Karen Reed is innocent, but look at this fucking soundbite. Yeah. Why? Why is that so fucking fucked up? Every time she has an interview, she has fucked up sound bites. Why? Because she's guilty as fuck. And you know it. You're street smart. This is an ex-DEA agent. They know that she's guilty. So he's all of them that are still like on the fence here trying to have it both ways, which are only two that I know of actually, which is Sean and JFK, are trying to be fence sitters a little bit, but still at the same time saying that Karen Reed is factually innocent and that she's not going to go to prison. Like, that's bullshit. And you have to know that. So I'd like to see you be brave enough. I hope by the end of the stream with Kate that you're brave enough to fucking take a stand and stand in the truth.
then John O'Keefe is not getting justice. And these people support the very people who you believe are responsible for John O'Keefe's death. Cop killers. Sean. Cop killers.
Will, Karen is the only cop killer. She fucking threw her car in reverse 24 miles an hour and hit him with her fucking vehicle. And then you know what she did? She went to his house and fucking started making phone calls, started calling John, telling him what a piece of shit he is and that she hates him because she's fucking psychotic. And then she goes to his house, which he had asked her to leave. He had told her that the relationship had run its course. Y'all are ignoring the facts. And I don't understand how all of these sheep live in America that literally just follow creators like this and don't fucking look for the actual truth. All of that is fucked up. She was at his house. She's trying to figure out shit. I gotta fucking get out of this situation somehow. She's trying to figure out her plan. And she sets it in motion in the morning. Karen is the cop killer. Karen is the person that has destroyed all of these families, their careers, their relationships, that community. It is Karen Reed and all of you assholes that are helping spread her hate and vitriol and sociopathic, psychopathic, borderline personality behaviors to line your fucking pockets and not find justice for a Boston police officer who took in his two sister and husband's niece, daughter and son, his nephew and niece, to raise. He sacrificed life as he knew it to raise those children, and he loved those children, and he did not want to see Karen Reed corrupt those children. People want to say, oh yeah, he was pissed at her because that he didn't want her buying them shit and spoiling them. Oh my God, she's such an awful person. She's spoiling them. No, it is because you have to fucking look at the facts. Think about it. You're in a relationship and you're raising your two children and your significant other is the one that's always the good cop and you're always the bad cop. That sucks. And furthermore, beyond that, which I find way more important, is the fact that I think that John O'Keefe comes from a family that has morals and standards and values and ethics, and he wants these children to be raised in that type of environment where they know what's valuable. It's not about money or materialistic things or anything. It's about relationships. It's about love. It's about spreading love and light and spreading goodness and standing in the truth and working hard for everything that you have and owning your shit if you fucked up and being humble enough to own it when you fuck up. Like, these are again, I don't know him. I don't know his family, but I have a good fucking feel for people, and this is what I see, and that is what, in my mind, John O'Keefe kept getting pissed off at her about, because he didn't want that shit. He didn't want his children, and I'm just gonna call them his children because he was their funkle, their father uncle. They loved him. I mean, those kids, good lord. This is why I know that this bitch is a psychopath, because she knows what those kids have been through. She was there with them, and she threw them to the wolves. Not only did she throw John O'Keefe to the wolves and let him die in the cold by himself for 6 fucking hours, when she is the only person in the world that could have done something to save his life. And she was too fucking committed to her own sick fucking ass that she left him there to die alone and cold in the yard of his friends. It's fucking sick. She is a psychopath.
You have to forgive me, I am getting a little.
But I didn't agree with that at all. And if Ms. O'Keefe was going to remind me so much, my
And guys, I will go over all of the super chat a little bit.
you gave him the finger, and I'll think my little taking that little chaos. And that's on. Why?
Yeah.
Why? Why? And he said the other night, he's defending Mrs. O'Keefe for Jesus. Right? She's a grieving mother, 2 children. She said, and her son-in-law. Oh, they're going to call them me. And then one more. Karen McCabe. I'm sorry. The hair had no problem there. Just like, okay. It's one of those things.
That means people are set. The real keeps are suing. Karen Reed,
Karen from True Crime and Some Wine. I trying to get a hold of you. I did a short, you reached out. I thought I emailed you. Then you left me a message a little while ago. I can't find your email again. So I've been trying. I wanted to come on with Kevin the last time that you were on with him, but he was going to cancel it. He said, I don't know, maybe he didn't want me on the show, but I invited myself, and then he said he wasn't even sure if the stream was going to go. So anyway, if you hear this, please reach out too and let me know how to get a hold of you, because you would be another person that I would love to have conversations with about this. But yeah, I mean, Sean was just giving her shit about her hair. I mean, this is how they just take cheap shots on anybody that disagrees with them. It's worse than a kindergarten fucking playground. It's so disgusting. So yeah, you owe her an apology, but she doesn't give a shit about that. You owe a lot of other people apologies in front of that. And Kevin is one of them.
It's a dirty trick to try to get her to speak on the record for her criminal case.
But again, I don't think Kevin's beyond that at this point. I think, it's the families. It's all of these families, and it's the fucking community as a whole. And quite frankly, beyond the country, with all of these people that are involved with this, these Australians that think they know better. Like, it's disgusting. They're all making money as a result of pushing a conspiracy theory for a murderer to get out of fucking going to prison, because she's got money, and they're going to raise hundreds of thousands of millions of dollars for her and her defense team. And it's fucking disgusting.
By getting her deposed in a civil case? Does he not understand this? Because I know he does understand it. That's what pisses me off.
What is he pissed off about? Who's going to get deposed?
That these people are snitched. The O'Keefes are suing Karen Reed, the Waterfall Bar and Grill. They did so as a dirty trick to try to get her to speak on the record for her criminal case by getting her deposed in a civil case. Does he not?
It's not. See, I did commentary on this stupid fucker the other night with Melanie Little. They're both disgusting. I can't get through any of their streams. Yeah, this is what I'm saying. They want accountability. They want her to own her shit. What are you all gonna do? I mean, she could, not that she ever would, but if she came out and said, you know what, I fucked up, I killed him, it's my, like, let's just pretend she did that. What would y'all do? Oh, she's such a hero now. She's owning. Like, you're never gonna hold her accountable. It's it's fucking sad. And yeah, I hope to God that the O'Keefes depose all of these fucking asshole creators and they get access to all of their technology and all of their records and see how much money they've made and sue them for all of the fucking money that they've made in their son and brother's name. That's what I hope they do. The O'Keefes they have nothing to lose. They're trying to hold her accountable. Your bullshit stories need to stop.
I understand this because I know he does understand it. That's what's pissing me off.
That's it. Okay.
Hey, Mr. Humor, I tried to invite you, but I didn't know, like I copied the link and I didn't know how to send it to you, and I don't know how I can put anything in this chat. I'm on my phone and I can't figure this shit out. And honestly, I don't know how much longer I'm gonna last because I literally get migraines every time I try to do something like this. But I wanted to watch Kate's stream with Sean, and then I was like, I usually watch everything on 1.5 to 2 times speed. So I'm like, and they were just starting. So I went back out and was gonna go back to it later, and I saw this fucking jackass. So I was like, what's he doing? And since he's like basically reviewing her, he's having everybody come to his stream so that Kate doesn't get the views on her stream. You know, this is the bullshit that they do. The one creator will live stream it so that all of their fucking sycophant followers go to their room, give them money, give them super chats, give them memberships, all that shit. Okay. And they're not giving Kate the respect that she deserves. And then they're also going to shit on her with all of their fucking language and shit that they say about her on top of it, which is disgusting. So I'm doing that cool thing, like where you take a picture of the person taking a picture of the person taking a picture. That's what I'm doing here. I'm watching this fucking asshole critique these two souls and good souls, and I'm calling his shit out. I want to hear all these three talk, and I want to see how this ends with Kate and Sean tonight, because Kate's got the facts and Sean, I think he's trying to climb out slowly so that it's not so abrupt, so that he doesn't get so attacked, because he knows the wrath is coming, and he knows that he's known for over a year that she's guilty as fuck. So he really needs to own his shit and not just try to climb out slowly, because I see it and I like him. He's a grandfather figure, but I don't like the shit that he's pulled. He knows better. He knows so much better. He cannot fucking believe the shit that has come out of his mouth. Yeah, he was lied to by Karen. Abso-fucking-lutely. But you're a fucking ex-DEA agent with lots of training, with lots of experience, and you're falling for this shit with no fucking proof? That's pretty fucked up. So, and I know that when Kevin figured out that she was guilty, you had the facts. And you decided to keep going with the taillight thing because that was your pet project and you were getting so much attention, and you started a YouTube channel and made all this money and shit. So I'm going to call it out, Sean. You fucking need to stand for something here, because I know that you've known that she's guilty and you've still went after all these families and you've hurt lives. It's good that you're starting to do the right thing, but you need to be a hero and you need to be a warrior and you need to fully stand in the truth. And you need to fucking throw all of these assholes under the bus, and you need to fucking talk. Tell them everything that you fucking know. Shut down your YouTube channel unless you want to keep going and having people with integrity on it. And don't fucking listen to all these clowns, because yeah, they're going to attack you. You got to ignore them. It's fucking bullshit. Walk away from it if it's too much. Just walk completely away. Stop contributing to the madness.
I'm glad that I could barely
appreciate, I appreciate, you know, the Oki family from my perspective, they're normal people, right? They didn't have friends. They don't have the one staying in the drugs. They're a good, you know, Irish Catholic family, right?
No. Okay.
Kate's sound is awful. I hope she can fix it. It's so echoey.
I'll make 2 points. 1 point. controversial point number one. Playing devil's advocate, I agree with Kate Peter in the sense that they did not ask for. They did not ask for their loved one, Boston police officer John to be killed. They did not ask for that. I definitely feel for them in that regard. Every single one. That's absolutely true. So I agree with Kate Peter in that regard. But she said generally she didn't ask. They didn't ask for any of this. See, they did by filing a bullshit phony lawsuit, bullshit lawsuit against Karen Reed, against the waterfall, against the parties. They did kind of ask for pushback. They should have known.
No, they didn't ask for it. It's disgusting people like you that want to sit and bully other people in your adult years. You are pathetic. They are standing up and standing proud in their son's name. That bitch murdered him, and you know she did. And you're seriously sitting here continuing to talk shit about all of them, throwing shade at anybody that's trying to bring out the truth because it's gonna fucking stop your money train. You have no dignity. You have no integrity. You have no respect. You literally need to fucking go to the corner and sit in a fucking room, dark, and fucking think about what you've done wrong. Try to find some fucking humanity in your soul and think about what kind of world you want to leave behind, because you're contributing to the fucking American corruption, and you're just trying to blow everything up. Selfish fucking assholes.
By Paul O'Keefe going on Boston 10, being interviewed by
Oh, yeah. I mean, what an asshole. He did one interview because all of us wanted to fucking know, where do you guys stand? We couldn't tell because that family has so much dignity and respect, and they haven't fucking came out in the public and said all the shit that they think about Karen Reed and how fucked up this whole bullshit conspiracy theory fucking disgusting BS is. They have fucking left it alone. And you, all of you, I fucking reviewed like 3 or 4 of you creators reviewing Paul O'Keefe's fucking interview that he did after the trial where he fucking told their truth. And then you all were like, oh, Christina Rex is throwing him softball questions. She's not in a fucking police interrogation. Paul O'Keefe was not getting fucking interrogated for his wrongdoing. That wasn't what that interview was. That interview was giving the O'Keefe family an opportunity to tell the world their truth and where they stand and why they stand there. Because many of us didn't know. Because they were so... I mean, yeah, Paul started mean mugging Karen, and fucking seriously, I mean, I would have done a hell of a lot more. I'd be in fucking jail if I would have been sitting where Paul O'Keefe was sitting. They have the restraint of a fucking Mother Teresa. I have the heart of Mother Teresa and the mouth of a sailor, and that family has the fucking ability to I don't know, man. So, you fucking 6 bucks. Like, you're gonna once again come on here and critique Paul O'Keefe, John's brother, for giving one interview after the trial to let all of us know where they stand and why they stand there. It's like, think about that. Think about what kind of human being does that. And again, I stand in the opinion that if you have been in this case and following this case and actually seeking truth, you know this bitch is guilty. If you want to play into the conspiracy and you don't want to actually find the truth and you want to just say like she wasn't proven factually guilty in court, well, I disagree. But I also think that if I was actually on the jury and didn't have the ability to do any kind of fucking research into this shit, I may not have fully understood all of the shit and how it came out in the first trial. It was not streamlined. So I could get that. Okay. I could get that people would be confused. But I think the majority of the jury knew that she was fucking guilty. And I think the actual factual people that come out and tell the truth about it, it was like 10-2 or something like that. And there were like basically one woman that was never going to fucking send her to prison because she just didn't believe that a woman should go to prison, and an FKR person that snuck in there, and they were not going to fucking flip unless they fucking sat there for, I don't know, 6 weeks. I don't know. I strongly believe that there was jury tampering involved in that, an actual outright lying involved in that when they were doing their voir dire, which is also, I mean, like, how do we prevent that? What kind of uh, preventative measures can we take? Because social media is out of control with spreading this kind of shit, and it's really scary how many adults fall for this shit. And then they have children, and they have children. And that's what's living in our world that don't actually either understand or seek to understand actual truth and stand up to bullies and stand up for what's right.
And the words that he chose to use in that interview, the path he chose to go down, he didn't kind of ask for it. He knew this was coming. He knew he was going to get criticism. Because it's not just about justice for his brother anymore. It's about justice for his brother.
The whole thing is about justice for John O'Keefe. The whole thing. This is John O'Keefe's murder trial. Karen Reed is factually guilty. This is what I'm saying. These fucking assholes continue to use his name to bolster Karen. They got called out for all this stupid shit that they were doing. Whoops. They got called out for all this stupid shit they were doing. So then people like Mazza Media got in there and took the bullhorn and said, "Justice for John O'Keefe, justice for John O'Keefe." And they started realizing that they get more bees with honey. And so then they really started to stand strong in the whole idea of justice for John O'Keefe, although they had their fundraisers already in his name. Since the jump, they've used his name to raise money for Karen, to have these shows. LTL does these. Let's try to get money for Karen Reed, and he'll throw out a number that he's trying to get to because he's going to donate 20%. I mean, really, what he's trying to do is get you to donate to him, and then he donates to her. But you could just donate to her. Why do you have to go through him? Because he wants his cut, right? So it's just the whole thing is fucking disgusting. I'm so sick of them saying that they want justice for John. If they want justice for John, then that means that Karen Reed goes to prison for the rest of her life, and her attorneys go to prison, and Pearl Boy goes to prison, and all you sick fucking YouTube creators go to fucking prison because you're all in on the fraud.
And it's also about justice for Karen Reed and her family because she's being falsely accused.
No, she goes to prison. She's guilty as fuck.
I haven't forgotten why I'm here. Don, what the fuck is going on?
These good kids, as the door is went out of trauma and tragedy in their lifetime. They have been after this other world, and they just have dragged it to be an online post, right? And you can't even mount it for a little bit of piece of performance. Right? This whole thing started. That was one of the first.
Because they're walking into court in support of the unjust conviction of an innocent woman. That's why they're being criticized. Is that simple?
Person goes both lives. No, from my perspective, right?
If you are a person that thinks that it's okay to criticize the victim's family, even if you don't agree with who they're pursuing, then you need to fucking check yourself before you wreck yourself, people. Because I don't give a shit what your fucking opinions are. You keep them to your fucking self, and you can do whatever you want. If you want to fight for somebody's freedom, if you honestly think that they're innocent, fine. But do not involve the person that they're on trial for killing or hurting in whatever way. And do not fucking do anything negative towards the family or the victim's friends, family, all of that shit. That is never okay. You can disagree all you want. You do not fucking throw shade at them because they're saying their truth. It's fucking disgusting. And everything that comes out of his mouth, flip it around. If I, I'm saying this shit about him, right? If I was bigger, it would matter. But since I'm just a tiny little channel, but I have a voice, and I have the ability to write and to speak and to communicate with people in the government, in places that have power. These people have no ability for any unique thoughts of their own with any intellect or integrity. They're fucking single-celled amoebas taking fucking orders from a cult leader. Cult leaders, I should say, because Karen is right there with Turtle Boy. I mean, it's coming from Karen. There would not be able to be any of this shit if Karen wasn't feeding this information to Turtle Boy. So we can all hate on Turtle Boy, but Karen is the fucking first head of that dragon.
Not only by troubling this time, but it would seem to me whenever you guys turn me a lot. I just wonder why. You know, why the family? At any point, you know, when she's putting her social media comments or having her fans or, you know, doing press conferences on the stuff. In my opinion, she could say, you know what, I love this man, I want her to keep her family alone. And she's kind of done.
Oh my God.
What is wrong? Oh, you're so cute. That's good. Okay, sorry guys. My little girl, like I said, she goes crazy when I go crazy. She's like my little soul doggy here. It's okay. Yes. We want to be on YouTube? Yeah. Hold on, let me turn on the light. You're YouTube famous, Rennie. You're YouTube famous. Really? Oh, hi, sweet boy. Hi. Spirit. Who's my sweet boy? You're YouTube famous. I actually really need to start doing my streams with them playing because it is so entertaining to watch them play. They're so fucking cute. Like he's like, 18 times her size and they go at it like they're the same size and she just fucking rips his I can't even explain it. If you hear them playing, it sounds like somebody is getting hurt. That's just how they play. It's so cute. It's okay, lovey.
Don't see the reason for the need or any makes sense to me to be disparaging other like that. Like, it just doesn't make any sense to me. You know, you can believe what you want, but why? Now, Earl Boy emphatically denies giving the finger to or yelling at Mrs. O'Keefe.
Okay. This is what I'm saying. It's just such bullshit. Like, yeah, people do things and then they lie and then they try to get themselves out of trouble. Turtle Boy is usually pretty bold in his shit though, but like, yeah, of course he's done a lot of shady shit. If you don't know that by now, if you don't know his character by now, then I'm really sad for you because he shows you every day what his character is. And all of these fucking assholes are no better than he is. They all know the truth and they're all sitting here making money by criticizing the victims.
Now, we saw footage of her giving him the finger. I saw that. But I did not see. I saw people that were doing supposedly, according to Turtle Boy and according to everyone that was there who has spoken up, they say that they were booing Carl Dougal. Carl Dougal was in that crowd, he was walking with them, and they were booing him.
I don't
So
give a shit.
And for Sean McDonough to not give Turtle Boy the benefit.
They're booing somebody that is there to support the O'Keefes. That family and the people involved in that court case should not be getting that kind of treatment when they are going into that courthouse for justice for their loved one. I don't give a shit who you're booing. It doesn't make it any better. None of them should be taking any kind of negative behavior by people who are claiming to be there for justice. Nobody would be there if it wasn't for the death of their loved one. So fuck you, you fucking fucks. You lying sacks of shit. And for anybody that's been bamboozled, it is time to open your eyes. It is time to search for the actual truth. Because these people are not giving you the truth. None of it. It is gaslighting every fucking thing out of their mouth. Will pretended to be such a fucking teddy bear on his stream that I saw the other night. It made me want to vomit. Oh, you guys, I love you guys so much. Like, it's so nice to be in a community that we're just here to love each other and appreciate each other. And that, like, I'm sorry, Will, you show me your character every fucking day. That's disgusting. That is not who you are. It would be lovely if you fucking took some time out and time off of social media and took a look in the fucking mirror and did some self fucking introspection and reflection and maybe made some changes in your life. It's never too late, but you continue on this path and you're going straight to hell and you know it.
It now speaks volumes to me because this again screams something very personal to the two of them. Because the fact is, I mean, I don't know. It sure looks like people were booing the O'Keefes. It sure fucking does. You know, I'm not gonna lie. But once I hear a declaration where they're like, "Oh, Carl Dougal was there," and they were booing him, that does what? If I'm a juror and this is a trial, that creates doubt.
Because what, I don't even know Carl Dougal. I know that it was a friend of John's. I think he was a police officer. All these fucking sick assholes, including Karen in that disgusting fucking National Enquirer, aka Vanity Fair article, that was so tilted, and they just printed whatever Karen Reed wanted them to. That journalist should be ashamed of themselves, and that publisher should be ashamed of themselves, and they should fire that person, and they should actually run stories that have integrity, because that was the biggest fucking bullshit article ever. Okay, and I lost my train of thought. Hold on.
I mean, I don't know. It sure looks like.
And so they say, like, why aren't there all these cops there? Why do they never call Officer John O'Keefe? Why did they not give him that dignity? Why doesn't he have 1,200 police officers there supporting him? They keep throwing shade as if, the police officers aren't there to support John and his family. That's such bullshit. And again, they know this. They put, the kibosh on any of these. They wouldn't allow police officers that were taking a stand to even come in uniform, which is how all police officers testify in court, typically with their police officer uniform on. But because of the fucking vitriol in here and this fucking conspiracy bullshit and all of these crazy people that believed in the bullshit and didn't take time to actually watch the trial and dig for facts and look for truth, they're out there screaming and yelling, and guess what they're not doing? They're not watching the fucking trial. They're not watching the facts come out in the trial. They're hearing all these asshole people that come on YouTube give their fucking interpretation, which is obviously gaslighting. So people are getting all of their information straight from these creators who are lying to them. So yeah, they're gonna think Karen Reed is innocent. But guess what? She's very, very, very guilty. And I think that Carl McDougal, I think was what his last name was. I forget. Dougal was a police officer, and he was going into court with the family. I think. Don't quote me on that, but I think that it was. But my whole point is they keep throwing all this shade on the police officers and basically saying that they didn't love and appreciate John, and therefore that's why they don't call him officer. This was said in court. It was argued before Judge Canoni, and this was the rule, that they had to be 100 feet away from the courthouse. Nobody could wear anything. That's why Karen did the color. It's just all this shit sidestep and trying to get around the law because she has a criminal fucking mind, and she's psychopathic, and she thinks that the world revolves around her, and the rules aren't there for her. She doesn't have to follow them because everybody else will bail her out constantly. That's all these people are doing. Constantly bailing her out, carrying water for a murderer. And then to throw shade at the family, the friends, the supporters of the O'Keefe family, and somehow finding that justifiable in your fucking tiny little brain, doesn't surprise me that you try to do that, but it's still disgusting. And knowing that you know the truth makes it 10,000 times worse. And then John O'Keefe's funeral, I mean, oh my God, tell me anybody if you didn't choke up when that clip was played on that prime, whatever that show was called, prime time or whatever. Oh my God, the support there. And And Karen is throwing shade on him in that article. The kids loved me more and they ran to me running right by the O'Keefes when they got back. And this sham of a funeral that's just as bad as my trial. These police officers putting on this fucking show. Like, oh my God. Wow. And y'all still support her. And y'all still back her. And you all find ways to justify that shit. It's fucking pathetic.
People were booing the O'Keefes. It sure fucking does. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. But once I hear an explanation where they're like, "Oh, Carl Dougal was there and they were booing him," that does what? If I'm a juror and this is a trial, that creates doubt. I'm not going to convict Turtle Boy or the people, the supporters of Karen Reed standing outside the courthouse. I'm not going to convict them of booing the O'Keefe family when they.
Hey Robert, welcome. Yeah, I know. I gave Kate all kinds of props at the beginning of this. I don't know how long I'm gonna last. I'm like, I don't know, not very far into this, and I've had a migraine like already for the last hour. God, I can't believe how time flies on here. But I just wanted to critique him while he's critiquing Kate because this is an interesting dynamic here where we've got Sean starting to spill out some truths and starting to slow leak it so that he doesn't fucking get indicted. All of these people should be brought in to give testimony in the civil trial, if not criminal trial. And they all should fucking pay for the shit that they've done.
Deny doing so, and they have a perfectly good explanation. Now, whether I believe them or not is not the question. The question is
that again,
like,
that is not a perfectly justifiable reason, not in the least. Once again, you're saying it's okay because you think that his friend is, you don't like that his friend is supporting his family. Like, what is the fucking reason that makes that okay, Will?
doubt that they absolutely were booing the O'Keefe family. Yes, I absolutely get that. Because I'm not seeing that. I'm not seeing enough people.
So you can't think that they would do that, though they would throw money at the man sitting on his show, calling John O'Keefe's mother a cunt and calling Paul O'Keefe all kinds of fucking names and saying that John O'Keefe Sr. is on the side of Karen and wants to sit with Karen and wants to support Karen, but he's being bullied by his wife and his son and all of these lies that you're fucking spreading.
At one time, in one place, that would absolutely just blatantly disrespect.
So you don't think that a crowd of people that throw money at the guy that does those aforementioned things would boo the family walking into court, would flip them off, call them names at the courthouse? They're standing there. Just them being there is a slap in the face because they're basically saying, we don't believe that you know what happened to your son. I don't know you and I don't know Karen and I don't know any of the players, but I think that I know better than you. And so I'm going to stand out here and raise all this fucking hell out here and have fucking tailgate parties while you're in there watching this fucking murder trial for your son, brother, nephew, whatever what your family member, your loved one. And I know better than you, and I'm going to stand out here and make fun of everybody and have fun and act like we're at a tailgate party at a fucking football game. But I know better than you. But I'm not listening to the facts come out in the trial. I'm not listening to the O'Keefe family when they do speak. I'm not giving them any fucking ability to get their point across. I have decided that you're full of shit, and therefore it is okay for me to boo you and treat you like shit and throw money at the man, calling these people names and spreading absolute fucking lies about them. None of them think that Karen Reed is innocent. They all know that she's guilty. They have more integrity in their little toe than all of you combined in your entire beings by just taking the fucking high road and putting one step in front of the other, raising the niece and nephew, continuing to try to get up every morning and find purpose in life and ignoring all of your bullshit while you're raising all of this money for yourselves and for the person that killed our son In his name, you're raising all of this money to defend his murderer. The whole fucking bullshit of it. You've got to pull yourself out of it if you're stuck in this cult, because it is a cult. You are being sold a bill of goods that is fucking rotten. You need to start looking at their character. You can see the character of a person by what they talk about, how they treat others, and the words that they say to others. We are here to love each other. That is our human purpose. We cannot allow this type of behavior. And maybe I sound hypocritical because I'm fucking calling out their shit, but I don't think it's hypocritical, because my whole point is stand in truth, love and light. You've got to find the truth before you start fucking believing in some bullshit. You have to find that truth. And if you're going to go in so hard and support all of these fucking assholes that are literally continuously terrorizing the O'Keefe family, the Alberts, the McCabes, the Proctors, the Roberts, all of these families, and you're supporting these people that are hurting them, literally taking their jobs away, affecting their livelihood, affecting their relationships, affecting their mental health. And you don't even fucking know Karen Reed, and you don't know any of those fucking computer keyboard warriors. Will doesn't give a shit about you. Turtle Boy doesn't give a shit about you. Melanie Little doesn't give a shit about you. Mike Crawford doesn't give a shit about you. Bryan of LTL doesn't give a shit about you. Broken Baker doesn't give a shit out of you. Doesn't give a shit about you. Brandy, I think she probably cares about a lot of people in her life, and I think she got fucking sold a rotten bill of goods, and she's fucking scared and doesn't know how to get out of it. She's got to know the fucking truth, and if she doesn't, she's not very intelligent. So I don't know which way it is there, but I think she feels stuck. Sean fucking knows better. They all need to get indicted.
Like that. At least not back then. Maybe now. But at least not back then. And even still now, there's so many that I can point out that feel like that would still be very much below them. And that's the majority of the people that I interact with today. People who feel like that would be very much below them. To boo and jeer at the O'Keefe family as they're walking into court. So I think it's insulting that Sean would not only entertain that, but perpetuate it. This is crazy to me.
No, that is exactly what people with integrity do, is call out the shit. And again, I'm not giving Sean a fucking complete hall pass, because I know his hands are dirty, and I know he's trying to slow walk his way out of this. I know he is. I see it. And he may do some things which will be good, but he's trying to be accountable without being accountable in a very slow and methodical way here, which again, like, I'm okay with, because I don't want to see Sean go to jail and go through all this hell. I think I think this man has a conscience. I don't think that he is a sociopath. I know that he is a good soul. I see it. And I think that he is living in torture right now because he knows the truth, and his conscience has finally got him round the throat, and he's having a really hard time living with himself. That's what people with integrity do, is they call out the shit. Will, he's calling out the shit. You do not talk shit about John O'Keefe's mother or any member of his family, or anybody else for that fucking matter. The only person that you should be scrutinizing is actually Karen Reed. She's the one on trial, and she's the one that, in lots of our opinions, was factually proven guilty. There are very good theories on why and how they got hung, but I think the reporting that I trust was 10 to 2. They wanted to convict, and again, the two people that wouldn't convict her were FKR. One woman wasn't gonna ever, she didn't believe in sending her to prison, which again, like, why are you on a jury? You should never be on a jury if your mentality and your train of thought is, I'm not gonna send anybody to prison, it's against my morals and values. So you don't belong on a jury then, because you're not going to be impartial. If you've already decided that you are not okay sending somebody to prison, that's a problem. And then we've got an FKR on there, which they thought they probably got all of them off, but they didn't. So
Let me speak for myself. In any deal I ever had with Karen, whether it was like Signal or whatever, she had never disparaged that family, ever, ever. So, like I said,
The
ever.
problem with that is that
Oh, we got more people watching here. Don't worry.
They know.
Like, the John family sucks, you know, penalty is a key word, you know, F follow these, go after him, like, that seems to me,
No.
to be somebody who's attacking them, encouraging it, like,
Okay, well, no. Listen, you guys, listen, you guys, I mean, you're close to ground zero, right? You got the inside track. I don't. I can only tell you from my perspective that in any of those dealings, as limited as it was, contract was limited. Natalie gave the whole thing up to me that it was limited. And listen, did I read everything? No. Maybe I missed it. I see that honestly to say,
Wait, what?
in any of those dealings, I never heard her say that. And you know, some what happened, quite possibly could have happened. So I heard defense. I heard defense.
that's the first, it has nothing to do with that.
Like I said,
The problem with that is that John is usually has nothing to do with that, the cover boy through, Natalie,
You know.
and things like, the John family sucks, penalty is a key word,
Kate's sound is so bad. It so sucks. She has such important things to say. I hope anybody that watches this can hear it, because she is the frontline warrior of this. She is the frontline warrior. She is the one that dug her heels in, got court documents, exposed the truth, and continues to expose the truth to this day. And yeah, she likes to get her hands dirty. She's not above throwing shade on people. She's not scared of getting in the mud. So people have strong opinions about her because she calls people out, like all of their disgusting behavior, which can be very shocking. I get that, but it's true. She doesn't say shit about people that isn't true unless she says it's my opinion. But the shit that she's exposed is truth. Uh-oh. J-Ray, can you hear me better? I think I keep putting my hand in front of the... I think I keep putting my hand in front of the speaker. I'm sorry. Okay, let's take this back a minute, because I'm trying to slow...
you know, F follow these, go after him, like, that seems to me
No.
to be somebody who's attacking them, encouraging.
So this is where Sean is probably. I'm trying to picture Sean's train of thought right now. Looking at him, looking down, hearing Kate Peter say things that are clearly untrue because there's no evidence at all of this. And so he's trying to respectfully address the fact that I was in those Signal chats. I talked to Natalie. I didn't see Karen Reed saying anything like this about the O'Keefe family. So, and the problem is that there's still the possibility that Sean could go, you know what, this is a mistake and I'm out of here. But the problem is, this is exactly what we know her to be capable of. This is exactly what we know her to do. So just the fact that he agreed to go on there and then started the whole stream with, like, I want peace with everyone.
Again, if anybody hears my voice in this universe, all this shit that he's saying about Kate is so untrue. It is the exact opposite. Kate is the one that is on the front line. She has been on the front line, being a warrior for the O'Keefes and all of the other families involved. She has read through the court documents. Her channel on YouTube is Mass Mafia Official. The name of it's Masshole Mafia, but the handle of it is Mass Mafia Official. Check out her streams from before and during the trial. She spits facts. And like I said, she's not a perfect person. She never claims to be a perfect person. She's very fucking honest about who she is and what she stands for and what she believes in, and that she likes to fucking get in all this drama shit, you know, like that's the kind of shit, like if I don't have to be involved, I don't get involved in that shit because it makes me sick. But she's like me on steroids. So she's like my standing up to bullies times, like, just add in all the drama shit to it on top of it. So, but she is fucking fighting the good fight.
Well, I mean, sorry, dude, but I've heard you say this yourself. This is a war. This is a war for justice. Which side are you on? And if you don't want to fight, don't fight. You know what I mean? If it's too much for you, if the fight is too much, cool. Go enjoy your retirement, hang out with your loved ones, and go to the beach. You're in Florida, enjoy the sun. You know what I mean? Nobody's going to be mad at you for that. But what the fuck is this?
See, they're trying to distance themselves from this, and I'm sure that they're sending Sean texts, and they're all gonna call him and butter him up, and you know, because he's got a lot of information that would help bring charges on a lot of people, I would guess, and I don't know. They're scared, so they're gonna say all kinds of mean things about Sean now and say that he's crazy because he's starting to try to expose some of this stuff. What he should do is just throw in all of his cards. Give him everything, Sean. You know what to do here. You know what the right thing to do is. Don't fucking start pedaling slowly out of this. You know she's guilty. You've known it for a year. You need to fucking go to the law enforcement and you need to give them everything you got. And you need to come clean. And you need to do one last stream and fucking make your amends and then, you know, do whatever you want. If you want to continue having a stream and doing something different or, you know, trying to stand in truth and justice, you know, trying to make amends for this shit, like, whatever you're gonna do it, but you gotta fucking stand fully in your truth. Do not be a coward here.
Heard it.
See there, honestly to say, in any of those games, I never heard her say that. And you know, something, it back up, I thought we could have had it. So,
I'm happy that, I can back it up, I can definitely. They're part of public records, well, I'm not sure that the public records can say it, but obviously they are bumping too. Because, you know, Turbo's ongoing case, so I mean, they definitely are reports as well now, but like, you know, that's the stuff that, you know, gets.
And he's talking about Natalie as though she's credible in some way. Like, we saw that
Okay, this is how I understand this. Natalie was a friend of Karen's from college, I believe. I think this is the chick that lives in California. I could be totally wrong because I didn't get this involved in all the drama. So, but I think this is what I've pieced together is that this Jen, whatever the Jen is that has been on the website since the very beginning and trying to stand up for Karen for whatever reason. She didn't even know Karen. But apparently, Karen's friend, Nat, I think this is correct, but if you have any questions, I would direct you to Kate Peter or Elise at Twisted Tragedies or Kevin at Yellow Cottage Tales. Most of them know all the drama shit, but I think Nat is the person that was Karen's friend from college, and when Turtle Boy went to jail, Nat was the lawyer had got her on the court documents as an attorney, so then Turtle Boy and her could have conversations without being recorded while he was in jail, and that's how he was running his fucking mafia out on the streets, because he was feeding information to Nat and Karen. Nat would bring it to Karen and then to these creators, and that's how he kept running his mob from in jail. I mean, this is what I'm saying. It's totally just like the mafia. You got to cut off all their heads at once because he goes to jail, and all these assholes just take over for him because he's in jail and he's still running it from jail. That is a cult, okay? So Natalie gave him all the files, gave Sean all these files that she has that was communication between Turtle Boy and Karen Reed, because she was the middleman for a long time, I think on some kind of encrypted app. And so she's got, but Natalie, once she figured it out, she just wanted to exit stage left. She doesn't want to be involved in the shit. Totally respect that. But she gave all this information to a couple of people. She was probably hoping Sean McDonough would actually stand up for fucking truth and justice. But he kept fucking peddling all the bullshit for the last year when he's known that she's been guilty. And he keeps trying to fucking carry water for her. And I don't know why. Just because he likes being popular and he, you know, makes some money on YouTube. It's pretty sad. So I hope that you stand. I hope by the end of the stream that you're standing up completely in your truth, Sean.
Kelly's interview with her became very public. We know the lies that she told. We know that
Yeah, I can't even watch Andrew Myers anymore on this shit. It makes me sick. He pisses me off.
she's full of shit. Tully's interview with her showed how full of shit she was. So why is Sean talking about this woman as an experienced law enforcement investigator? Why is he talking about Natalie as though she's credible in some way?
Our side sort of, you know, that case thrown out about this woman. And I think you and I talked, beforehand a little bit about how you kind of split the two issues, right? Like, you know, you could believe that Karen is innocent of the murder of child abuse, which I mean, I suppose technically I believe she's innocent of murder, even though I believe that she was guilty of manslaughter. That's my own personal opinion. But you can believe that she's not responsible while still conceding that, you know, this monster that she's created is gone too far. And that, I mean, you know, it's looking.
See, I don't understand how Kate and Kevin can have this idea that she's only guilty of manslaughter. The woman threw her car in reverse for 64 feet at 24 miles per hour with 75% of her pedal pushed down. And then she went and her bells and whistles and anti-lock brakes and all this shit's happening. You cannot tell me she didn't know. You cannot tell me that. And like, even if you pretend to think that she didn't know, she took an action that any rational person knowingly would know that could cause great bodily harm or death. If I'm going to throw my car in reverse on a street at 24 miles per hour with my pedal to the metal for 64 feet, that is an action that I am taking knowing full well that I could cause great harm or death to somebody in my warpath. That alone is second degree. And then you add all this other shit on top of it with her leaving him there for 6 fucking hours. I don't believe that she didn't fucking know. She knew. And then she calls him and leaves all these nasty messages because she's a psychopath. I mean, there's so many layers to this. But if you want to just go on the very basic, that is the very basic. That's second degree murder. She made a decision to take that action knowing that it could cause great bodily harm or death. That's second degree murder.
More and more every day, like she may be guilty of conspiracy to commit suicide. I think a lot of people have actually witnessed that. Whereas whatever happened that morning, you know, in front of her before the interview or inside, depending on who you ask, I guess. So I strongly consider that definitely the stuff that happened afterwards is that people have actually witnessed that. You know, on one level or not, and part of it from that.
I know we saw that. That's also a good point. And you know, Turtle Boy's making a good point in the chat here because I remember when Turtle Boy's mom passed, this woman, this was one of the, well, not even one of the first, but just, it wasn't even recent, where she was showing how visceral she really is, how disgusting she is. Anybody who would say that about anybody's mother who just passed is, you know,
You have things that you have fingers on the pulse, right? I got banished pretty quickly for obvious reasons.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying. Kate says and does some things that I certainly wouldn't do, but she literally is just playing Turtle Boy's game. She's literally treating him exactly the way that he treats others, and some of it is pretty nasty, but she's... Listen, Turtle Boy is not a good person. If you have not figured that out by now, then I don't know how to help you, because he is clearly a dangerous person. Now, is he going to physically hurt somebody? No. He is going to torture them while they're on video, because he doesn't go anywhere without live streaming, because he constantly wants to gaslight people, and he edits shit, and he takes things out and takes them out of context and makes it look a certain way and makes this sound a certain way. It's pretty fucking disgusting. He's dangerous and he needs to be held accountable, and Kate just fucking doesn't allow him to have any fucking control over what he thinks he has control over.
You know why.
Well, I don't actually understand. So it's like, do you remember about training? Or
Yeah, of course. Right. All right. It goes back to the old OG days, right? Blanca Guzman, right? Listen, talk about a boomer. I'm a boomer. Facebook, they had my kids. Oh, I get thrown into this thing, you know, justice for John John O'Keefe, Aaron Reed, Mass
He's not even listening to him.
He's pretty good. I'm happy just doing my thing, doing little things, right? Writing a little letter to Alina saying, hey, Jesus Christ, what about these 17 pigs? I mean, seriously, that was the thing. It was awesome to be. I did a letter to Bryan, Albert, didn't know anything, I didn't know anything, right? Nothing. So do it, get in front of it. This is not what you do. Because the investigation, in my opinion, I think I'm only for Cal, I think Cal's up there. I've been dying to talk to Cal.
Robert, I could never. The only reason I'm even started this channel was because all I saw was all of these asshole people hurting the O'Keefes and all of the other families in the community. So, I mean, like, that's why I started this channel, because I was like, oh my God, I want to fucking drive up there. I want to give these people hugs. I want to fucking help. And I'm just like, didn't sleep many nights because I'm just like obsessively trying to think of what I can do to help. I'm writing emails, I'm writing letters, I'm doing things that I know to do. And this is the only way that I could try to. I'm just like, I believe in the universe. I believe in energy. I believe that when the student is ready, the teacher appears, and things get put out that we're supposed to meet the people we meet. Everybody in our lives are a teacher, whether that's for what to do or what not to do. And so, yeah, but I wouldn't be here if I actually continued to think that she was innocent. I wouldn't even have a channel. The whole reason I have a channel is to fucking try in my own little way to get actual factual information out there. And a lot of times I don't know who my audience is. I'm just trying to spread the truth. And I don't know if the things that I'm saying are resonating, because I don't know if the people that I'm speaking to actually believe that Karen Reed is innocent, like factually innocent, like they claim they do, or if they're all gaslighting and they've all figured it out by now, but they're in too deep, or if they're all just a bunch of fraudulent, like I don't know. I know people like J Ray, like she's an honest person. I get a little bit frustrated. I love her, but I don't know how she doesn't see this for what it is yet. But she wants to see the facts in court. So, okay, I will give her that. I'm saying, if you want to know the whole truth, J Ray, go watch Kate Peters, go watch Twisted Tragedy, Masshole Mafia, and Twisted Tragedies, and watch their streams from like a few months before the trial began, and you will have it all laid out, factual. These girls know their legalese. They're both in the area. Like, if you want to know the truth, go to those channels. They're like me on steroids, and they're absolutely highly intelligent people that have struggled in life, just like all of us have, and they're trying to get the truth out there. So if you really want to know the truth, check those out. If you want to wait for the trial and you want to see what comes out in trial, I can respect that. And I know, I am so confident in the fact that you will actually get all of the facts in trial this time. I'm very confident that Hank Brennan is going to bring it and bring it hard, but I think he's going to do it in a very classy way. I said I'd love to see that Mike Big Case or whatever, that lawyer that was on. Fucking love him. He is the most intellectually honest lawyer that has covered this case, and I am so fucking happy to see that, because there are so many people that are scared to fucking be honest in every fucking aspect of this, from our media to our lawyers to our police officers to our, these people, ex-DEA, ex-police officers, all these people that are being so intellectually dishonest. It's disgusting, because the people in the world want to give them the respect that we think those people that hold those positions in power deserve, but they blindly lead them into the dark. And that is 50% of the problem, and the other 50% is the people aren't fucking looking for the whole truth. They're just listening to these people talk, and they're believing what they say because they've been in positions of power, and these people are fucking lying and making money off of these people that support them, and they don't give a shit about anybody. They're just trying to line their pockets and build all these numbers off of this case, and it is so disgusting.
Right, no animosity. And I think I ruined it, obviously, but like yourself, Kate, I've been told things too, right?
And, but listen, we'll just leave that there. But
Let's
when I
put a
vote,
pin in that. Let's put a pin in that.
yeah, we can put it, yeah, because I think it should be a story. I do, okay?
I mean, here's the thing. You guys know me, okay? You guys know me. I have lines, but I also my lines are complicated. They're not just simple black and white lines, okay? Like Turtle Boy here is saying, I called Peg a cunt. Guilty as charged. She brought the woman who lied and put me in jail with her to her son's murder case as a stunt. She can get fucked. See, here's the thing: is even though I won't call Peggy O'Keefe a cunt, I cannot blame Turtle Boy for having his feelings and expressing them the way that he sees fit to express them when things like this took place. Because what he's stating in this comment here is 100% fact.
Okay, again, Turtle Boy has victimized lots of people. This person that they're talking about held him accountable. So now all these sick cult members call her the fake victim. But yet, people like Melanie Little, who calls herself a victim's rights advocate, doesn't have anything to say about that. She just disconnects from anything that doesn't fit her little fucking, in her little cookie cutter, fucking disgusting soap opera character that she wants to portray to the world. When all she's doing is lying. And she doesn't call any of this shit out. So he's saying that Peggy is the C word because she brought Turtle Boy's victim to court, which was a whole thing. Like, there's a backstory to that, but that's why, no. That didn't even fucking happen before he started doing what he was doing. He's been doing that for a long time, booing them, calling them names, all of this nasty shit. And then that happened. And then there was fallout between Turtle Boy and Karen Reed. And so then Alan Jackson had to play mediator and try to get those two to play nice together because they're both gonna fucking, they're both sociopathic, I think psychopathic people. They have no allegiances or loyalty. They don't know what that means. And when their ship goes down, they are gonna throw anybody under the bus that they can. They don't fucking hold any allegiances to anybody but themselves. So it's gonna be a fucking dumpster fire. It's just how much bargaining with the devil is anybody going to do? Because I don't think they need either of their testimony to get each other convicted. There's plenty of that without the help of the other person. So I don't think it's necessary. They'll probably just do it because that's their personality anyways, is to fucking burn everybody. If they're going to go down, they're taking everybody with them kind of fucking thinking.
Because this happened. As a guest, fake victim was brought to the courthouse by the O'Keefes in order to be hurtful and weaponize her against Turtle Boy. That's a fact. That means that was a personal attack against him, an attempt to get him locked up in jail, and however he chooses to express his feelings about that is absolutely and totally fucking entitled. If he wants to call her a cunt and everything else under the sun, he has earned the right to do that.
He hasn't earned the right to do anything.
Attacked. His freedom has been attacked. It is constantly under attack, as a matter of fact.
Because he is not following the law, Will. And quite frankly, your ass should be in jail too because you're not following the law. You are participating in fraud. Turtle Boy went to jail because of his actions and the choices that he made. And in my opinion, he should be in jail. This whole not giving these witnesses fucking stay away orders from this terrorist, there should be no reason that Turtle Boy is allowed anywhere near Chris Albert's place of business, much less the bars downtown where this happened. He should be banned from any of those places, and they should all, he has all these charges of witness intimidation, yet the judge didn't give any of them fucking stay away orders? Like, what in the actual fuck is going on with that? I'm side-eyeing all that shit, and Turtle Boy has violated just by, in my opinion, by going out to eat right next to Chris Albert's place of business after all that shit, right after, like, before the verdict came back, and started all that shit and live streamed it and got Jill Daniels in trouble because Jill Daniels finally fucking snapped. That's what all of these people are scared of. That's why they wanted protective orders. They don't want to see him because they want to beat the living shit out of him. They're scared that they are going to do something that's going to put themselves in jail. I totally fucking understand that. I can't believe nobody has. That's what I'm saying about they have more fucking integrity in their little toe than all these assholes in all of their beings. Because they've been able to refrain from that in the face of so much losing their loved one, trying to go on, trying to raise children, trying to understand how the community has turned against them. The community is cheering for their son's murderer. I mean, it's fucking awful.
So why the fuck we're even here when it comes to Sean McDonough is beyond me. I don't understand this at all.
So, I get into this group. A couple people that I'm down here in Naples. The last time I went up there.
Because I'll tell you this. I'll tell you this. This might seem a little controversial, but the fact of the matter is, and I would be a fucking liar if I said otherwise, that if I was Turtle Boy, me, having my personality, the kind of guy that I am, and I was going through what he was going through, and that happened with Peggy O'Keefe, I would call her a cunt too. Now, she hasn't done that to me, that's why I haven't called her a cunt. But if she did that same shit to me, yes, that merits being called a cunt. Sorry.
You know what else merits being called a cunt? Murdering somebody. So with that logic, Michael Proctor should not be thrown under the bus, right, Will? Yeah, okay, you agree with me. The bitch murdered her boyfriend, she's a fucking cunt. Anybody that murders anybody is a fucking cunt. Period. And again, I hope that Michael Proctor and his family are gonna sue the living shit out of Josh Levy for civil rights violations. Go make that asshole fucking give you probable cause. He doesn't have it. He never had it. Expose his corruption.
He's dead now, right? They're living over there down by the hillside, which is amazing. Listen, it's amazing. And so, sell the house. And I'm nobody to say nothing. I'm in the shadows with the Facebook group. I hadn't done the letter yet, and I leave. And that was it. So I get back, and I do the letter, and all of a sudden, Aiden asked me to come on his show. That was the time I came on. It was the last time. Because, I don't know, a guy like that doesn't like to be friends. I mean, not threatened. His turf to be threatened. Now, at the time, there's a lot of people in the admin group. Victoria, Blanca, some other people that I didn't even know. And someone said, you know, Karen Reed is in this. I said, why? Why is she in this? She's a defendant in a murder investigation. Why is she in this? Slowly but surely, things started happening. And then Blanca makes me a mod. I don't know what a mod is. And then all of a sudden I turn around. I said, I'm admin. I said, Blanca, what's that? She said, no, you take your time.
I gotta say, he's got a mod. I'm not gonna say that mod's name, but they've been getting on my fucking nerves. I've been quiet about it. But he's got a mod, and they've been getting on my fucking nerves, like non-stop. Every time this person opens their fucking mouth, this person showed up in a fucking DM, tagged a shit ton of us in the fucking DM, and said the weirdest fucking shit I've ever heard anybody fucking propose. And I thought, who the fuck is this person? Like, I totally had fucking Longshanks vibes from fucking Braveheart. Straight up.
I have no idea what he's talking about, but my guess is that somebody's trying to get them all to flip on these criminals so that they don't go down with the ship. I don't know. I think like I said earlier, Sean McDonough has a soul, and his soul is finally taken enough of a beating for him to burn his whole shit to the ground. I wish he'd be a fucking brave soldier and fucking throw it all out at once instead of this little trickle shit, because I think he's still trying to save face, and that's not brave. It's a good start, but you gotta just fucking stand in the whole truth, Sean. Hi, Maui Swift. Thank you for being here. Yes, he is a fucking wimp. He's a coward. Turtle Boy is a coward. And all these people, Will is a coward. Melanie Little is a coward. Bryan of LTL is a coward. Mike Crawford is a coward. Single-celled amoebas, all of them.
Like, I was like, who is this person who feels as though I needed their advice? Like, I virtually wanted to throw her out a window. I was kind, but nobody else was speaking up in the group chat. I spoke up. And I was like, this is fucking weird, you know? Like, but I was nice. I was respectful. In my mind, I was like, this is fucking weird. But I was respectful, and nobody else was saying anything. Nobody else was saying anything. And Turtle Boy was tagged in this. He was in the... And as soon as... The shit was really funny. immediately I see this long message left by this person, and then I see Turtle Boy has left the chat. It just said Turtle Boy has left the chat. And so I was like, all right, I guess nobody thinks, so I'm gonna say it and shut this down. And then I shut it down. And I thought, the balls on this person. But the creators who were tagged in that, they know what I'm talking about.
You'll learn. I said, learn what? I don't want this crap. So anyways, but then there's 10 admins. 5 mods, 3 or 4 admins, they're all powered. Right? So
No,
my opinion is this. That
the only power a mod in your chat has is timing people and hiding people. And not being affected by chat being slowed down. Sometimes you have to slow the chat down. You guys have seen that. You know, you've seen some of Turtle Boy's mods do it because he gets 4,000 or 5,000 people watching at a time. And so they'll, you'll see it'll say slow mode has been put on, and you gotta wait 30 seconds to chat. If you have a blue wrench, you don't have to have it. That's why I give creators, usually I give creators wrenches in my chat. So that in case I have to do that, which rarely I ever have to, but in case I have to do that, they never have to worry about that. They're not subject to any type of YouTube censorship or anything like that. But that's all the power they have. That's not real power. Because worst case scenario, it can be fixed. You know, I mean, anything they do, it's a pain in the ass, but it can be fixed. So I don't know what he's talking about.
the reason why I got banned.
Dude, I've seen creators like just piss in the wind and give everyone in their chat a wrench. I've seen that happen. Where they're just like, you know what, fuck that. I'm just gonna give everybody a fucking wrench. That's how meaningless they are. You know, and then because sometimes once in a while you get somebody who gets a wrench and then they act like.
Okay, he's so darn intelligent.
Timing people out.
I just want to see what Sean has to
When the
say.
Natalie fucking interview with Tully came out, he admitted that. What are you talking about?
Doing this and doing lives. Listen, I learned a lot. I didn't know the big joke. I didn't know that Karen spoon-fed him everything. Everything. I didn't know that. Not at all. Until Melanie.
So
I
what?
wanted to put my secret. He told her.
He's long admitted that Karen Reed was a source. Hell, he admitted that when the Natalie fuck.
Yeah, he started admitting it when he got busted and went to jail. Because there was no way for him to recover from that. But he lied to everybody. He was in direct contact with Karen Reed from day one. Day one. That is where he got all of his information. He did not do any investigating or any journalism. The only thing he did was write articles that belong in the National fucking Enquirer. He's a con artist. There's nothing real or true about this man. He does not stand for truth. He does not stand for free speech. Anybody who doesn't agree with him gets terrorized. Think about it.
Interview with Tully came out, he admitted that. What are you talking about?
I'm doing this, I'm doing that. Fine, I don't care. Right? Good job, baby. Your puppy. You run with it. The problem is, I started doing things here. I went out with Kevin. I went out with Mike Crawford, right? And the perception, I believe, was, get this mofo out of here. Right? I don't know, he may discover something. I don't know. All I wanted to know was, how did this happen? That's it. And that's what I'm saying.
JI5, how far in did they get before they went dark?
I get bounced back. Like we all know, right? I was, whatever he said, whatever you quoted in your, that post you did about me. He said, Karen doesn't know. He didn't put any stock into him. He thinks he's a blowhard, this, whatever. And I told him, I said, well, I mustn't be that much of a blowhard, and I'm being tasked to do special investigations. Or I'm being asked to do this. Don't do this.
Okay.
And I said, there were more don't do's than do's. I said, what the fuck's going on here?
Karen, tell me
I
more
was,
what not.
the greatest thing that ever happened when Amy and Nicky Boy, took down the whole page. I sent it to you. I don't know if you got it, right?
See this comment right here. I have to comment on this comment right here. He's trying to take down the movement. I don't think Sean is that stupid to think that he can do that. A, because I've heard him make the very same point that I'm about to make right now. And that very point is simple. This movement is not about any particular person. It's about the truth. There is an overwhelming amount.
That is the most disgusting fucking lie. No, It is absolutely not about the truth. It is not about the truth. You are fucking fraudulently standing like a coward in that fucking space, and it is not yours to take. You are a fucking piece of shit, Will.
Of evidence that dictates the truth, and that truth being that Karen Reed is innocent of this crime. Karen Reed is not responsible for the death of Boston Police Officer John Keith. Simple.
Yes, she is. And you fucking know she is. And you belong in fucking prison, right along with Turtle Boy, Karen, Alan Jackson, Unetti, fucking Mike Crawford, Bryan, Sean. Sean's the only one that I fucking really feel like I would not want to see go to jail. Melanie Little fucking needs to go to women's prison. Fucking sick bitch.
You can't change the truth. You can't change the evidence. You can't. That is what's driving.
I know. I know JI5. I struggle with that. I feel like Sean has a soul. I see good in him. I don't think he's a complete sociopath like the rest of these people. He has done some awful things, and I do not give him a free hall pass on all that shit. But I think that he is finally starting to recognize that his soul is black, and he doesn't like it, and he's too old, and he can't make peace with it anymore. He's trying to trickle some shit out here, and I think I see his game, but I've continually said this whole stream that he needs to he knows the truth. He's known it for an entire year. He's known it since Kevin discovered it, and he chose to go the other way, and there's no excuse for any of the shit he's done since then. There's no excuse, and he owes a lot of amends and apologies to people. But he'll never fucking own his shit. Not unless he's made to, not unless he's threatened with a prison term. Sean I think he's trying to listen to his own consciousness now. So I do have to give him credit for that because at least that's a step in the right direction that most of these assholes will never take. They're too fucking scared and they're too much of a coward. With that said, Sean, you owe these families the entire truth. You need to stand in it and stop being a coward and stop trying to slowly stand on both sides right now. You are never going to convince these crazy FKR people to listen to anybody but their own echo chambers. If they wanted to do that, they would invite people on with contrarian viewpoints. They would have respectful discussions with people. They would not block people that are going in there trying to have respectful conversations. They would invite guests on with contrarian discussion points. They don't want that. They want to live in their echo chambers. It's disgusting and awful, and it needs to stop. I think Sean is trying to self-preservation is at the top of this, which is why I tell him he has to stop being a coward completely, because just fucking throw all your cards on the table, Sean. There's no reason to stand fucking sitting on the fence right now trying to self-preserve yourself. It's time to fucking be a warrior and stand in the whole truth. But all these fucking assholes, all these creators that Sean is trying to say, like, let's all fucking be able to have respectful conversations, they will not do it. You know why? Because they know that if they have a conversation with any of us who have intellect, who do our own research, who can think for ourselves, who are not sheep, they will fucking never survive. They will never survive those conversations. Why do you think they refuse to even go on Kevin's show? Kevin would be polite to them. I'm sure they would argue, but they won't even entertain the idea because it's easier for them to act like they're fucking younger than a kindergarten student who has no mental capacity to think for themselves, who is worried about being bullied on the playground and wants to be a cool kid. So that's what they do. And they just make their money, line their pockets, and put all these people down that are victims over and over and over again. Every day. Every single day they're making all of these people victims again. They're killing John O'Keefe every single day. And I won't let that happen. And Kate won't let that happen. And Elise won't let that happen. And Miss Dark Humor won't let that happen. And JI5 won't let that happen. J-Ray's on the fence. We're trying to get her to see the light. Robert will not let that happen. Robert will not let that happen. And Elise won't let that happen. And JI5 won't let that happen. And JI5 won't let that happen. And Miss Dark Humor won't let that happen. And JI5 won't let that happen. And J-Ray is on the fence. We're trying to get her to see the light. Robert will not let that happen. Maui Swift will not let that happen. Kevin will not let that happen. Karen McCormick from some True Crime and Some Wine will not let that happen. There are people that want the truth out, but all of these people just want to live in this disgusting conspiracy theory.
All of us. Now, are we grateful to Turtle Boy for providing so much of this information that proves that Karen?
Okay, see? Anybody? J Ray, did you hear that if you're here? Turtle Boy gave all of these. This is what I've been fucking trying to say on every one of my streams. Karen is the ringleader. She gives all of her information to Turtle Boy, the fucking skewed information. He has literally doctored photos. The autopsy photo that should have never been in the hands of the public. Karen gave that to Turtle Boy. He fucking screwed with it to make things appear darker and deeper than they truly were. And he has fucked with other pieces of evidence, and it is absolute, I mean, beyond fucking illegal. It is a fraud on the American people. And these people are getting all of their information from him, and they all fucking know she's guilty, but they all get their talking points from him. They put their own little angle on it. That's why they all say the same shit. You fucking listen to them all day, every day, saying the same shit, same points. You hear it come out of one fucking person's mouth, and 5 minutes later, you go to the different station, and they're saying the same fucking shit. And they fucking, when they get stuck, they take their camera off, probably shoot some text to some people. Melanie's probably got some people on her fucking little headset that she wears in her ear, giving her fucking lines like a fucking actress in her ear. It's fucking disgusting. I'm totally making that up, but I actually thought about that because she plays with that thing constantly. I think it makes her feel so important that she's got this fucking microphone in her ear or whatever the fuck it is in her ear. It's just like, grow the fuck up, bitch.
We dismiss it? Absolutely, 100%. But this isn't the Turtle Boy movement. Nobody here thinks that it is. We're just very grateful and give him credit where credit is due. Simple. I support Turtle Boy. I support Turtle Boy.
That I'm not really sure JI5 Boomer is like Kate's buddy. And so he's usually on with Kate just because she likes to have, she just likes to have somebody on there to have intelligent conversations with. But if you check out her station, Mass Mafia Official on YouTube, you'll see him in a lot of it. And yeah, Kate has been the frontline warrior on the whole thing. She's the one that got all the court documents and called out this shit from jump.
Because he has provided us with this information, and I support Turtle Boy because he did 2 months in jail. He did a 2-month stretch for me, for my freedom to sit up here and tell you how I feel. For me to have done a 9-hour live stream yesterday discussing how I feel about the political situation that was happening. Turtle Boy did 2 months in jail for my right to be able to do that. For your right to be able to give your comments in my chat about your feelings about these things and anything else you feel the need to express yourself about. For that, I will always be grateful. But this isn't about, you know what I mean? Like, the fact that he's making this about Turtle Boy is a lot. I'm seeing, and I bit my tongue on this for a while now, but him being on that channel right now kind of seals the deal. Him being on that channel, saying the things he's saying right now, kind of seals.
Yeah, keep fucking pushing him. I hope all you fuckers turn against him because that'll be more incentive for him to do the right thing, even if he's doing it for the wrong reasons. I don't give a fuck. He just needs to do the right thing. You are a dirty, slimy, fucking single-celled amoeba, Will. It is fucking Karen Reed and Turtle Boy show. All of you sick assholes get all of your fucking information from Karen Reed and Turtle Boy, and then you disseminate it to all of your different crowds and all of the people that support you. Go and support the other people in the fucking bullshit conspiracy theory crazy fucking asshole channels, and you guys are just fucking laughing all the way to the bank. None of these creators, people, give two shits about you. They are stealing your money and laughing all the way to the bank. They don't care about you. They're selfish, self-centered, disgusting people who don't stand for anything.
The deal. And that deal being, do I think that he is saying these things because of his personal issues with Turtle Boy? The answer is yes. 100%. This is all about him and what his little issues are with Turtle Boy. That's it.
See, this is the fucking towing the company line here. This is the same shit Turtle Boy says. Anybody who actually comes to the realization that Karen is guilty and then stands up for it, they're all flipping because they're pissed at Turtle Boy. That's the company line. So if somebody else flips, now Sean, he's going to do it because he's pissed at Turtle Boy. Nat got pissed at Turtle Boy. Elise got pissed at Turtle Boy. Kate's pissed at Turtle Boy. Every fucking person that tries to stand up from that movement that realizes that they're full of shit, that's the excuse. And it's a good excuse because Turtle Boy is a fucking asshole. But no, they're not flipping because they're pissed at Turtle Boy. They're flipping because they realize that she is guilty.
And that right there, that petty little fucking childish, stupid bullshit, lumps him right up with the very people that he's lumping himself up with right now, as far as I'm concerned. It's not Turtle Boy that influenced that to me. Hell, I haven't even, and this is no disrespect to him, but I kind of tune it out. When he talks about Sean, I kind of tune it out. Because I didn't want to be caught in the middle of that shit. You know, I didn't want to be, oh my God, you know.
Yeah, nobody that's in this fucking so-called movement will stand up for the right thing. You all look the other fucking way. Anybody acts fucking childish, immature, and illegally, you look the other way and close your eyes and pretend it didn't happen. Facts come out in court, you pretend it didn't happen. Truth gets told, you pretend it didn't happen. You just continue to spew the fucking stupid shit that you continue to, like, you're still back on 227 now because the Vanity Fair lady says that she talked to an expert who says that that's correct, which is total bullshit. And I hope that somebody gets a hold of that person that's supposedly on sabbatical right now. I have no idea, but it was proven in court. They literally changed the program. This is fucking over, and they're still pushing it. These facts came out in the first trial, and they're ignoring it and pretending like it didn't happen. They keep saying shit like, John O'Keefe was not hit by a car, and the car was not hit by John O'Keefe's body. Okay? No, that is not a fact. Again, if you think that, please do me a favor. Research vehicle pedestrian hits. Find out what percentage of those are the result of a rear end collision. And then find out how many of them have injuries from an SUV that got sideswiped and what kind of injuries they have. Because it's fucking not very common. And no expert can sit up there and say, this is 100% what happened, this is 100% feasible, or this is 100% not feasible. That is not an expert opinion. That's a bias, that's a confirmation bias bullshit answer, and they're actually perjuring themselves in court if they say shit like that. Experts always use the language of it's consistent with, not consistent with, da-da-da-da-da. It doesn't fucking matter if it's not consistent with most pedestrian accidents, because most pedestrian accidents happen when the vehicle is moving in the forward fucking direction. It's not usually a psychopath throwing her fucking car in reverse and slamming her gas pedal down for 64 feet at 27 miles per hour. Okay? That's not fucking normal. So yeah, his injuries are going to be inconsistent with the motor vehicle accident because that's an inconsistent type of motor vehicle accident. Those fucking guys from ARCA should be ashamed and they should be fucking held accountable too. I hope that they got reprimanded. And that's that's all Josh Levy shit. Their whole fucking job is about recreating accidents, and they didn't ask for any of the actual information that they would need. They didn't want to see the car, they didn't want the tech stream data. Like, these are things that they need to do their job. And Lally also pointed out in court that that their both of their opinions that were written, they both say our opinions are subject to change in the event that we get more information. all experts, investigators, forensics, um, police officers, all of this, the more information that you have, the more refined your theory or hypothesis will be. You never turn down information when you are trying to investigate a situation. All of the information that you have helps build that theory. They literally would not take any information from the Commonwealth. They literally took cherry-picked evidence from the defendant. They knew how fast that car was going from the tech stream data. But these fucking assholes build a potato fucking gun and act like they're trying to figure out if this was caused from a glass, if he threw the glass, how fast that would have had to be thrown to break the taillight. Like, they have the tech stream data. They refused it. And then they stood up there and said that none of that information would change their theory. Dr. Wolf was a fucking sycophant and he should be fired. He literally said none of that would affect his outcome, his decision, his theory. He didn't want it and it wouldn't change anything. That right there is the biggest red flag for any fucking expert that you ever see on a stand. If they ever say that more information, and in fact information that they usually demand to do what they do, they turn it down and they immediately say it doesn't fucking matter and it wouldn't affect my opinion, my theory, my hypotheses. They are fucking dirty. People need to understand that shit. And they keep falling on these ARCA guys. These ARCA guys fucking, especially Dr. Wolf, lied. That is bullshit. More information that they can get would be better. But he said, nope, wouldn't change my mind. John's DNA doesn't change my mind. How fast the tech stream data doesn't change my mind. Like, none of it, fucking, no dog DNA doesn't change my mind. Nothing. It's just like anybody else in a cult. Nothing that anybody with actual facts can say will change their mind because they don't want to have their mind changed. They're not open to having their mind changed. That is closed-mindedness, that is confirmation bias, and that is the makings of a cult.
Whose side are you on? Blah, blah, blah. I'm not on anybody's side here. What I'm saying is, I've been up here working my ass off to do something. I've been making such an effort to show my gratitude to the very people who have been showing me gratitude. And I can never feel like I never feel like I'm doing enough. And I carry that a lot. You know, I'm not trying to like act like I'm poor me. That's not what I'm doing. What I'm saying is that I do that, and I'm proud to do it, and I'm happy to do it. Don't get me wrong. I'm happy to carry that with me and struggle with it. There are worse things to struggle with than wishing that you could show more gratitude to the people who fucking support you. So when I see him doing this,
see, he's such a fraud. I don't know how much longer I'm gonna last. I want to see where this goes with Kate and Sean. I could sit and talk shit about Will all day. He's a coward. He lies everything out of his mouth. It's literally the opposite. He's gaslighting. He is not intelligent. He can't speak with any sort of intelligent. I don't know. I don't even know. Like, he can't even have a conversation with somebody else intellectually. He just gaslights and calls people names and focuses on really trivial shit and acts like he's a fucking mean girl.
After I have said, you need to listen to Sean on the golf. You need to listen to Turtle Boy. You need to listen to Sean on the golf. You need to listen to Sean McDonough. He's former DEA. He knows what he's talking about. He's got sources, this, that, and the other. And then he pulls like shit like this that fucks up his own credibility. Well, that fucks up his credibility with me. I can't speak for any of you, but that fucks with his credibility for me. That fucks with his credibility with me. It just fucks it up. You know?
Good.
Because here I thought that I was kind of cut from the same cloth as far as passion goes. Now, obviously, I couldn't do what I've been giving him all this credit for doing, which is gaining intel, developing relationships with sources, gaining intel, and sharing information with the rest of us. Sharing valuable, experienced law enforcement insight with the rest of us.
Lies. Sharing lies.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Help figuring out how to push this fraud forward, how to deal with the facts, how to make
And I
everything
just-
look different than it is. That's
Like, it
what
just
he
kinda
wants
sucks,
Sean to
you know?
continue
Like,
to
it's
do.
really disappointing. It's really disappointing. Now, here's the thing too: is I'm not as disappointed as some of you, because as I stated before, when I talked about this before, I said that I take everything. A lot for me to get there. This will give you guys a little insight into my personality, because even though most of you are like, "Fuck this guy," I'm getting there. I have to go through a process first, and this is that process before I get there. Okay, so maybe it's a little more than he deserves. That's your opinion, but that's my own standard.
He's
What I
scared
tell
that
somebody
he's
to fuck
gonna
off.
throw all you
So this
fuckers
is my
under the
process
bus and
before I get
prove it and go to law enforcement.
Um,
He's scared his
and
money
it
train is
sucks
gonna
to see the
end.
person that I do like being, because I think that he's just trying to see the best in everyone, but I don't think that that's actually true. I think that's what he's telling himself to justify the fact that he's trying to find sanctuary in being liked somewhere, because he shit the bed on his live stream and called out Turtle Boy, called out Karen Reed, called out Alan Jackson, called out David Yannetti. I mean,
Yeah, all
So I
those
think
fucks
that's
need to
what's
be
going on
called
here.
out.
but always I give people the benefit of the doubt. I always give somebody a chance to redeem themselves. I'm gonna get through this live stream before I make my decision. And fuck you if you don't like it, too bad. But I know what I'm seeing.
He's full of shit. He
And
doesn't
this was all
give
him.
anybody
Nobody did this but him.
the benefit of the doubt. He's just
And it
doing
sucks.
these for
It
selfish
sucks.
reasons.
I don't like to see it happen. But there's nobody to blame but him. But this person is not even paying attention to him. In his mind, he's pouring his heart out.
Oh God.
And he's pissing away his entire credibility, his entire image of credibility on YouTube. A guy that had 3,000 people packing in his YouTube channel to listen to his insight because he's former DEA.
And he's not going to continue pushing the lies, and it pisses you off, Will. I hope he stands in the whole truth. He needs to throw all of his cards on the table. But you are tiptoeing, treading water right here, trying to see if you can fucking sit on the fence with him too. Because you don't want to fucking lose your money train. You're scared that he's going to fucking throw a wrench into the whole fucking thing. And he should.
And she can't even get her shit together.
Alan Jackson wants you over. He wants one solid roof. I said, well, you had one. Why'd you leave? Because Barkley didn't want. I said, didn't want the timbers. See, I was digging. I was digging for the timbers. Timbers, rascals, timbers.
Dude, the sound
I said,
is terrible.
what? I'm trying to help. I said, God, it was a marshal. This investigation that was a sham. No, you need to come here, and you need your sources. I said, you gotta be shitting me down. You've got to be shitting. And then it started. Like I said, Kate, today, this is an old story that's always surfaced between September 2023 until now. The only difference this time is I lost my patience.
Right.
No fucking way. I lost my patience. I told him. I said, this time, pal, you come after me. You mention my name again. This time,
She fixed it.
I'm going hard at you because I got you. You know I got you. Your boss knows I have you. Your manager knows I have you. Bring it on. He doubled down. I said, that's it. He withstood my patience for kindness. This whole thing is all fucked up because I hit him. And I hope he clipped it all. I hope he clips every fucking word I say tonight. And I'm not gonna lie. So that's what I'm saying. He was his baby was threatened. Right? And Karen didn't know, Dave surely didn't know that I had the goods. Well, I had the good thing. He was given was a Melanie. I said, when I saw some of the things, right? I said, you got to be shitting me. I said, okay, I stepped back. What the hell was that?
I think Kate's mic's doing something.
I love to turn the loud, sorry.
The game is making it insane. Yeah, holy shit. RIP to all the headphone users out there.
I'm sorry, hold on. No, oh!
Damn. Whoa, it's like a full No More concert. What is happening?
Okay. The good news is that I think it's on the mic, but the bad news is it's like looping through, so just continue talking, sorry.
You're the worst YouTube creator of all time.
Yes.
She,
Like, it's not bad enough that you're a bad person that you have to be on.
she doesn't want to use StreamYard, so she's still trying to figure out this new studio that she has. She hasn't been on for 5 months. She's been working behind the scenes, so she's just coming back. She said, fuck StreamYard. And she's got some kinks to work out, but
YouTube creator.
His baby. This is his cash cow. The kid said the other day, I make 50 grand a month.
Oh, so what?
That's gross. I got expenses. Oh, really? You got expenses? Oh, okay. I'll go there. Get me the 40%. But don't listen to it. Don't listen to it. We'll have a class. I'll tell you what.
Oh, that whole deal? Yeah. Because you know, it'd be good for everybody if I was rich, right? You like me?
Oh
Yeah,
God,
it's-
Bryan
okay.
makes me sick too. That asshole. I've said this before too. I watched one. He had the audacity, like while the jury was deliberating, I think, or right after the hung jury. I can't remember. He did an episode where he was bringing attention to one of his best friends from high school who was murdered and didn't get justice. They knew who did it, and it was hard to get them on the hook for what they did. And he did this stream about that, knowing full well that he was doing exactly that to the O'Keefe family and making money off of it. And he pretends to be this fucking very nice guy. Ugh, his fucking nasally voice, fucking immature, dumbass, single-celled amoeba, absolutely stupid fucking asshole.
It's good for everyone. How's it good for everyone?
I sit back and say, here we go.
Yeah.
We go. Town has to be lived. Has to be lived. And so I didn't do it. A couple people, I'm down here in Naples. The last time I went up there, I'll tell you what happened. To sell my dad's home, he's down here in Naples. I go meet my brother Barry. God be good to him. He's dead now. I am living over there down by the hillside, which is amazing. Listen, it's amazing. And so
Dude, I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. When I heard him say that he didn't get a condolence DM, now I gave him one. I mean, I just did, you know. But here's the thing: is I never ever expect anyone to send me messages for things like that. I don't expect it from anyone. Just the fact that he expected it and he feels so butthurt about it just tells me so much, and I hate it. I hate it. It's like, what the fuck, dude? Like, that is not. So crazy. Hold on.
Robert, are you talking about my babies? Did you see them?
Okay, I'm having an
Aren't they
issue here.
adorable? I have one more too. She wasn't in the room at the time.
All right, sorry about that. Streaming has a pain in the ass. Let me pull this back up. I just had to refresh everything.
I'm nobody to say nothing. I'm in the shadows of the Facebook group. I haven't done the letter yet, and I leave. And that was it. So I get back, I put the letter. And they're all out. How did this happen?
This is it.
That's it. And that's when it's
This is only 20 minutes long. This is already over.
saying, how did I get bounced up? Like, okay, like, I don't know, right? I was, whatever you quoted in your, that post you did about me. He said, Karen doesn't know. He didn't put any stock into him. He said, he thinks he's a blowout.
Dude, if I have a personal issue with Turtle Boy, I'm gonna talk. I feel like we've developed enough of a rapport between each other that I can DM him. You know, I can call him even, and just be like, dude, you know, what the fuck? I'm having these issues, man. I'm thinking about this and thinking about that, and it's fucking, you know.
What Sean is trying to do here is pretend like he doesn't know the truth, though, is the problem. And so he's pretending, in my mind, like he's been lied to, because he has been lied to, and he was misled. But being an ex-DEA agent, he fucking knew that he was pushing a false narrative, and in so doing, he affected many people's lives. The O'Keefes, the Proctors, the McCabes, and Alberts, and Roberts, and that whole community. He doesn't get a fucking pass for that. But what he's trying to do, and somewhat effectively, I'm so compassionate, so I probably give people way too much credit, but I see what he's doing. And he's trying to pretend like he was bamboozled, so he's gonna start letting out the stuff slowly, like a slow fucking leak, so that I think he's scared. I think he's scared that he could fucking actually get indicted. He should get called to this. All these assholes should be subpoenaed for both trials, quite frankly, because they all know. And are they willing to fucking go to jail and lie for that bitch on the stand? or in a civil case, the truth will come out. And he's just trying to do it slowly for self-preservation, like I said, which is still being a coward. It's a step in the right direction, but he's got to do the whole thing. But what he's doing is pretending like that's it. Like he's been bamboozled, he's been lied to, and he just wants to do the right thing. And he's somewhat effective in that. If you don't know what all the shit he's been doing, you probably give him a pass. I won't give him a pass, but I would give him a pass to not go to prison. He'd be the only one. And maybe I'm giving him too much credit. He's a senior citizen. And I just think he should fucking throw all his cards on the table, give all of his information to the police, and let the fucking shit burn.
I just don't. I don't understand.
And I told him, I said, well, I must have been that much of a blowhard. I'm being tasked to do special investigations. Or I'm being asked to do this. Don't do this. And I said this the other day. There were more don't do's than do's. I said, what the fuck's going on here? The greatest thing that ever happened when Aiden and Nicky Boy, took down the whole page. I said it to you. I don't know if you got it, right? Blanca, I said it to Blanca, right? I didn't even know I had it. Tom CPU had me some stupid.
Every time, man. Every time I hear fucking names like Nick, like, come on.
Some kind of Tasho, antique Tasho. There was a big description. It was
Sorry, let me get past all this. This is where she blows this fucking.
Hey guys, I see you're talking about JFK. I called in one night. Did any of you hear me? I called in his show and he ended up hanging up. I was literally trying to not call him out on his own podcast, but I told him that I really wanted to talk to him off screen, and he kind of kept pushing me a little bit, and I was just giving him enough to be like, listen, I know the facts, and I know that you're street smart, and I know that you fucking know that she's guilty. I didn't come right out and say that, but he started saying shit that I wouldn't allow him to gaslight me, and he ended up hanging up on me. That was probably, maybe a month ago. I should see if I can find that episode, and I don't know if there's a way to post that on my channel or something so y'all can see it. But, I'd say it's about a month ago if you go look. I think I was the last caller. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I was the very last caller the night that I called in. So, if you want to look for it, you can just fast forward all the way to the end and see if you can find it. About a month ago, I think.
Get me the 40%. But don't listen to it. Don't listen to it. You have a class. I'll tell you.
Oh, that whole deal? Yeah. Because you know, it'd be good for everybody if I was rich, right? You like me?
I'll see if I can, Jay Ray. The reason I'm actually doing lives is because I literally have no more fucking room in my phones. Like, my storage is all full, and so I transferred it onto a zip file, but I want to back it up on a hard drive also, and I just haven't done that yet. And I haven't even checked if the zip file transferred properly, and so I'm super scared because there's so much shit on there. So really, that's why I'm doing lives, because I just fucking want to call out some of the shit. But if I can see if I can find it, and then I'll see if I can clip it into a short. But it's more than a minute, so I don't know how I'll do that. I don't know if my phone will, I don't think my phone will even let me do shorts because it's so full it barely lets me even do lives. Cut me off last time, actually. So, but yeah, anyway.
Yeah, it's my favorite. It's good for everyone. How's it good for everyone?
Here we go.
Yeah.
Here we go. Karen has to be living. Has to be living. And let me tell you, right, all you people up there, she was done with it.
And now she muted Sean.
Sean is so funny when he's on mute. I get a kick out of it.
Yeah, like I didn't do that. She muted Sean. So Sean is just sitting there fucking talking. So, see if we can just get. Look at the look on her face, dude. I mean,
I think Kate is stoned. She looks pretty fucking stoned.
I guess she just. Is that the end of her stream? Is that how it ends? Unreal.
Jay, high
Yeah,
five.
that's it.
I know I'm giving him too much
Riveting
credit.
stuff there. Riveting stuff. I guess she's back. Okay.
Now that Mikey's not gonna be around, we know that, right? And I have to say, listen. The fact that I
Ugh,
told you-
LTL, gross.
I have been, hey, like, you're right.
Thank you, Jay Ray.
I just watched you. The only people that came back at me hard was my side, not your side.
Well,
Okay, this is.
why do you think that is?
Rex, WBG,
See,
I-
that is the big point that everybody in that movement needs to understand. If they decide that they have been backing the wrong horse, they get terrorized. That's why people don't stand up and stand out and be strong, because these people have careers and families and they can't fucking deal with fucking people showing up at their jobs and calling their bosses and doing all this crazy shit trying to get them into trouble, or doing something like calling Albert. That teenage young man was trying to go to college on a football scholarship, and Turtle Boy threw a fucking wrench in that shit. Colin fucking didn't go to college that year because he didn't want to deal with that asshole at his football games. He figured that he was gonna terrorize his whole football team, and he backed out of the whole school year. I mean, talk about affecting people's lives, and they're still fucking blaming him for shit. It's so fucking awful. So yes, that point right there is a big point. They want to constantly say that anybody that believes Karen Reed is guilty is full of hate and vitriol. Well, the reason that we speak with such language is because y'all have pushed, for me particularly, Kate came out swinging right away because she knows Turtle Boy and his tactics. I tried to be fucking graceful. Nobody fucking gave me a chance to speak. Therefore, I started my own channel, and now I'm pissed because I watched all this shit play out, and I watched all these people participate in this fraud, knowing the fucking truth, making the money off of John O'Keefe, using his name to raise money for their own dirty fucking selves, and raise money for the defense of his murderer in his name. So yeah, I'm fucking pissed.
Since we're here in social media, man, I cannot confirm, of course you can't. You don't confirm from the name, the side.
But they like to push us. That's the other part of gaslighting. That's what Turtle Boy does. He fucking pushes you and pushes you and pushes you and pushes you. And what happened with Jill Daniels that night when she got that fucking charge is what he tries to do. He tries to fucking get people to lash out so that they get in trouble. It's literally gaslighting 101. He is a psychopathic sociopath, and it's awful that this Commonwealth is not protecting these people. They asked for protection. It's disgraceful that they didn't all have protective orders. Turtle Boy should not be allowed in that courtroom. He should not be allowed anywhere where they work, where they socialize, nothing. If he wants to have a meal in Canton, fine. Go somewhere in a hole in the wall that nobody is known to go to. He went there on purpose, just like he does everything else intentionally. And then they want to push us to the point where we say and do things like what Jill Daniels did. And I'm sure people have a lot of shit to say if they hear me. And I don't really give a shit because I stand up for what's right. But they want to say that we're crazy and we're mean and we're hateful. Yeah, I am fucking pissed off. I am so disgusted by what Karen Reed has done. And she has done it with the help of all of you fucking assholes. So you are just as guilty and you deserve just as much fucking accountability as she does.
I did my homework, but God forbid, I put it up before 8.
Oh, that, no, yeah,
You
yeah.
know that. I'm just saying that,
Well, I think he's like a really shitty person to work with this, yeah.
Right, listen, nobody wrote in me. Kevin, it
Like,
tried.
again,
How could you?
that is all coming right back to Turtle Boy. Like, Sean has to realize what he's doing here. And he's doing exactly what these other people do. Sean has to realize what he's doing here.
Oh, he's getting pissed at Aiden, so then he's gonna throw
Stop
people
fucking
under the
telling me
bus.
to fucking DMs. I already did.
No, he's not pissed at Aiden. Well, he's
He
pissed
has
at
to
Aiden,
realize what he's doing here. Because
but
what he's doing here
that's not why
is
he's coming
he's
to the truth.
doing what everyone else does. forgetting about why we're here.
Blame
And
game.
making this about Turtle Boy. Because what he's doing, by lumping himself up with these people, he's going against Karen Reed.
Yeah.
By fucking up his
But he needs to
relationship with the
fully
support
be
that Karen Reed has. That's bad for Karen Reed.
a warrior and stand
He was a
fully in
valuable,
his truth.
Valuable asset.
Yeah, that's why you're trying to sugarcoat it,
I
because
mean,
you don't want to
what
you
do you
want to
think is gonna
salvage
happen?
it,
What
because
does
you
he think
know,
that he's doing?
you know he knows, and he has power,
Ever.
and that scares you.
So much damage to Mike Proctor's family. I didn't hear that.
Yes, thank you, Sean.
Here's my prediction. And some people might think, okay, that's a little premature, Will. Fair enough. But
If Michael
I mean,
Proctor's family hears
so far, see-
my voice, please reach out and let me know if there's anything I can do to help. Like if I could write letters or what to help this bullshit. Also, please fucking file a lawsuit against Josh Levy and all these fucking YouTube creators.
the behavior of somebody who just wants to find acceptance somewhere. This is a guy who has created so many relationships behind the scenes, something that I don't recommend anybody here do. Created so many relationships behind the scenes, and then now he's created relationships with these people behind the scenes. And now that this group of people are now like, dude, fuck Sean. Fuck him. Now that that's happened.
See, these
people over
people, why do adults absolutely ban somebody who might not agree with them on every single talking point? Who might start coming out and saying things that aren't in their best interest? Why? Why? Because they're fucking scared, because they know the truth. There is no reason that they would fucking put up this big of a farce of a fucking bullshit attitude towards people that disagree with them if it was just somebody who disagreed with them. There's a reason. They're scared. They don't want him to fucking show all of his cards. They don't want him to go to the fucking police. They know that he has information that could fucking hurt all of them, and they don't want their money train running out. Like, they're 50, 60, 70 years old, and they're sitting here on YouTube just calling other adults names and saying, if you fucking want justice for Karen, then you need, or you want justice for John O'Keefe, then that means Karen Reed is free. That's fucking disgusting. And if you don't toe the company line, then fuck you and we hate you. Adults don't act that way. Kids barely act that way anymore. Thank God.
Little Kate Peter over here, they're going to start having conversations with Sean about Karen Reed's case. And Sean is going to want to be accepted so bad that certain things are going to start to make sense. Red Smith Mills is going to start to make sense to Sean. This is just a prediction. Kate Peter is going to start making sense to Sean. Hunter is going to start making sense to Sean. And then Sean here is going to start doing live streams trying to prove Karen Reed's guilt.
So listen, I don't want an answer. All I know is the guy that gave me a YouTube Delgado gave me that.
You're talking about Michael Proctor's termination, right? That's what you're talking about?
So
So I did actually, just so you know, Sean, and I think that, let's be candid here. I think it's sort of arguing, they're going to make an example out of Michael Proctor. His text messages definitely put a black eye. I don't agree with it, but I think that, termination is probably imminent. As I understand, it's not official at this point, so I mean, whatever.
See, this
sorry,
is
but,
fucking
like,
bullshit. Michael
yeah.
Proctor was a good police officer with a clean record, and they fucking ruined his life with this shit. Because he called Karen Reed a cunt, because he knew that she was guilty. And it was his personal phone. And that's why I say he's got a fucking he's got a fucking lawsuit like none other with this shit. It's affected his young children, his wife's employment, his sister, his family. It's so fucking awful. Civil suit, Michael Proctor. Civil suit. I want to see that probable cause. Where's the probable cause to look through your fucking personal cell phone? God, that pisses me off.
I will know.
She doesn't agree with the termination of a Massachusetts state trooper, a lead investigator, investigating the murder of a Boston police officer. She doesn't believe that it's merited that he be fired for sending those text messages amongst his colleagues and superiors, talking about a woman the way that he was. Who's a suspect. She doesn't think that that's merited. And this is who Sean has become so desperate to gain some sort of acceptance from.
More when his IA is still open, I guess is my point, because after all that controversy, I went back and I tried to request the IA again. I got Fanning's very early on because they closed it out quickly. Then they closed out Buchanan's. Then they closed out Tully's. Now we're just waiting on Proctor's. But every other IA that I've seen, it's not.
Are you sure?
Am I sure?
Yeah, you sure they closed Tully's up?
I have it in my possession. Yeah, they don't release it.
How did you get that? How did you get that? I know you got
A public records request.
a FOIA?
Well, I mean, FOIAs are usually federal. That's the Freedom of Information Act. As far as state and local records, they're usually just records requests pursuant to the Massachusetts General Law for open records. But yeah, I can absolutely, and I have receipts for that because it's a very easily documented process.
Right.
The way that you do it for the Massachusetts State Police. So every single IA, the first thing I did was I put a blanket request in for all of them, and they took a little bit. I pushed them on it. They sent me back Fanning's. That was the only one I closed. And then intermittently, I would just keep doing it. So I've gotten Buchanan's now, and I've gotten Tully's. The only one that I can't get is Proctor's because his is still open. But my point is, with all of these internal investigations, they're not talking about corruption, cover up, planting evidence, anything like that. It all revolves around text messages.
That's right. I put out a very general statement. I can confirm Michael Proctor has been terminated by the Massachusetts State Police. I didn't say it was because of Uncle Joe or, it was very, very confident. That's it, okay? The fact that Rogie Road didn't take my head off, but my good fucking buddy Aiden.
Okay,
did,
smart
and
ass.
he-
Let's hear
what's
this
this guy, BLT? What is it?
Oh, yeah.
Hey Kevin, is Kevin still here? He was doing a stream tonight? I didn't see that. I've been on here for too long already though. I always end up taking forever with these fucking things. And look at how far into this I am. It's like I haven't made it very far. I just can't. I keep wanting to quit, but I want to see how this ends with Sean tonight. Kate's not holding his feet to the fire like I thought she would, but I honestly think she's super stoned. And she's just she's just starting her conversation very open, not pushing anything. So we'll see.
All right, whoa, buddy, he got some good favor with Aiden. Yeah, man, he's back in the fold now. Because he was persona non grata too. He took a big shot at Big
You
Jack.
do that like the Crawford, same kind of thing, right? This is sort of a pattern behavior.
Well, the thing is, I'm just saying, thank God. I started thinking the other night, I said, wait a minute, anything out of the seat of my pants, like most of my life is better. Halfway through, I was the president on some show. Halfway through, I said, wait a minute, right in my mind, I said, stop it. You know what? I can say with conviction, not because I had a really good source, right? That I've worked with back in the day, now he's advanced, right? That he actually gave me Renee Delgado's information. I sat on that, whoa, Strata Suts. Rex, where were you, Rex? Where was Ted Davis, whatever his name is, right? 1201, 101, 6 hours went by. Oh, here we go. And I'm just saying, the fact that Kevin, the champion of, decency, didn't take my head off. And I think you're kind of intimating.
Well, I don't think it's, and again, like that, it's not, it's pretty simple, okay? Anyone can do a public records request. So, I mean, but if you need help, I would be happy to help you, and you can record records for yourself, right? Because I can pull them and I post them often, and people will, if they don't like what's in the public records, go, that's not real. But the wonderful thing about public records is, like, I pull them to show my work and for, sort of ease of access to other people, but you don't have to take my word for it. You can go request it yourself.
Literally, that's the truth. FOIA requests. Okay? Freedom of Information Act. So she lives there. She's got all the documents. She goes over them before the trial. Same with Elise from Twisted Tragedies. They come with the fucking truth and exactly what she's saying. People don't like the truth, so they ignore it. They pretend like it's not real. They try to discredit it. They tell everybody these are lies so that they can all continue on this disgusting fucking path.
They're public records. They're open, right?
I just want to go on record and say that if Sean starts saying that Karen Reed is guilty, I'm moving to Canada. Just saying, I'm doing it.
So I would encourage
Please,
everybody to do this on their
go.
own. You will see that these IA investigations are over. They made their recommendations. Buchanan lost vacation time. Fanning got off with nothing. They didn't consider him. That wasn't sustained. Tully was demoted, which is unfortunate for him, but it is what it is. And Proctor is still open. I don't need to lie about this because it's easy to verify it.
He's not a lieutenant anymore? He got demoted?
Well, I mean, he got moved out of the office.
Bye,
he's now
JI5. Thanks
over
for being
the,
here with
investigative
us.
services at the-
Have a good night.
What he did, I know again, right? You don't think what he did, mishandling of evidence, number one, to the detriment of a witness in the Commonwealth case,
No, he did not mishandle. This is bullshit.
is against Aiden. You don't think that was,
I think that what happened with that situation was extremely unfortunate. I'm still a little bit unclear.
what you talking about? Witness in the Commonwealth case against Aiden. You don't think that was,
I think that what happened with that situation was extremely unfortunate. I'm still a little bit unclear as far as, you know, because quite frankly, it was my understanding that the same thing was done
Y'all are
with
fucked up.
Gemma Cape, that, you know, the entire extraction was afforded to the defense. The difference being that, you know, as arguably unethical, I wouldn't say arguably, I'd call them unethical, but despite the conduct of Melanie and Jackson, I do not believe that they would just give their clients carte blanche to go through a witness's personal information on their phone and post it on the internet at will. Unfortunately, that happened. I need more information. However, I know that there was not anything IA opened on that, and I know that, like,
I thought that was, Jesus, you're gonna kill
no, I gotta, yeah, it's a zoo over here.
But here's the thing, it was a full extraction, minus some things, right? Am I getting that wrong? Minus a few things,
It was, as far as I know, it was not minus anything, it was a full extraction.
right? And some, all right, so, well, listen, I purposely stay away, because you know something, it was my business and none of my business. I didn't want to.
Wow,
It
dude.
was a horrible situation.
Really, bro?
I don't give you anything, comment, but the bottom line is this.
That's what all you assholes do, Will. You fucking look the other way. You just said it. You literally said it. I don't know how long ago, 30 minutes ago? You sat there and said, it's none of my business. I'm just gonna pretend like I didn't see anything. Now you're fucking saying that Sean shouldn't be doing that shit?
That was not right. So Lindsay,
Y'all do it. Y'all fucking make excuses for
that
each
kid
other.
either had a break or whatever, but I tell you, my source said, he's done. I'm breaking out here. It's not because of anything that he did with Karen Reed or all that stuff. It's because this new guy, the colonel, said, that's it. If you're a lieutenant in the state police, a very prestigious rank, and a very prestigious seat back there, not for
This is just sad now. You just sound like a fucking crazy old man. Jesus Christ.
and that fucking
Yep. This is what gaslighting is. Just call the person crazy. You're just making them feel crazy and calling them crazy. You do not fucking give them any integrity. This man fucking did so much for all the wrong reasons, and you're gonna throw him under the bus as soon as he fucking says one bad thing that you don't like. That shows your character 150%. You sick fucking asshole. All of them are gaslighting assholes.
special lot with evidence. I think the guy says, you're either working for the fence or you're the mofo that ever walked with. I don't think the kid's done. But that's like egregious thing. I'm telling you, that's egregious.
And I'm not saying with the extraction situation, trust me, between her and Natalie, it's horrible, they've been humiliated. That information off their phones has already been used to further intimidate them, I think it's shitty, but I mean, they moved Tully to another office, they closed his IA, and they still have him on these cases. So, I mean, if it was,
I have to believe you. You got that. You said you do. I'm just telling you, my guy told me.
I can show, I mean, again, I can show you, I really, you know, we've had enough stream setup issues, but I'm happy to share documentation as I have it. I do try to be fair, and I do understand that, like, you know, not everything in this situation on either end is going to be ideal, but I like to just kind of deal with what I can verify on my own.
Respect. Respect.
I'd like to just quickly walk an idea past you there. You would say that, or would you agree that you know, the Aiden side of
All right.
those people, I mean, and himself, I mean, he's been traipsing your name around, and this isn't me attacking, he's saying things to the effect of, like, he's not a serious person, you know, he's kind of showing you out to be, you know, like, off your nut, right?
Yeah, I am. Crazy
Okay.
shot. Right?
Yeah, but that seems to be their narrative for you, right? Like and they're even going with it's almost like scripted, like you said about another person. That's not a serious person. That seems to be like the buzzword for it, right? You're not serious. So I was just wondering, is it possible? Is it even a possibility that some of the intel that you're getting, you know what I'm saying?
Look up the acronym DARVO. This is what gaslighting is. Defend, attack, reverse, victim, and offense or offender. I can't remember what the O is. But that's what gaslighting is. Look up the acronym DARVO. This is what they do.
All the intel, it's some of it, unless
Including the lawyers, including all the creators, including Karen Reed. Every single fucking person carrying water for this bullshit is gaslighting and doing the Darvo effect.
to say for argument's sake, that in the case of
And everybody that falls for it is a victim. Narcissistic abuse is a real thing, but people need to be willing to recognize their own confirmation biases. They need to be willing to go against the crowd. They need to be willing to stand in the truth. They need to be willing to actually look at all of the facts, do their own research, not just listen to all these talking heads on YouTube.
Mr. O'Keefe, okay, that story there. Let's say that is it possible that intel was given to you to help buttress the tar and feathering of Sean?
Okay.
That might be possible.
Let's correct the record here. What I was given came to me the same way that Aiden kind of got it. Now, we'll use the analogy. Well, if they try to set me up, it done too. That means it's all been a forgiveness. Do I believe that? No, because there's language in those three parties, sorry. There's language in those texts that she puts in quotation marks, right? And it's legal, right? She said knowingly, willingly, withheld, exculpatory evidence. Whoever said that to her, and she put in quotation marks.
Again, that's Karen's words.
Oh, I know, that's what I was gonna say, so I just wanna, I got what you're saying, I'm following exactly what you're saying, but here, I've heard of Karen Reed, I've never spoken to her, I don't know her, but, it's a common statement about her, that she's very hyper intelligent.
Yeah.
She holds.
Per request, folks, per request. It's totally.
God, do I even want to know what he said?
They get from Pulp Fiction, dude. Like, can you imagine, picture.
God, he's so fucking stupid.
But
Seriously.
that's what they're saying, though, Sean, is that the majority of the jury, wanted to convict her. So, but they still let it go to trial. They got her that close to a conviction. Now she's going to trial again. That doesn't seem to me like someone. I mean, if the federal government, if the FBI and the DOJ knew that she didn't do this and knew that there were third-party culprits, then there was no way that it would go to trial the first time, let alone twice. And I mean, there's nothing else coming out. That was her truck.
This is stupid.
Exactly.
Not if they're trying to catch other people, like court officers. Like, I don't know, maybe.
Will is lying. The fucking feds have been done since March. When the feds finish an investigation, they give their report. Both sides got the report. The most damning thing in the report was Michael Proctor's personal text messages, which is why Alan Jackson exploited that shit. Look at the fucking people that he defends. He defends people like Kevin Spacey, and he continually fucking extorts them and blackmails them with information that he gets off the victims' phones. That's what he does. He gets information off the victims' phones and bullies them with them and blackmail with the information. And the poor victims don't want to go through being a victim all over again in the courtroom and going through all that shit with no fucking guarantee against the slimy fucking attorney. That is what he did here. That's the worst that they got. And that's why I say Proctor needs to fucking do a serious fucking civil rights lawsuit against Josh Levy and all of these fucking assholes that helped this fucking fraud go on. Yannetti and Jackson, they've got money. Fucking sue their asses. They should be disbarred and thrown in fucking prison. At the very least, they should be disbarred. They continually walked in that courtroom and lied to the court. That is fraud. They took an oath not to do that.
Clerks fucking jumped on their radar when they found out that he fucking seriously injured somebody in a drunk driving incident. Maybe he's seeing all of Beverly Canone's fucking shitty ass behavior, and maybe Josh Levy's looking at it to collect evidence on her.
You're so full of
you ever think
shit.
of any of this shit? No, because you're stupid.
No.
Like, the whole point is to bring down corruption. Like, you don't think if they're gonna get a hold of a fucking DA and they think they can get a bigger fish than the DA that they're gonna do that? Or take down everyone around that DA? You don't think they're gonna do that if they can?
You don't think that would have already been done, you stupid fuck? They were on it before the Sandra Birchmore stuff. It has been done since March, before the first fucking trial. They have been done. That's why Josh Levy needs to fucking stand. If he wants to fucking have any kind of integrity left behind his fucking name, he needs to at least fucking come out and say the federal investigation is over. He is letting these people continue with this fraud. The feds don't come out and make announcements like that. They don't make announcements that they're investigating. They don't make announcements when they're done. And there's very good reason for that. But in this case, there needs to be an exception because this is literally gone to the edge and back. I mean, it's completely fallen off the cliff.
And where crimes are being committed in that regard, where crimes would be being committed and where evidence would be collected from, if you're trying to catch Beverly Canone for being corrupt.
Oh my God.
During that trial.
You know, it makes me sick too. Like, if anybody knows anything about the courtroom, you know that Judge Beverly Canone fucking gave the defense so much fucking rope. And there's reasons why judges do that, because they don't want anything coming back on appeal. Anybody who's following all this crazy shit in Delphi right now, like, she won't even let Richard Allen have his third party defense. And there's a lot that he had the feds investigating other people. The federal FBI agents that were in Delphi investigating this were literally on the trail of other people, and the fucking sheriff or the dude in charge there kicked the FBI out and told them to make sure to give up back all of the material that they had. They didn't want the feds anywhere near this. There is, if federal agents going in and having the thoughts that they had and it's all documented, if that's not reason to have third party defense, Judge Beverly can only let them fucking go down this path, even knowing that the fucking dog DNA, like, they fucking threw that out pre-trial. I don't know why she let that fucking person on the stand. Yannetti stood up in court pre-trial and said, no, we're not pursuing the dog DNA anymore. They have Chloe's teeth marks, like you get at the dentist. They have her teeth imprints. They have Chloe's DNA. They have all of that shit. Why doesn't the defense use it? Because they fucking said they're not pursuing that anymore. They know it's fucking bullshit.
Would be evidence to be used against her. Now, that's just me hoping. I don't know if that's the case one way or the other, but that's just me hoping.
No, it's you lying.
Trial. I'm sure that we can all agree that she wasn't holding information back on that trial because her attorneys would be incompetent if that were the case.
Well, and explain. This is where I say, shame on them, shame on Alan, David, whatever.
Like, you see what's going on here right now, right?
You fools. They put up 6 witnesses against you.
I want to hear this.
Kate Peters trying to take this, right? This should answer the question in the poll for you guys, by the way. Because you see what Kate Peters trying to do here, right? She's easing into the narrative that Karen Reed is guilty. She's engaging in a conversation on Karen Reed's guilt with
Oh my God.
That she is guilty. She feels that he's sensitive. She smells the blood in the water. She knows right now that the entire community is turned on. She knows it. She smells blood in the water. And so what she's trying to do is turn it.
I want to get a search warrant for Will's fucking
Right, but
electronics.
in the same token, they pulled up 6 witnesses to their 67 and they only convinced 3 people.
True.
Out of 12.
12 on the charge 1 and charge 3, if you believe what they said.
Well, and I mean, again, that's the same sort of issue with the hearsay. I mean, I don't know that. Here's the thing: is they claim that there were these unanimous counts, but the Aiden doxed the foreman, the jury foreman, right? Okay, but listen, somebody did, and the jury foreman has been targeted by Free Karen Reed because he was a guilty voter.
It's just so sad to see him sitting up there, just basically being an oaf. It sucks. And yes, I feel like there's, like in a way that there's no Santa Claus.
So how can the jury be unanimous if he was a guilty voter?
This is seriously like the biggest fraud on the court. This is why the attorneys need to be fucking thrown in prison too. They fucking know. There's no way to fucking prove this, at least on my end, and they're all fucking smart, so it would be pretty lovely if they could get proof. But I don't believe that any of those fucking phone calls and or information came from actual jurors, and this was all publicity. They're taking this to the Supreme Court, and they got fucking, I mean, their fucking arguments were absolutely asinine. And if you didn't see that today, and you didn't see how asinine that was, then you probably should ask for some help in understanding legalese, because there's absolutely, it's not like this is a fucking, they keep saying this is a novel. Even fucking attorney Melanie Little, this is novel for the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. No, this is not new fucking law. You don't think that every fucking defendant would say, if they had unethical attorneys that would be willing to throw their life and liberty on the line for this psychopath and say, oh yeah, I was contacted by these jurors and I'm gonna fill out this affidavit because there's no way that they can prove that this didn't happen. It's all publicity. They want to keep it in the fucking narrative. They're throwing fucking ketchup into the wind. I don't know why I said ketchup, but you know what I'm saying. I'm so fucking irritated with these assholes. All of it is a fucking long con. 10-2. They wanted to vote guilty on all 3 top. That's reliable intel.
That's at least one holdout that wanted to convict her of all the charges, right? So that makes it impossible for it to be a unanimous agreement on any of the charges. Just if it's just that one guy.
Listen, I zoned out the whole thing because it didn't matter. Because I'll tell you right now, There's no justice for John on my side, right? If she gets convicted, if, the biggest word in the dictionary, right? If she gets convicted, well then, she's convicted. It's justice for John. If she's hung again.
Wow.
Right, done.
Wow.
It's still better than justice for John. You get it? And I'm not, listen.
I need to hear that one more time because I can't read my fucking ears.
I miss dark humor. Yeah, the carpet. Yeah. I need $5,000 for every inch that I can swab, and I have the one thing that could, prove that John was in that house. I've been sitting on it this whole time. Like, oh my God. And they're all fucking falling for it. And Lally called that witness, J. Ray? I don't know. I didn't get that information. What did he just say that Will's having a problem with? I was reading chat.
There's no justice for John on my side, right? If she gets convicted, if, the biggest word in the dictionary, right? If she gets convicted, well then, she's convicted. It's justice for John. If she's hung again.
Wow.
Right, done.
Wow.
It's still better than justice for John. You get it? And I'm not, listen.
I need to hear that one more time because I can't read my fucking ears.
Kate, right? I think I listen, I think I've given you a couple things to think about, right? And I know it's word in the dictionary, right? If she gets convicted, well then, she's convicted. It's justice for John. If she's hung again.
Yep, that is the most honest thing out of Sean's mouth, and I don't think he even realized he said it, but that's facts. She gets convicted, is justice for John. That's fucking truth.
You get it? And I'm not, listen, you know I was never going to convince you, Kate or Boomer, right? I think listen.
Sean, I know you're going to listen to this. I know you're going to watch this. You just told the fucking world
Yeah, test it, Karen.
that if Karen Reed is convicted, then that's justice for John.
You owe $5 million, and they're still fucking. Jackson's back in the courtroom in the Commonwealth today, and you owe him $5 million apparently. But you can't get $5,000 to test your carpet. But it's $5,000 for every swab, and I just don't know where to test it. Give me a fucking break. Right. It's called you're full of shit, and you're full of shit.
You just told everybody that.
Yep, he did.
I didn't say it. I didn't spin it anyway. I played it again.
Yep. How much does that piss you off,
I
Will?
think I've given you a couple things to think about.
How many fucking phone calls are you going to be making?
I mean, the expectation is always to get.
How many people are texting you? How many people are you in communication with right now? Your fucking mob. Your fucking mafia.
You comment.
No, I know that you're for. I guess I'm trying to understand more. These are questions that, first of all, I was asked to ask you, but also like it's not so much.
Oh, I'm sorry. I have my hand in front of my
I
camera.
want to understand.
Okay, and listen, okay. The reason I'm here is because I trust you in that manner. Listen, am I an asshole? Yeah, of course I am. Did I do things that I'm.
He isn't fully flipped yet. I think he's trying to do it slowly for self-preservation reasons, but I don't know. That's why I want to see the end of this to see how he leaves it. Because he did just say, if Karen gets convicted, she gets convicted. Justice for John. If it's another hung jury, then he didn't realize what he said there. Because they're all going to be like, you're saying Karen's guilty. And he is. But he doesn't even realize that, I don't think.
But I do things in my life that I'm not proud of, of course. We all make mistakes, okay? But I do have 35 years of my life. I told Karen the other day, this is going to happen. I swear or say, right? And okay, Maureen, I keep calling Maureen. Karen McCabe, don't take this the wrong way, right? And I said, if I sink, I'm going to be devastated. I'm just not going to move on. I'm going to be devastated. And I got the famous picture. Oh, if Sean is right and the helicopters come down, the Republican, it's all the whole thing. I'm going to move on. Are you serious? I mean, how can you be serious? I think you'd be devastated. Okay? If this is I quit, you'd be devastated.
I wish that I wouldn't, and I've been asked that question numerous times over. Especially, it's not. I mean, at the end of the day, this doesn't have the same effect on my life. I would feel very sad for his family and his friends and the people who loved him that I know would be very hurt by that because I've grown to like them a lot. And I would be sad for them, but it wouldn't devastate. I mean, the only thing that it would, I'm not afraid of being wrong. I would say that, and it doesn't really affect my life like that. I know that it affects other people's lives more. Whether the issue to me was really never whether or not she gets acquitted. The issue for me was how I perceive she is taking efforts to ensure that she is. And I think that there's a way that you can rigorously defend yourself without intimidating, harassing, smearing, defaming, and harming every single witness in the state's case against you. And not just stopping there, but also peripheral people like father. You know, they didn't need to get drug into this. I think that I think that more and more I'm seeing with Free Karen Reed, you have a split where I've talked to many people who still do believe that she is innocent of murder, and I know I'm not going to change people's minds, and that's okay. I disagree, but you know, at the end of the day, I'm not facing prison time over this. You're not facing prison time over this. I didn't lose my brother. You didn't lose your brother. Well, I mean, in this, I'm sorry, that came out. That came out more insensitive than I mentioned. That wasn't my point, but you know, like, no, I didn't have anyone murdered in my life. I didn't know John O'Keefe. I'm not related to him, nor are you, right? So the impact really begins and ends with the social media crap, which frankly isn't that important. But when it comes to
I love it. Good
the
for you,
witness
Kate.
intimidation stuff, I think it's clearer and clearer here, and it does. I think it's fair to ask the question: does a completely innocent person with nothing to worry about or hide take these steps? I don't know. Maybe it happens, and I'm not aware of it.
What happens? It happens because she's fighting for her life.
And I mean, at what point? Where does that end in other people's lives? You know what I mean? If I'm fighting for my life, does that give me the right to ruin yours?
Well, it all depends on how
No.
you look at that.
Yeah.
No.
Hypothetically speaking.
It totally does.
No.
If you're trying to ruin my life,
Even if
I'm
you-
fighting for my life
Even
because
if you are factually innocent, even if she were factually innocent, I've said this a million times, if that was me and I was wrongfully accused of taking my man out of this world, and I was factually innocent, and this fucking crazy shit was going on, there is no fucking way that I would let that go on for one day without coming on those courthouse steps, taking that bullhorn from Turtle Boy, and saying, thank you all for your support. I really appreciate it. Let's keep fighting the good fight. But I am indicted on these charges. Please do not harass his family or his friends or anybody. Please continue to support me, but do not use his name to raise money for my defense. Use my name. Do it for me. Do not use his name to do that. Do not take them into your sphere at all in any negative way. Do not boo them. I mean, there is no fucking way that I would let that fly if I was factually innocent. Now, if I were factually guilty, there's no way that my fucking conscience, I would be putting myself in prison. I am my own worst enemy. Nobody can punish me worse than I punish myself. Because I fucking take responsibility for fucking everything to a point of self-deprivation. Honestly, my loyalty can be too deep sometimes. But I would rather be that person than be the kind of person that Karen is and like Will is and like all these assholes are. There is no fucking excuse for ruining somebody else's life. You can expose truths, and if the truth gets them into trouble, then that's not on you, that's on them. They made those choices. But these people have been victimized, and they have suffered so much, and all they did was they were friends with John O'Keefe or Karen, and they tried to help Karen that morning, and they all became victims in her sick, fucked up, narcissistic, psychopathic, borderline personality game.
you're attacking it, then fuck yeah, that's on the table. Ruining your life in the process, fuck you. It's either you or me, fuck you. If I'm right and you're wrong,
Exactly. Did y'all hear that? That is all of their ways of thinking. They have no allegiances to any of you. They have no loyalty to any of you. If it's you or him, he'll throw you to the fucking wolves. He just said it, and he meant it. Believe these assholes when they fucking tell you who they are. I'll do his thing. We're going to rewind here and listen to that again.
Okay. Hypothetically speaking.
it totally does. If you're trying to ruin my life, if I'm fighting for my life because you're attacking it, then fuck yeah, that's on the table. Ruining your life in the process, fuck you. It's either you or me, fuck you.
Did y'all hear that? Those in the back?
Yeah.
Okay. Hypothetically speaking.
It totally does. If you're trying to ruin my life, if I'm fighting for my life because you're attacking it, then fuck yeah, that's on the table. Ruining your life in the process, fuck you. It's either you.
I'm going to be really dramatic with this. I don't know. I don't know if we're even going to be able to understand that. It's like, I can't even hear it. Hold on. That's too dramatic.
It, then fuck yeah, that's on the table. Ruining your life in the process, fuck you. It's either you or me, fuck you. If I'm right and you're wrong,
If it's either you or me, fuck you. Did you all hear that? That is who Will is, and that is who all of these fucking assholes are that say that they're standing for justice. They're full of shit. Justice equals Karen Reed and all of these assholes imprisoned.
And it's between you and me. Fuck you. Oh, fuck out of my face with that shit. Of course it gives you the right.
Oh my god. Listen to who he is, people. He's exposing himself. Trust and believe. This is who Will is. This is who all these assholes are.
Hypothetically, not gonna cast shade here.
That's funny
If
shit.
it was
That was funny slow-mo, though, I gotta
Well,
say.
foolery on the part of the Saturn, he didn't take his job seriously. He just wanted to go home. Because no one wants to catch a case like that just before you check off, right? Boom, you're about to go home. You've been out there all night. You know Liz is coming. Do you think he wants to put Karen at the Canton PD waiting for and have her sweated and interrogated because she said I hit her? And here's another thing. What do you think about this? Hey,
Oh, now she
this is
says I
easy.
hit him?
I learned a long time ago in Boston. I said, Sean, if it ain't on paper, it never happened.
See, that's
Not
bullshit.
one
And he
person
knows
ever
it.
said
Because police reports are not evidence. So police reports are made and they're not writing down every single detail. I think there's going to be a lot of changes in their fucking the way that they handle shit because they don't want to be fucking thrown to the wolves like this. And quite frankly, all these police officers and police units need to have tighter fucking ships. But he knows. The jurors wanted to see police reports and shit. They couldn't even see them because they're not evidence. The testimony is the evidence. This is the shit that pisses me off. He can't not know that. If it's not on paper. Did you write down every single thing, Sean? No. I fucking guarantee you didn't.
I heard her say that. Had the decency to write that and say, yeah,
Exactly.
We heard the lady say she hit her. That girl, whatever her name is, Katie, never said it. Fratelli, whatever his name is, he was the main guy. He never wrote it in his book. That's huge.
You know what sucks? It's like now I don't even want to fucking hear him say these things. You know what I mean? Like
He's been hiding on that shit his whole life.
The point now where I'm
He's
like,
got
dude.
business like everyone else. He doesn't want anything, right? Not one report was made, right?
I think it says something, you know, because it says something beyond. One might argue, okay, well, he's trying to convince Kate Peter. He took an opportunity to try to convince Kate Peter of why Karen Reed is innocent. Cool. The problem with that is that Kate Peter is aware of all of the evidence, and Kate Peter we're aware of has done and is.
Kate Peter is aware of all the evidence. Kate Peter doesn't have a dog in this fight. Kate Peter's trying to help justice. She is spitting facts. She is not making money. In fact, she lost followers. Maybe. I don't know. Because she hasn't ever fucking been on FKR. She knew it was a fucking sham from the minute she fucking heard about it. And she's been exposing it ever since. She is exposing facts.
Is responsible for a shit ton of horrible fucking things. Like a shit ton of horrible things.
And do not personally attack her right now. He's gonna fucking start bullying her again. I'm sure that the next shit out of his mouth is gonna be personal attacks on her character, which has nothing to do with why we're here. If he wants to argue Kate, then he should fucking go on Kate's show and he should fucking argue the argument for its merit. But he can't. Because he's not an intelligent person and he knows he's fucking lying. And Kate would fucking destroy him. And he knows that. So now he's going to be a 50-year-old bully and say some derogatory things about her life because she has a past. She'll admit all of her fucking mistakes. She owns her shit.
She lives a shitty existence just on Twitter, much less everything else that she does around it in real life. So if he's sitting here trying to convince her of this, that says something about him. In the sense that, okay, well, on one hand, it says, well, you know, he's giving everybody a chance to you know, they haven't heard it from me yet. They're willing to listen to me, so I'm gonna talk to them. Cool. So I'm gonna take this opportunity. That's one hand. The other hand, it's like, dude, no. What it says about your character is that you're so egotistical to think that you're gonna go on and you're going to risk your own credibility giving this person a chance who has repeated time after time, shown us time after time that she is an absolute and utter sociopath. Now, I don't know. I'm not a mental health professional. I can't diagnose her with that. But when it comes to looking at symptoms of sociopathy, she has them.
Darvo,
She expresses these
gaslighting.
symptoms quite a bit. So it is my uneducated opinion that she is a sociopath.
Yeah, repeat
Meaning
that.
she cannot
Uneducated. Uneducated.
A path that leads her to a good place. She feeds off of toxicity, turmoil,
Anybody
She's a
that
cockroach, a
believes
rat,
this shit,
drawn to
I
garbage and
hope
sewage.
that you hold all of these assholes
And it's what she-
accountable when the truth comes out. Because they're fucking lying. Don't let them pretend like they were fooled. How much money have you given this piece of shit?
He lives off of. It's her lifeblood. It is what she depends on to live. What we find to be refused, which we find to have a disgusting smell, and we find to be revolting, it's what she crawls around in and feeds on. The person that Kate Peter is. This is the type of person that she has shown us on consistent occasions that she is. And you would think that an experienced law enforcement agent would know this, would see this, and be one of the first people to go, there's no redemption for someone like this.
Yeah, I would think that he would have known that about fucking Karen from jump. That's why I have a problem giving him a pass. That's why I have a problem saying that he's starting to do the right thing. He is, and I have to give him credit for that. But he's got to fucking stand in the whole truth, not just fucking part of it, not just sit on the fence bullshit.
I'd be wasting my fucking breath talking to someone like this. Why doesn't an experienced law enforcement agent have that common sense? That's what I want to know.
About I hit him, right? Not one. Now, why did Jen, you're listening, why couldn't you just get that 2-second line? Oh, well, Lanka, Lanka, I forgot to tell you. You don't have to come back in the snowstorm. Right? You don't have to come back. But I want to tell you, I forgot to.
One thing I'm going to say, too, in case anybody new is hearing this, people constantly say shit like Jen McCabe was so defensive, and they throw a lot of shade on her. This is why I think all of the federal investigation and Turtle Boy's fucking witness intimidation, I think it should have been able to be brought out in court. Because that's important shit. Because, yeah, Jen McCabe was defensive. She was fucking standing in her truth and in her power. She was not going to let Alan Jackson fucking skew her words. She was going to hold him accountable to every fucking semantic syllable that came out of his mouth. And she fucking stood strong. And because of that, she's portrayed as some fucking boss murderer bitch. Like, come on. That's why people, yeah, if you're just seeing that and don't know the backstory, yeah, she might look really fucking defensive. But to me, I'm like, go, Jen, because I know the backstory at this point. But I'm hearing everybody say this shit about her, like, she's so defensive. She's lying her ass off. Why would anybody be that defensive? Because her family has been terrorized. Completely fucking terrorized. Why? Because she was willing to help Karen that morning that Karen called her. If she would have said, fucking go kick rocks and get the fuck out of my house, Karen, figure it out yourself, she couldn't have been one of Karen's victims, but she was one of Karen's victims because she was trying to do the right fucking thing. And she loved John. So obviously she wanted to make sure that he was okay. And now she's villainized for that shit. It's disgusting.
She said something like, I may have hit him. Not one person in this whole thing, right? Until the stand said, I hit him.
Well, that's not true because it was in the charging documents.
It's in the charging documents.
Back to
Yeah,
the
yeah.
court,
I
so.
may have hit him.
I mean, I hit him came from
Yeah.
a very deeper sound.
Written in the report. See, the report-
But it's not written in any report.
The charging documents. I'm talking about where is it written in any official report?
Right.
Okay, where is the accident investigation? Right, you get a hit and run. Okay, how come there's no accident report taken? Okay, this is your wheelhouse, right? Why didn't anyone
Let's fast forward. Let's fast forward to the future a little bit. Let's jump in our DeLorean. Let's put our flux capacitor to work, and let's travel to the near future for a moment. You guys, let's do that together. Pack ourselves in the DeLorean and gun it to 88.
24, you mean?
What happens if Kate Peter all of a sudden has a moment? What happens if Kate Peter all of a sudden has a moment? Oh my God, Peter Reed is innocent. Sean is right. Thank God, Sean came onto my channel and convinced me of the truth.
Oh my God.
Thank you. Let's pretend that happens. Is anybody gonna give a fuck? I'm not. Is anybody, after everything that Kate Peter has done, is anybody gonna give?
He's saying this only to fucking have shit to say to get more super chats right now because he knows exactly what Kate knows. He knows that she knows the truth. He knows that she's highly intellectual. He knows that she's very intelligent and can speak intelligently on the subject matter. She has studied it. She has exposed it for what it is. If that's not true, Will, why don't you fucking invite her on your panel? Why don't you ever invite anybody on your panel that disagrees with you? Because you're a piece of shit that is fucking continuing to push this fraud and taking down anybody that dares to go against your fucking storyline.
Fuck. That she changed her mind. She won't find any sanctuary here. I don't give a fuck if Turtle Boy and her become best friends. She won't find, I know,
Why do you have so much disdain for Kate Peter? What did she ever do to you, Will? Because I have a hard time even feeling this much negative energy for Karen, and she's the fucking murderer here. And I find it difficult to have that much. I mean, like, it's not difficult because I fucking seriously, like, want to punch that bitch in the face. But I'm just saying, like, you're saying that you would never forgive Kate Peter. You would never fucking hold your hand out to her. You would let her get hit by a bus. Like, what did she ever do to you? Why? Because she doesn't want Karen Reed to fucking be able to pull this fraud? Because she doesn't want any of you to be able to continue this fraud? Tell me why. Because she exposes the truth. You don't like what she has to say, so she's a piece of shit, right?
I judge people's character by their actions. Not by who they associate with. I don't give a fuck.
The people that you keep in your sphere are a direct reflection of who you are, and if you don't know that, you need to know that. Take note. Your friends are a reflection of you. You are the people that you surround yourself with. And all of these people are pieces of shit. That's why they're all okay living in echo chambers. They're all okay not asking questions. They're all okay fucking speaking disgustingly about the victims and the families and the witnesses and all of the people, the innocent lives that they're ruining. It's disgusting.
Get any quarter here. So what does Sean think he's doing? What does he think he's going to accomplish? And that's not to imply that I think that Turtle Boy and her would become friends. I'm giving the most outrageous example that I can think of. I'm giving the most outrageous example. No fucking way.
Please take an accident report. That's for, they make a report for the insurance company. It's not even a criminal citation most of
No, dummy. That's why.
When you
Jesus, dude.
charge
What the fuck is going on right now?
with killing her boyfriend by ways of a vehicle, right? The one bit of piece of information that's missing this whole thing by design is I'm telling you, they have it. State police have it, Can PD has it, right? It's called an accident report. Sometimes
Right, those are done again when you. So if I get into an accident and I call the police and I say, hey, come out and please take an accident report. That's for they make a report for the insurance company. It's not even a criminal citation most.
No, dummy. That's why. That's Jesus fucking Christ. No, dude. They do it for court purposes. Anything that's documented by law enforcement is done for the purpose of showing in court. That's it. That's the one purpose it's for. Someone might call and ask for an accident report when nobody was hurt.
You really fucking think that, Will? That shows how fucking stupid you are.
Very minimal damage for the purpose of insurance. Yes, because your insurance company will not cover an accident unless there is a police report. But that is not the reason why police reports exist for accidents.
The accident report, which is what Sean is talking about. The accident report. That's literally what he said. Accident reports are used for fucking insurance. Fender benders. Health, if you have to be taken to the hospital and your insurance has to cover the person you hit or whatever. There's a difference between criminal reports. They are now launching a criminal investigation, and they could not open a criminal investigation until John was pronounced passed away, until he was pronounced dead. And all the newest thing that I hear these assholes saying, which is something I said a long time ago, I'm like, his fucking body temperature was 80 degrees, you assholes. How do you think he wasn't out there for all night? And they're coming at it like, why was his body temperature only 80 degrees? It would have been so much colder. It was 18 degrees. Your body temperature fucking, it takes a while. Your normal body temperature is 98.7. His body temperature was down 20 degrees. The human body takes a while to fucking slow down. And they couldn't even begin the criminal investigation until their priority was John's life, and they're holding that against them people didn't write fucking all these reports because they were there trying to fucking save his life. They didn't throw Karen in handcuffs when she said, "Could I have hit him? Did I hit him? Oh my God, is he dead?" Because they were trying to save his life. That was priority number one. So no. Fucking educate yourself, Will. You're a fucking idiot. Accident reports are just that. They're not criminal investigations. They launched a criminal investigation.
Dummy. And you're arguing with a fucking cop. You're arguing with a cop about why fucking cops fill out reports. You fucking serious?
Oh my God.
Jesus.
This is a criminal case. The accident reports are for insurance. So, like,
Oh
who's
my God.
though, who's calling the police and asking them to make an accident report for what insurance claim? There's a deceased
God, you are
pedestrian.
retarded.
Get by a cop. Is it?
Okay, but again, is he asking for an accident report to go after Karen's insurance? No, he's deceased.
No.
Yeah, what the fuck are you talking about?
The investigating, who knows? Is it the state police at that time? Yeah, they do accident reports. I'm not talking about reconstruction. Right? You know
No,
what
but again, like, how are they gonna do an accident report?
Okay, here you go. Okay, I such a second time. Where he said
He knew you
Karen
fucking-
back her car into John O'Keefe.
Accident report. Got a call. Found out the evidence led us to this woman hit this man with her vehicle.
And they're opening
No,
a
I will
criminal
put this for that.
investigation.
And yes, just in case there's some sort of insurance later on, who knows? It serves that purpose. It may serve that purpose, but that's not the purpose for it. The purpose for it is for court. You
No.
fucking dummy.
It's not. Testimony is for court.
It might be civil court. It might be criminal court.
But at that point, were they were unsure of what hit him initially? Wasn't that the case? They didn't know if it was
Yeah.
a cow or a car or what they.
Listen, I've been asking this for over 2.5 years. I'm just saying, there's a reason why.
They didn't know.
Listen, I'm telling you, we can do this forever. Talk this, talk that. The thing is this, okay? It was never written in any report that she said that. Even when she called Lanka. Why would it, I'm getting back to my thing. It's snowing out. Why did Lanka and Gallagher have to
And
do
who
that?
the fuck is Benzo Bobby over here that just keeps chiming in here, dude? Like, what is this guy's fucking deal?
Oh, son. Was it like was it a plow or was it?
Oh my God, Will.
Oh, sorry, I got it off there.
There was a 2-second thing. Hey, Mikey Lanka. I just want to let you know, I forgot. Okay, we have to come back. I'm telling you.
It's
Call me. Why?
it's hard to say why. You know, I mean, as far as the reaction, you get woken up at 5 o'clock in the morning, you get driven out to, you know, you're trying to find your friend who you later find deceased in the snow. There's a lot going on. I mean, like, I don't think it's I mean, I think it's pretty. You never had a call where
What the fuck are you
calls
talking?
you back and says, "Hold on, I need to talk again." Like, especially in that moment, right?
Yeah, what do you got? Just tell me. I'll write it down.
Okay, so I mean, but if that would have happened, then I mean, would that matter?
Yeah, I think it will.
I appreciate Nick Carr has a good question for you. I like this one. I think it really kind of highlights your experience. And everything. So you work CSI, right? So if you were on scene as the Canton officer when John was transported to the hospital, and so you have no access to evidence containers to collect the snow with drops of blood in the high wind snowstorm, what would you have done?
Well, we heard what Gallagher could have done. He said it was back at the station. That's what I would have done.
I would
come back to the station and done the
I would refer you back to the LB cops.
industry standard way.
Yeah, Las Vegas cops. You're sick fucks too. You assholes. You have no integrity. You fucking assholes. I've tried calling you out before too. Pieces of shit. You're police officers.
What do you think about back then? Well, I mean, I don't. The property's pretty big and the house is pretty big. I mean, I guess
Listen, I got this embedded in my brain because I wanted to watch. I wanted to see the little squirm, the 13-year DEA task force officer. Right? Oh, right, didn't have to do a search warrant. Well, why? You searched the property. You searched private property without a search warrant. Did you get consent? No.
Oh God, this is so tedious.
He goes back to Lanka. Lanka said, yeah, who's there? Ryan Higgins, Ryan Albert, the Cassidy. You know what? Special agent, task force officer, Gallagher says, this guy, what about Ryan Higgins? I never saw him. How do you miss Ryan Higgins? Both guys were there. He says no. Lanka says yes. What I'm trying to say is, that was a 20-second phone call in the middle of a blizzard. Why did they have to truck all the way back to 34th Fairview? And here's the other thing. Why did they leave? They knew the troops were coming. They knew Proctor and company were coming. Why did they leave?
What?
Why did they leave? I'm talking.
What is he talking about?
I voted for you, bro.
Minutes were completely violated. And I'm the only one in this room has done the job.
Yeah, no, I defer to people that have, and I talked to, again, like a lot of people that,
He asked the question.
I mean, he was asking sort of what would you do, if you were in that blizzard, and he said that you would go back to the station and,
Yeah, I'm the most secure of the scene. That's the first thing you do. That's right. No one
It's
there.
common sense.
You go in your name.
Like, dude, I don't even have any law enforcement experience, and I would answer it that way. Like, Jesus, dude.
I'm confused on what question is being asked here.
Oh my
Like
God.
what he would
Yeah,
do
that chat is going nuts.
do if he
That chat is
was
going crazy.
investigating this or if he was in the Albert's house.
Time out. Industry standards, trust me.
Well, I mean, I actually just drove through.
Bro, there's only one person on the planet that could have secured that crime scene the proper way, folks. Everyone knows that.
His name is John Cena.
Yeah, this is such bullshit because I just said this the other night too. Let's say that's the one thing that they fucked up is they did not secure that crime scene. But you know what? Given what these fucking assholes have done, you're telling me that they wouldn't be in on the conspiracy? It wouldn't have fucking mattered. Totally would have been in on the conspiracy. I mean, everybody that's fucking going against Karen Reed's narrative is fucking full of shit, right? Karen's the only one being honest in all of this. Everybody else under the sun is lying, but the defendant is telling the truth.
Everything else. So like, I mean, if that's industry standard, then I've definitely seen it not happen.
Well-
There, but I mean, people were still driving down the road. They were, kind of reverting traffic, but it was not no one in, no one out. It was right in front of the CVS actually, so there was
Right.
parking lot traffic and everything else. So like, I mean, if that's industry standard, then I've definitely seen it not happen.
Well, listen, you don't do a crime scene search on a vehicle collision.
Well, I mean, I think you do in that case when you start to find evidence, and I mean, they went digging through the snow. I think part of the problem was that the search wasn't necessarily sufficient the first time around because of the weather conditions, right? So they kept finding evidence, which seems to be a huge.
The poor babies. They couldn't get Robert Kraft to get those big heaters out. They couldn't get anything. No, come on, this is impossible.
Robert Kraft, like the owner of the Patriot.
Police off the cuff. I don't regularly watch him, but he did a show after the trial was over. I think he was watching the interview with Paul O'Keefe. And he said, I just stayed away from this because it was so toxic. But he did say some things. And he had 30 years on the job as a New York police officer, detective. And he said, the paper bag, that is standard. He said, when working in New York City, we would go into restaurants and get brown paper bags if we didn't have a paper bag to fucking put the evidence in. And yeah, they didn't have, Canton police officers aren't investigators. The way that area works, you have to research it. They weren't there to investigate. They don't have the evidence cups to collect shit in because they have is it the state police or the Massachusetts, I think it's state police. Anyway, the entity that takes over the actual crime scene cannot come until, as far as I understood it, it had to do with John's passing. They couldn't call it a crime scene or something until he had passed. And again, the first order was saving John O'Keefe's life. But listen to Police Off the Cuff on that if you have any questions about that. Like, he was a New York City detective for 30 years. He's got experience. He did not find any of the shit that awful. Those cops were trying to do the best they could. There was blood in the snow. They didn't want to lose the evidence. They used sanitized, completely unused, not even opened cups. Yeah, you can fucking make it sound crazy, but none of these assholes that are like, this is never how it should be done, have no idea how it should be done. Maybe you should actually talk to some people that have been on the job and that aren't in on this conspiracy theory and that have actually no dog in this fight.
Couldn't get those big heaters to come down. Berkey's really close to party. Takes a phone call. Hey, Mr. Kraft, listen, you gave me a lot of money for those details. You gave Kelly a lot. Hey, we have a problem here. We need to pull all the stops out Boomer for one of our own. He's dead. He's gone. We need to get the snow. We need to find evidence, right? Can you lend us that? We'll send a pickup truck to pick it up. Fuck no, they didn't. And guess what? You all lied about the crime scene. Kevin did. Braden Carney, I don't know who the price he is. Oh, Sean, I got it. It's right there in the book. I got it.
Oh.
That crime scene was never secure. And anything that happened after those 12 hours, down the drain. Down the drain. But
So what about the murder?
That's not true, Sean. Like, yeah, they fucked that up. But everything that happened points to one person. That's why the investigation was over in 17 hours, because they figured it out. And no, they didn't interview every single person, and they didn't do everything completely fucking the way that you would do it, because it was so obvious to them. They had no idea that this fucking social media fraud was going to happen and they were going to twist everything. They were like, okay, John was hit. Karen dropped John off here last night. We found him exactly where she dropped him. Her taillight is broken. We're finding his shoe under the snow. We're finding his blood in the snow. We're finding some taillight fragments in the snow. Like, hello? She said, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Is he dead? She fucking goes to the psych ward. Like, she goes back to the house, doesn't even, uses the kids as an excuse to come over there, and then doesn't even talk to them, goes upstairs with her dad, deletes video, collects her shit, and leaves. And she did not call them ever again. She said shit that was ridiculous. I have to remember the good time, or I have to remember the bad times, and I'm probably never going to see you again. And you have to take the kids, and degrading Carrie Roberts on the way in the ambulance, saying, the ambulance driver said, well, you have some pretty good friends supporting you here. And she was like, you must not know Carrie Roberts then. Like, what in the actual fuck? And people want to say they got a protective order and she couldn't call him. Yeah, that didn't happen right away. She had a few days before she even got fucking arrested. Or a couple. Or one. I don't remember exactly. But she didn't get arrested right away. And she fucking ran away with her tail between her legs. Watch the video of them getting her vehicle out of John O'Keefe's driveway. I mean, what's the hurry? Why are you going there in this fucking snowstorm to get her vehicle? I wonder. I really wonder.
I was talking about earlier.
I mean, that's what it boils down to, you dummy. Like, I mean, the bottom line is what Sean's saying. We all agree. It would be petty to not. I mean, even though this is a petty stream, it would be beyond my level of petty to deny that I agree with what he's saying right here. I think we all do. The crime scene was never secured, and the fact that after that happened, anything that happens after that is nil. It creates doubt. Everything has doubt once that becomes the case.
Yeah,
So
it
the fact
needs
that
to
this
be
trial in the first
it needs to be reasonable. Okay? You can't just be like, oh, in my imaginary fairy tale world, the snowman could have thrown an apple and broke the other snowman's carrot nose off, and therefore I'm not going to convict because there's like I can conceive of a fairy tale land that could possibly be. No, it needs to be reasonable. There's nothing reasonable about any of this fucking bullshit that y'all are spewing.
much less going to trial a second time, makes me think that Judge Beverly Konoe is absolutely corrupt. So just all of these are the very simple points that make whatever argument she or
God, he's such a piece of shit. They're constantly calling her corrupt. I hope she fucking sues all these people's asses too.
Clement have complete and utter bullshit. The bottom line here is that there was no this investigation. They even admitted the investigation was fucked. And they also always bring it back to Turtle Boy. I give it about 60 seconds before this gets reverted back to Turtle Boy. And it is live, so I haven't watched this yet.
The body gets dumped in the woods and it's not found for 9 months. Because that wasn't secure the whole time, is that down the drain, you can't solve it?
This was a fluid investigation, right? I'm working on a case, J.D. Robertson, he was found 2 years later, right? John Fanning's the lead,
Exactly,
right?
it's fluid.
This was supposed to be a
Mistakes
fluid
are made.
investigation, right?
Things
This is the
happen.
murder of a
They were
Boston
trying
cop.
to
This is a
save
death
his
investigation of
life.
a Boston cop.
Maybe not 50 seconds.
Right? If you don't know this, we know that. Evidence could be in the car, they didn't take the car. Yuri saying at 10:20, we're looking at it as a domestic assault and battery with the class. Get that car. Yuri goes, Lanka, got that freaking place up in 1 minute. Get it before she goes, let's get the car. We gotta take it now.
They were trying to save John's life. That was their first priority.
I got the document. It was put on the stand in the trial. Industry standards down the drain. Why? I know why. I know why.
Right.
No, you don't. No, you don't know why.
We all
They
know
didn't
why.
have the story. They didn't have the evidence. Had they got that car, and it showed what Jay, listen, those are not my words. She said it was a crack. Kevin Roberts said it was crack. Karen Reed said it was crack. Officer Barrow said it was crack. Right?
Okay, let's just fucking live in your fairy tale land, Sean. Let's say it was cracked. How did it get cracked? It just happened to be cracked on the night that John O'Keefe lay dying in the snow in the same place that Karen Reed dropped him off? I'll fucking play right into your fucking hand. Let's just say it was just cracked. That you can go back and read the Vanity Fair article, or the article with Gretchen Voss that Karen did. She fucking picked out a piece of the taillight herself and threw it in the driveway. And she told Gretchen Voss that. And she was trying to use that to fucking say that they were fucking guilty of corruption, but she didn't have her story fully crafted yet. Nobody wants to fucking do their research and look that up. There were pieces missing, and Karen Reed herself took some out. But let's just say it's just cracked, okay? She just happens to crack it the night that John O'Keefe dies, really? And then you assholes that want to say that it got cracked bumper to bumper, your bumpers stick out of your vehicles. She was going 1 mile an hour. The one good thing that the Arcadite guys did was say, no, that would definitely not cause the taillight to break. Not at that speed. They fucking told you that. You didn't want to hear it. Therefore, you don't accept it. Therefore, you're still fucking saying that it happened there. It's been disproven by your own crash daddies.
No LEDs. I'm telling you, I brought one down here, double barrel.
The big gaping hole is hosting the show you're on, dude.
One
No,
outside.
I get you, Sean, but I mean, like, where are you taking this to?
I'm taking it right now. I'm taking it right now. I'm telling
Yeah.
you.
He's explaining why your stance on this is bullshit.
J. Ray, if that would have been me, and that would have been my husband or boyfriend of 2 years, there is no fucking way that I would have abandoned that family and ran away with my tail between my legs and not. She fucking called and asked Paul if she could come over because she wanted to fucking give the kids a hug. She got over there and Paul fucking was sitting down with them to tell them, and Karen didn't fucking say a word. And then she went upstairs, grabbed her shit, and fucking left. There is no way in hell I would have done that. I don't care if my fucking husband's mom would have been calling me a murderer at the top of her lungs, fucking pissed off. I would have fucking went to her and cried and held her and let her punch me or whatever the fuck she needed to do in that moment because she's grieving and she needs somebody to fucking blame maybe. And I'm okay with that because I love them and I'm going to be there for them and I am going to fucking support them. And yeah, I might be going through my own shit, but the last thing I'm going to do is fucking run away from the very people that I should be supporting in this time and that should be supporting me. Like, that's fucking, I cannot believe that people really think that that's totally normal behavior. That she'd just leave because Peggy was giving her the evil eye. Her son just died, so let's just pretend that Karen was innocent. Let's just pretend that, okay? Her son just died. Do you really think that it's okay that she should just fucking leave his family to sit in their shit not having answers and you're just gonna not be there to support them because you're fucking selfish and you don't want to fucking deal with it? Like, I can't understand that way of thinking. I can't at all. Seriously. Like, seriously. If I put myself in that position and I was factually innocent and my husband's mom was freaking out, like I said, I know what I would do. Yeah, it would suck, but I would cry and hug her and let her punch me and call me names if that made her feel better. And we would fucking grieve together. So, no, I do not find that acceptable. Hey. This is getting to be too long. I wanted to see how this ended,
Now,
but
let's just say for argument's sake, I concede, Katie, that I don't believe in all aspects this was a complete fuck up and whatnot, but let's just, for argument's sake, let's concede the entire investigation and securing the scenes, the worst in history, okay? At the end of the line that you're chasing here, who are you going to finger at as who caused the death?
Yeah.
Not the cover up. Let's take that apart. Let's put that on hold, okay? Like, let's just say I believe the cover up happened. Who did it then?
I don't know.
Okay.
That was because that was Yuri Proctor. Let's see
Right.
how. Stay away. Kisses and drinks. I got a great t-shirt. Kisses and drinks. How many times we was kissed? How many drinks were taken? The state will come away from 34
Well, for Karen, it was 9 drinks, but.
Yeah,
like I said, J. Ray,
I've seen evidence.
if, like, I would take the beating. Like, this is somebody that I loved, and they're fucking in crisis. That's what families do. They fight and they fucking blame each other when they're in crisis, and you love each other through it. That's what families and friends. My friends are my family, and if they're fucking having a bad day and need to fucking be pissed at me or fucking bitch at me or whatever, like, that's what people who love each other do. I don't understand how people can think that it's totally normal for people to be like, I'm a 43-year-old woman and my boyfriend of 2 years who we're raising 2 children together, his mom is pissed off because her son just died and she's trying to understand and she's in the fucking throes of grief, but it's more important for me to fucking get the fuck out of here because I'm the only person that mattered. She wanted to get her vehicle out of there. She wanted to make sure that they didn't fucking have it because she fucking knew exactly what the fuck. She knew it. I mean, go watch the fucking ring video that they did recover and how much snow they had to move out of that driveway to get her vehicle out of there. What was the fucking hurry? She just got out of the psych ward and it was a fucking blizzard. Why not just go home and go to sleep if you're gonna fucking do anything other than go be there for his family? She used those kids in her narcissistic game by saying that she wanted to be there for them and talk to them and give them a hug. That's what she did. She used them as an excuse to get over there, to get her fucking vehicle and get it the fuck out of there.
That Karen killed him. You know, what do you mean?
Right. Whatever.
Right.
Ask her, Sean.
I have
What
seen
evidence?
evidence that Karen Reed killed John O'Keefe as
What
well as
evidence?
I have not seen actual evidence that anybody else has. So they're kind of.
Well, the telemetrics in her vehicle makes me wonder. I mean, how would you explain that?
We can all talk about this.
But what
This
about
isn't-
the strike that registered, sort of where the acceleration is still 75%, there's a like 5 mile an hour
Right.
decrease in speed,
That's
so
like
if
foot to
the
the
wheel
floor.
just keeps going. Like,
Hey,
Well, I mean, the suspension of disbelief, though, Sean, like, because when it comes down to, let's just take, I'm not gonna put this on you. Let's take this from Aiden's page, okay? So this isn't your words, I'm not using your words.
Oh, 90
Is it
seconds.
like for instance, okay, and I'll admit my bias right up front. I don't know Jen McCabe, like, I don't know her extremely well, but I think I know her well enough to say that I'm not a complete moron. I get a pretty good read on people. And to believe that she's a supervillain is the silliest thing in the world. Now,
I mean, listen, nobody's calling her a supervillain, dude.
Yeah, y'all are.
And, it's just hard to take this guy seriously because
He's a. I know Jen McCabe. I mean, I kind of know her, but not to say that she's a super villain. No, it's crazy.
listen, dude.
He has more brain cells in between his big toe and his middle toe than you have
We're saying
between
that
your
she
ears.
knows more than what she's saying. Nobody's fucking making her out to have superpowers. Nobody's even making her out to be successful at being manipulative. Like, look at the only people.
You all have fucking made her your villain. The fact that you aren't even fucking owning that now? Oh my god, you're gaslighting yourself at this point. And Boomer has more brain cells between his fucking big toe and his middle toe than you have between your fucking ears, Will.
she's manipulated and done so successfully are idiots, dummies. Like, nobody here thinks that Jen McCabe is super smart, bro. Like, nobody here thinks of her as Lex Luthor.
Oh god.
Like, she's just an asshole. That's it.
I'll just put this out there, okay? I didn't grow up with the craziest backstory, you know, but I've bumped into some people like you, Sean. I'm sure you've met more than I have. Some people that give you pause. You're like, they don't got a soul. You're just some evil people. Like, you can smell it on them, right? It's like a pheromone, you know? I've only spoken to this lady, but I think enough that I can confidently say, if that was the case, if she was this evil villainess, my mind would be forever blown.
Right.
So the suspension of disbelief, when it comes into the conspiracy that starts to point to this family,
I mean, all this guy did was confirm to me that Jen McCabe has a hand in everything that's happening with Turtle Boy. That's all I'm convinced of at this point.
Oh, that's
Now I
because
know
you're
for
fucking
sure.
stupid.
Like, it's not proof.
Jen McCabe would love nothing more than for you all to keep her name out of your dirty, sick, pathetic, fucking piece of shit mouths and leave her the fuck alone and let her raise her family and let her go on with her life and grieve for the loss of her friend. You have all made her your villain. You have all made her the quarterback of this big conspiracy. She was the one orchestrating everybody to get together and lie and cover this up and cover that up. And she's been in Peg O'Keefe's ear, and she got into the kids' ears, and she's been manipulating the kids and making them testify, which is so disgusting. Those kids wanted to testify. They said they wanted to testify. His niece wanted to testify, and his nephew said, if my sister's going to do it, I want to do it. She wanted to. Nobody made her.
But if this guy's talking to Jen McCabe, then it would be foolish and beyond naive. It would be absolutely foolish. It would be just plain fucking stupid. It would be willfully ignorant. It would be retarded to not assume
Ugh,
that he talked
that word, unacceptable word to use. Please don't use that word.
to her through Kate Peter. I mean, let's just get real here.
it becomes not only improbable but impossible in my experience and in my mind, from my feelings. Okay, now, so when you're talking about conspiracy and a cover up that
And
involves,
somebody who's buddies with someone like Kate Peter, seeing the kind of things that we're aware that she is, that tells me all I need to know about Jen McCabe. You know what it does? It makes me think that much more that she did that 227 search. The fact that she aligns herself
Oh
with
my
someone like
God.
Kate Peter
See,
tells
this
me,
is just
yeah,
stupidity. Like, it's been disproven. It's been completely disproven.
one of the worst things you can call a human being, we agree, is a killer or somebody that's maybe or harmed a child would probably be also one of the worst things you can say, right? To throw that around, she did
absolutely nothing to help John O'Keefe. She saw him laying in the snow.
Oh
She called
my
911
God.
because Karen Reed was trying to revive him. But she did nothing.
Wow. Seriously? Wow. What is the most important thing to do? I think it would be to call 911, you dumb fuck.
She Googled, how long to die in cold at 2:27 a.m. Then she goes around town with Karen Reed pretending to look for John. They end up back at 3430 where John is laying in the lawn. Nobody saw him laying there.
There were no lights, no
calls
street lights. Okay, keep that in mind. No street lights. Dark night. They'd all been drinking. Going home to go to bed. This fucking bullshit that microdots and shit do with these recreations, they've got fucking lights all over the place out there. There are no street lights out there. I think somebody needs to go to that fucking lawn at midnight. Bring somebody with you. If you live in the area, Kate, if you hear me, grab Elise or somebody, go there at 10 o'clock at night, ask them if you can lay in their yard and fucking do a fucking side by side. Like, let's show what you can see in the middle of the fucking night. Ideally, do it this winter when it's snowing.
911 says that there's a guy laying in the snow. A guy passed out in the snow, is what she says. A guy who she claimed was her friend. A guy who she testified in open court was her friend.
She was fucking petrified
Said a guy
and in
passed
shock
out in the snow.
and trying to fucking
And then jumped to the
speak
conclusion saying that he was deceased. I think he's deceased.
because Carrie said that.
If you were trying to save his life, that wouldn't even enter your mind.
You are such a piece of shit,
Jen
Will.
McCabe is a shitty person.
No,
I
you a
heard
shitty
a
person.
recording of someone being as shitty as somebody could get in that situation.
She's the only one that
I heard a
fucking
recording.
called 911.
I don't know what you want me to do.
Carrie
I heard a
called
fucking recording of it.
Carrie called the cops in the fucking hospitals, but she didn't realize that she needed to call 911 until she fucking saw Karen brushing the snow off of John. She's seen Karen run to John. They still don't see him. They're sitting there. They don't see him, and they're looking for him.
So,
Let's throw it around to people who are normal people, Sean. You know, and like
Yes, no
Yeah.
doubt.
so. It makes me wonder, like, okay, in this conspiracy theory, who's believable?
oh, I forgot to tell the rest of the story. She then called her sister, who was inside the house that she was in the driveway of, and then lied about talking to her when she did talk to her because we heard a recording. Because John's ghost. I don't believe in coincidence, folks. I do not subscribe to coincidence. I believe that John O'Keefe.
Yeah, Karen saying, that body never hit my car. I didn't touch a hair on John O'Keefe's head, yet there's a hair of his on the bumper. Interesting fucking discovery piece there. And that one that is always in my fucking mind is Matt from Court TV out there saying, well, you must be sad. You must have loved him. She's like, no, we were just dating. We were just dating. She wanted to make it fucking perfectly clear that she didn't love him because she was fucking wanting to get laid by her fucking attorneys probably.
Absolutely has something to do with his voicemail recording Jen McCabe making that 911 call and speaking to her sister directly after that 911 call. That cannot be an accident.
She is fucking coming to the realization that her friend is laying in the fucking snow. You sick fuck.
I believe in a God. I have a good relationship with God.
Uh-huh.
And that relationship dictates to me that that cannot be an accident.
Mm-hmm.
And she said he'd been there maybe a couple hours, maybe.
No,
right?
she
Did
didn't
say
say
on
that.
the recording?
No, she did not fucking say that. She didn't know what the fuck happened. Nobody did except Karen.
She didn't go and knock on the door. She didn't say, hey, get your ass out here. Why do you guys know CPR?
You know what? Calling 911 was the most important thing that needed to be done. But now you're villainizing her for calling 911 and not using the correct words because she's in fucking shock and coming to fucking slow realization that this is fucking actually real fucking life.
I know Bryan does. Get your ass up out of bed and come out here. You've got a cop laying in your lawn. Dying.
Yeah, because if Bryan would have came out there, what part of conspiracy would that have played? I mean, this is such ridiculousness. Nothing that these people could have done would have been right in any of your eyes because it was always going to be a conspiracy. So he could have done this, he could have done that, they could have went this, they could have zigged when they could have zagged, and everybody fucking do this and that and the next. It's all part of the fucking conspiracy. So it doesn't matter if they did everything fucking perfectly to your fucking standards. Gross.
That's what any halfway decent person would do.
Be the villain. It's
Okay.
you know.
I mean, that's the thing, is why do we have to, like, I mean, I think that when this first came out, her lawyer, you know, characterized it as a tragic accident. I don't know that we have to cast a villain in the, you know, I'm sure that his family feels a little bit differently now, but this was their first impression, was that she just made a terrible mistake, and there was no hatred or evil in her
Exactly.
hearts until all this extra stuff.
See, this is her trying to be manipulative and failing.
You're
Right.
like,
So you don't have to cast a villain here, dude. Like, go back to all your tweets. What are you talking about?
is Steve Scanlon?
But you've heard Steve Scanlon, like, you've heard,
Like, this lady is killing me.
Man, you're a piece of shit.
heard the call, everybody's heard the call.
I'm assuming you've heard the call, Sean.
Have you heard the call, John?
At first,
Oh.
not, I did
Well,
not.
Okay.
you
I think
should
you
hear the
should.
call. You should,
Honestly,
because Steve
yeah.
Scanlon denies all of it, his own voice.
Did they get the call when he called Jeanette? Is that the call you're talking about? Did they get
No,
that?
his call with Aiden,
Oh.
Aiden Party, he recorded the whole thing. Sean has no knowledge of this. Sean has denied it. Sean,
Yeah.
not Sean, I'm sorry. Steve has denied it. Steve has threatened to sue people that want to reprint this. He doesn't. He denies knowing. He didn't even know who Colin Albert was.
Sean, I would love you to hear the clip. No, I would love you to hear it because I would like to hear your professional take on it. Where he's saying like, who's calling? Like it's damning, man. It's to me, it smacks of somebody who wants attention. And I'll put this out there too. And I'm sure you've noticed this from your vantage point. But there's a lot of characters that are inserting themselves into this for attention.
Yeah, they're out.
Right on all, it's just everywhere. Right, that's what people do. They see, you know, cameras. They hear, you know, oh, a platform where people will hear my word. Attention, belonging. I mean, I think that's how.
I'm being accused of that.
Right. Okay.
Hold on, real quick.
Yeah.
Fog of war, Jen. All right, think about this. Fog of war. You know what it is when you're smart.
I know what it is.
Fog of war, Jen, or who else, right? Is different from 3 years down the road on the stand, Jen. The fog of war. But the problem is this. Really, let's be honest here, because one of those witnesses that should have been called, I think, wasn't. And that was the FBI team that I guess it was said, right, by Yannetti in the famous, you know, tree trials that the FBI agents have discovered. And in fact, who points it out? I was really sure, because I want to give Jen an out here.
There's no out. I mean, I'll tell you at this point, Celebrate has now updated their software. They put out what's called a white note. I'm sure you know what a white note is.
I'm a bad example. I'm a bad shit. That's fine. I'm a bad example.
They have now put out a industry statement.
Stand.
And they have said that this is a mistake, but what pulled that data from Jen McCabe's phone, because it's not just her case, it's the fact that there was another one. Out of the
Listen
country.
up,
You know,
people.
This interpretation is a mistake, it's a software, they fixed it, it's not, like, I mean, it's like
I'm really sure. I was really sure.
I mean, I don't know who you would ask beyond Celebrate. Like,
See, this is she's spitting facts here, and Will's playing all this shit, so you can't hear the actual truth. This has been proven to be a fucking lie. It has been exposed, and now they fucking had the Vanity Fair lady print some bullshit, which is hopefully going to be debunked as well, because hopefully that bitch just fucking gets thrown out to the wolves and gets fired from her job for being so fucking not respectable and print shit that she had no right to print. And to come out and say that the Commonwealth has no comment. The Commonwealth cannot comment on an ongoing case. If you have fucking 2 brain cells to rub together, you fucking know that. They can't fucking speak on it. Just saying that just shows extra shade in your fucking character. Yeah, Steve Scanlon fucking is totally fucking is like, what are you talking about? It was a fucking lie. These fucking attorneys need to be in prison. They have fucking lied to the court over and over and over again. They took an oath. You fucking talk to, like, Crime Talk. He constantly says, no fucking client is worth my professional license, my dignity, my ethics. I will fight for them in court, but I will never fucking lie for them. These fucking 2 are the slimiest creatures.
I mean, that's literally, I mean, this is their software, one of their software engineers here saying this.
I hope Hank Brennan, if he's got the goods, that he powers down.
Mhm.
The problem is right now, Hank Brennan's not stupid by any stretch of the
I
imagination.
don't know about
The kid, the guy, right? He's 67, we can call everyone a kid. I still call kids kids.
Yeah.
Hank Brennan, by no stretch of the imagination, he's no dummy, right? I kind of think he's looking at Larry and said, what the fuck am I in? Whoa. Right, Larry, you get your
Miss Dark Humor, I'm curious what you're talking about. I don't know what you mean that what's been debunked about. Oh, the whole, like, her telling her, yeah. I get what you're saying now. Yeah, she never fucking said that. They just lie. And they literally, they make up evidence. They destroy evidence. Like, all of this is evidence tampering, too. All the shit that they've done. Like, they're committing fraud on the court. That fucking chalk that they did of John O'Keefe's arm, they should have never fucking done that. That's why Bev was fucking like, do not fucking show that. Do not fucking show that to anybody in the gallery, or I will not even fucking hear you on this shit. Like, she fucking told him, do not, there, no. And it was fucking tampered with. This is what Aiden does. He tampers with all of this shit. Yeah, he brings receipts. Guess what? Anybody can fucking make receipts and make it look real. Doesn't take fucking rocket science. He edits shit. He fucking tampers with shit. And then he spreads that shit.
Because now I'm blessed. I got the anointment. I got the blessing. Because I can now look at the 3,074. I can only imagine you put this fucking case on all this. And here's the thing. You really doubled down on Karen saying June of 2022. Now, we know by some of those things and Natalie's things like Mark, long before Aiden was even a he was doing Ratchet Madness. You probably, I don't know, you were on his team, I don't know. She said,
I started my 20, yeah.
I don't know. She said,
Yeah, it's stupid.
not 2020, we knew who killed John. We knew how they did it and how they're framing it. That's 2022.
Okay.
We know in June of 2022. Now, I don't know how they arrested her. I don't know if she had a couple of cocktails or whatever. She's probably pissed. But I can tell you right now, she confidently said, hey, you're now you.
Ugh. I'm sorry, guys. I really
I
want
do not
this to
know
be
the
over, but I want to see how it
circumstances
ends.
Like, what do you mean? What are you talking about exactly? What?
Are you in the joke? Are we in the joke on this? You know, the whole thing. I don't want to go the whole thing, right? Here's the bottom line.
But the problem with that, Sean, is that your source always goes back to what Karen says. Karen says. But this is Karen says that in June of 2022 they knew who did it and how she was framed. Why didn't they go to court?
Because she convinced herself that much that Yuri had to take it down. So no, don't say anything.
She's the most credible person in the whole fucking case.
No, don't say
Yeah, the person on trial for murder is the only one that any of you fucking dumb shits want to believe. And I mean that on purpose. I use the words want to. You want to believe it. You have to want to believe it to still think that this woman is not a psychopathic murderer. She could have fucking been in and out of jail. She could have done, I think she had an offer for 2 years. She would have been done in a year probably. And she wouldn't have had a murder charge. This bitch is gonna go down now. And she's gonna have lots of fucking other charges as a result of all of this shit. And it doesn't even fucking matter at this point. But again, for me, it's about the fucking, goes to the heart of the matter of holding her accountable for all of this shit. Just to keep her own ass out of trouble, she has ruined so many people's lives and disrupted so many people's lives. But yeah, Karen says. Okay, she's the one person on trial here. She's the one in the hot seat, but she's the only one telling the truth, guys. Out of 80 fucking witnesses, are you fucking out of your minds? And this DEA agent is sitting here trying to fucking tell me that he doesn't fucking know better than this? Unfucking believable.
Because again, that's another version of. I mean, in theory, objectively, with all this extra life, if you have a defendant that's changing their story a bunch, it's not great for the defendant.
That's
So
another bad
he
look
was
here.
telling her, as he should, you might not want to talk without your lawyer. Some cops would just let her talk. If I was a cop, I would probably just let her talk for whatever. And I don't know Yuri, but I've had a couple of interactions with him, and he was very much by the book.
He was literally trying to protect her when she was fucking talking and saying, we're all in on the same joke here, right? He's like, you probably want to talk to your attorney. She said something else smart. He was like, I mean, if you want to keep talking, we'll listen, but you probably want to consult your attorney. He didn't have to fucking say that. These people fucking were trying to help her. They were trying to throw her a bone. She's a fucking psychopath.
So,
Hold on.
See, it never occurs to these dummies that the reason why he was telling her you probably shouldn't talk about your lawyer, he wasn't doing it out of kindness. It's because he was afraid of what he was hearing. It's because he didn't want to.
Oh my God. Yeah, he was afraid of what he was hearing. He's so afraid. He knows that all of his coworkers are corrupt fuckers that are gonna throw their life and liberty and their family's lives and liberty into jeopardy just to fucking make something stick on some woman that they don't fucking know and don't care about, right? Okay.
Face the fact that she knew what was actually happening. He didn't want to face the idea that she was going to fight back. And it scared the shit out of him. Gotta be careful about what you say. That kind of shit.
Oh, I know. I hope so. Fucking Judge Bev has been so lenient. If she fucking doesn't come down with the fucking iron fist on this shit, I'm gonna cry. Because this bitch needs to be put away forever. No chance. All of this crap, and her fucking attorneys need to go too. They really need to be in prison. Not only disbarred, but in prison. It's disgusting what they've done. And yeah, Jen and Carrie were just two more victims of fucking bitch faces.
If she was guilty,
Trying to
then
do
yes,
the right thing and help her out. And of course, obviously, they were trying to find John. That was their first priority. But they weren't like alarmed. They had no reason to believe that they needed to be alarmed. Why was Karen so alarmed? Again, I ask you, I think about this. I dropped my boyfriend off at a party. Maybe we got in a little bit of a fight. I admitted to that on national television. So, okay, we got into a little bit of a fight. We were having a bickering match. He got out, told me to kick rocks. I was pissed. I left some mean messages. But now it's the next morning and he's not home, and I'm not calling his friends. I'm not calling hospitals. I'm not calling the jail to see if he got arrested. I'm not calling anybody. I'm just jumping to the conclusion that he's dead and he's been hit by a snowplow. And I'm going to call his friends and I'm going to say, John's dead, and hang up. And then I'm going to call another friend and say, I think he got hit by a snowplow. And then I'm going to say, my taillight is cracked. Did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Is he dead? I can't take care of these kids.
he would absolutely want her to.
When people fucking tell you who you are, listen, right, Miss Dark Humor? Fucking listen. She has told truths, and none of you want to believe the truth. She told you.
Keep talking. Of course. She can't be the stupid. She is the stupid.
What I'm trying to say is, why the hell did Loudon double down on that? There was no way to win that one. No way. He doubled down. Let's face it, he thought it was something else. Remember the pre-trial hearing? He thought it was-
Double down on what?
Yeah, not a phone.
Okay, well, before he played for the judge, right, this video, right, he made a statement, said, and we now have the defendant saying, right, that she saw these guys hit.
Yes,
Judge
Miss
Evans,
Dark
right? Well,
Humor.
he's also-
That's another good point that I continuously forget. Thank you. Yeah. So if Jen McCabe was this mastermind that had, been on this scheme that the men in her life were gonna beat the living shit out of John, and she was gonna Google how long it took for him to die in the cold because she wanted her friend to die a suffering, horrible, tragic death. She didn't want them to put him out of his misery. They just thought, we're just going to put him in our front yard so he can die. And then I'm going to look up how long that's going to take so I can time my discovery perfectly. And then I'm going to, I'm going to take Karen's call when she calls? Because I'm trying to cover up my friend's murder that I just committed? Had a hand in? I'm covering up? Fill in the blank? So I'm going to take her call and I'm going to go help her look for him? I'm gonna fucking be as far away from that shit as I can. I can't even put myself in that place. That's how absolutely fucking disgusting and asinine that is. For people to actually believe, I get that there's corruption, okay? Again, I went into this thinking that there was. This is like, you have to do so many mental gymnastics to believe any of this shit. It should fall apart day one of trial for everybody like it did me. It immediately was like, holy fuck, this is ridiculous. This is fucking gaslighting. This is fucking PR. This is fucking, then I found Roberta Glass and had her explain to me what innocence fraud was, and everything made sense.
Jesus Christ. He tripled down. He got it into the audio, right?
Mhm.
Why?
I don't know.
That's a good question. One more thing.
Sure.
Terry Roberts. Now, I'm gonna ask you a question, okay? Who had the blizzard party?
What do you mean the blizzard party?
I don't know. I'm asking who had the blizzard party that night.
The Alberts?
All right, we're going back
What's
to Terry
his
Roberts
point?
and Sean Good. Stuttering Sean.
What?
She makes that phone call. Allegedly, she talked to Karen. Like,
Well, Karen called her, so Karen,
Here we go.
it's not alleged because Karen admits this and there's phone records and Karen's testified to it.
I'm going somewhere. Did we see in any report, grand jury, police reports, that there was a blizzard party that night?
No.
Going somewhere here. Listen to me.
Okay.
All right, so during the conversation with Stephen and Sean, I feel bad listening. I shouldn't be that way. Sean, I'm sorry. I'm
He's
sorry.
probably not watching, but I'm sure he's.
You probably, so you shouldn't. This is
Jesus
like
fucking
a-
Christ, come on.
Like a Ronaldo's fell. Thinking out the post.
Oh, no, not the.
It's on tape where? Who had that?
It was her call right to him, this Wayne. The blizzard party. Kerry, I know you're watching. I got you here. Just tell me, what the hell? Who told you about a blizzard party? We know, it was an impromptu. It was like nightcap.
What is he talking about?
So I don't remember her saying anything on the phone.
Yeah, it's not familiar.
Blizzard party, no.
No, it was the oversight. The oversight. All right, I'll send it to you. Listen, Kerry, you know.
What are you accusing? I mean, I don't really, so, I mean,
Karen,
Karen had told them at this point, you know, where she had gone and that she dropped John off and.
I never heard Karen ever as a blizzard party.
So, I mean, I guess.
Who-
there were people at the house and there was a impending blizzard, I suppose you
Yeah.
could call that blizzard party.
You had Ryan doing his birthday.
Right.
What is he talking about?
Come on.
Well, I think that probably that information didn't make it to Karen, just that there was a group of people. I doubt that, not Karen, but Carrie. I doubt that Carrie was going into detail about it being Bryan Jr.'s birthday party. And Carrie Roberts didn't know the Alberts or the McCabe or any of these people, so she wouldn't have that information that it was Bryan Jr.'s birthday party.
I think it's strange that nowhere, anywhere, is it mentioned in a report again, a blizzard party. Again,
Why though?
Why?
I can't see the significance myself,
Yeah.
obviously, but I mean,
Okay, all right.
I'm open to opining on all sorts of things, Sean.
I mean,
What is his point?
Maybe you should ask
You
him.
know.
Again, I've heard Carrie's story personally on the stand. I mean, Carrie was
Oh my
Carrie was
God.
bulletproof enough that they didn't even bother to cross-examine her.
Really, no, it didn't.
The fact that she was bulletproof is that she was useless.
No, it was literally
Jesus,
that
this
she
is-
fucking
I
testified
said it's-
right after Jen McCabe, and she corroborated everything that Jen McCabe said, and Carrie Roberts didn't have one single dog in this fight. The only person that she had an allegiance or loyalty to was John O'Keefe. She had met Karen a couple times, didn't like her, wasn't her friend, didn't probably have much of an opinion that she talked about, except what she said, that she was a fucking nanny, fuck buddy, something to that effect. And she met Jen once when John took them out together to get them and their daughter's shoes, and as a thank you for their help with raising his niece and nephew, because Carrie and Jen independently were extremely helpful and loving to his family, but they didn't even know each other. So that is why Carrie Roberts' testimony was so fucking important, because everybody wanted to fucking throw Jen under the bus and say that she was this fucking big villain. But right after her testimony comes Carrie Roberts, who's only met the woman once, who fucking corroborated everything that Jen said, plus added her own experience, which was like, why would she give a shit? Why would she? John O'Keefe was her friend from fucking high school, so she's gonna conspire with his family to cover up the people that actually murdered her friend that she loved. She's gonna let those people walk, and she's gonna frame his girlfriend that she doesn't even fucking know or care about. Like, what? That's why the defense didn't cross-examine her. They wanted the jury to forget her fucking existence. They didn't want to give her any more time, give her any more credibility. They didn't want the jury to understand why her testimony was so important. They were like, nope, get out of here. We're going to move on. That's why it was so important. She shut that conspiracy train down right there. But nobody had the balls to admit it. You all continually just overlook truths. You continue to spout the misinformation and the disinformation. I can't even call it misinformation. You are knowingly spreading lies and ignoring facts. That never happened. That was bad for us, so we're just going to pretend it didn't happen. So, therefore, this is our fucking storyline. Everybody on the same page? Okay, we're just going to pretend like it didn't happen. We're going to gaslight everybody. We're going to spin it in our narrative.
Yeah. And a good friend of mine, did you see this, Sean? Did you hear it? I don't know. Listen, I said, holy shit, what's the blizzard party about? Now listen, I'll tell you where I'm going with this. Hypothetically, there maybe there was some before things going on. Like, listen, hypothetically, I'm not putting shade on Carrie.
That's a huge leap.
I'm saying, listen.
But that's, I mean, there has to, even hypotheticals are not how, I mean, they're not fair. Hypothetically, you just did a bunch of heroin before the stream. Like, you see how unfair that is? No, that's unfair. That's not, I'm not saying that. That was an example. That would be unfair.
And again, and that's the jump.
I don't know, man. That dude in the middle, That might be fair.
funny here, Sean, but I would say that these kind of hypotheticals, I'd be more comfortable with these kind of loose hypotheticals if we weren't putting it out into the media, because, and I'll tie up with this, because, and maybe you would agree, maybe you wouldn't, but there seems to be a large enough group of people out there, okay, and I won't pin it to a side, that act on hypotheticals and they do negative things to other people, right? So I kind of get where Kate's coming from this. I get that you're trying to walk out an idea, and I understand that, but I think I hate using this word. I'm not trying to sound smart, but it's kind of incumbent upon us, for lack of a better word, to be responsible, be careful with our hypotheticals when we're in this, you know, in this
Space
Depending on
in the
what-
universe. Yes, we need
You add some boost to it. Now it gets a little.
that earlier on, and now that you're not.
we need to use caution, and we need to understand that we are affecting people's lives, and we need to act with integrity and dignity, and we need to leave the world a better place than it was when it found it.
In certain games, like you come up, you said, like, look, you know, I don't back up harassment of folks. Okay, you said that, so that kind of right, and that kind of goes against the grain with how they operate, right? Because we've seen it.
You think that if something come up?
Yet he's accusing Jen McCabe and Bryan Albert of being murderers and doing this cover up. So I don't understand it. It's an oxymoron. He can't fucking talk out of both sides of his mouth here.
My house, my wife at home, right? 200 people. You think I don't fucking annihilate them? Absolutely. I did. Don't do that.
And maybe for the simple reason that you have come out and said, that's not, like, as you put it, right, that's not my bag, that's not how I roll. Okay, that makes you less useful to them because you're not playing ball, right? You're not as controllable. And if you're not controllable, then how do we burn you?
What?
That might be one way.
Hey, boom.
You know?
That's not bad. I'll tell you, right? I said this to Aiden, said this to Karen. Why in the name of God? Knowing what Natalie had, her role that she played. Why would you kick it to the curb? Right?
What are you talking about, J. Ray? What did he agree on that you're shocked about? That he doesn't believe in people throwing people under the bus, but he does it all the time?
My whole thing up until, I don't know, August was keeping her on ice. Yes, Natalie, please, you're fine. Try to keep this thing from blowing up.
Dude, they kicked her to the curb
See?
because
He's literally saying he was trying to avoid the truth from coming out because all these people are going to burn and our money train's going to run out. Let's see what Will's intelligent fucking comment is on this shit.
she was getting weird. She was weirding Karen out.
Because she
That-
knew the fucking truth. She figured it out. And she was horrified.
That's why. And she was obsessed with the high-profile aspect of the case. And she was looking to leech off of the notoriety that Turtle Boy was getting from covering the case. She was dead weight.
Oh my God. Everybody that decides that Karen Reed is guilty, they do it because they hate Turtle Boy. They're jealous of Turtle Boy. They had a falling out with Turtle Boy. Every single one of them. Everybody that was on Karen's side and then decided she is fucking guilty and actually came out with were brave enough to say this is not okay and she is guilty. It's all Turtle Boy. They did it because they were pissed at Turtle Boy. All of these fully functional, intellectual, adult human beings that were totally loving. We wanted them near us and in our chats and giving their money and their super chats to me while they were FKR. But as soon as they have a different opinion from me, they're the fucking devil and they literally are just saying that they don't believe in Karen Reed's innocence anymore because they had a fight with Turtle Boy. Grow the fuck up, you 50-year-old kindergartner.
Like, I don't understand what's so hard to understand about that.
And
What do
then,
you mean by this thing from blown up?
okay, so her whole thing was this. Sean, please, talk to Karen. I said, I want to talk to Karen. Lie. What do I want to say? Look at her. I want to say, all right, Natalie. I said, I need to keep her on ice, right? Because she said, oh, Karen got mad at me and Aiden got mad at me. Fine. I said, Natalie, calm down. And then she went to the Broncos. The whole story's there. You've talked to her, Kate. I know you have. I don't have any problems with that, right? The thing is, here we go again. Boom, you said it. Right? They know what I know. And now they're kicking the shit. See, that kid hasn't learned yet. Now they're kicking the shit. Listen, I'm not here because of him. I'm here because of me. I'm not running scared. And guess what? You know, okay, you have enough respect for me. I have enough respect for you. I don't give a shit. All this stuff.
Here's my thing. I'm still waiting to fucking hear what Sean's actual gripe is with Turtle Boy. Am I fucking crazy?
That he's been lying.
All I've heard so far is that he was pissed off that Karen didn't send him an emoji for condolences because his brother passed. That's all I'm hearing. What did Turtle Boy do to Sean to hurt his ego?
I think that it's that he figured out that he was being lied to, which again, Like, I can't believe that he didn't realize that a lot sooner. I feel like he is trying to have some self-preservation in all of this by starting to leak shit out slowly. But, like, he fucking knew she was lying. But I think that that's his fucking gripe. Turtle Boy's been lying. He was lying to everybody. He said he didn't fucking talk to Karen Reed. He talked to Karen Reed since day one. That's where he was getting all of his information. Karen Reed's attorneys and Karen Reed were talking to Aiden, giving him their story to put out into the fucking ether. Okay? Then they went into court, and there's fucking video of Alan or David Unetti slapping Turtle Boy on the ass as they're going into court. But yet these attorneys pretend like they don't even know Aiden. They don't talk to Aiden. Who's Aiden? He's a journalist. Oh, we're getting our information from a journalist. That's what they're telling Judge Bev. Guess what? They're going into court with the information that they gave Aiden to put out into the universe so that they could walk into court and say they're getting this information from a journalist. He is the furthest thing from a fucking journalist in the fucking world, and that is fraud on the court.
So bad. What the fuck is going on here? What is this about? We know you're here because of you. We know you're not here because of Turtle Boy. We know Turtle Boy didn't do anything.
Oh my God, seriously? Nothing. Oh, he's
What did he
perfect.
make you so upset about? And the truth is I don't even really care because it's very personal. But he's making it very public. He just decided to just jump out all over the internet and start being like, hey, blah, 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 you're done, blah, blah, blah. And then like, okay, well, why? At no point have I heard him bring some sort of case as to why Turtle Boy is for some reason not the Turtle Boy that we should be praising as much as we are.
Well, Turtle Boy's a fucking royal piece of shit, for one thing. I think I can stop there. He has no integrity, no morals, no ethics. He will throw anybody under the bus to save his own ass. He's a fucking dangerous psychopath, in my personal opinion. My very strong and informed opinion.
Because if it's the whole Lindsay thing,
Oh
I
my
don't feel bad for
God.
Lindsay.
Of course you
I
don't.
saw evidence that dictates that
Yeah, he fucking skewed the evidence.
A, she colluded with others to set him up, and B,
Oh.
that she's an insane person. Like,
She is an actual victim, and all of these assholes call her a fake victim. It is beyond disgusting.
I listened to a recording of her threatened to pack her 4 children in her car, drive over to Aiden's house, sit in his driveway, and perform an abortion in front of her own children. I heard a recording of her threatening to do this. I didn't hear Turtle Boy. I didn't read it in a Turtle Boy article. I heard a fucking recording of her doing this. I'm trying to understand. Like, you have 3 Betero letters so far that claim that there's proof that this woman was used by Kate Peter and by Tully and by Ken Mello to set Turtle Boy up. I don't feel sorry for this person. I don't feel sorry for her at all. So, what's going on here? Did he start talking to her?
J. Ray, if you're talking about Karen's attorneys with Turtle Boy, it was a personal relationship. They were feeding him information so that they could go into court and pull fraud on the court. Josh Levy used Turtle Boy's fucking news station to fucking cross-examine Jen McCabe and Matt McCabe and the Alberts and all of these people in the fucking grand jury. And he personally did that himself and used Turtle Boy News to do it with. That is corruption. And as far as Kate hating him, yeah, she's very upfront about that. And the reason that she feels so strongly is because she literally worked for him. If you go watch her videos, she explains it all. So yeah, she fucking heard him latch onto this, and she said, I gotta check this out because I know him and I know that this is fucking bullshit. And she went and got all the court documents, and she fucking started taking a stand on the situation, and so she should. Yeah, I don't give a shit why she got into it. In the process, she helped the O'Keefes and all of the other families involved. And now she is their to help. So, yeah, she fucking knew Turtle Boy's MO. She knew that he doesn't ever do anything out of respect and truth and justice for anybody. He gets fucking his he gets off on fucking being a bully and bringing other people down. That's what makes him happy in life. That is a psychopath.
What's going on here?
Okay, and then very, let's put it this, a good adversary, right, against me, which is fine.
No, I mean, it's not money. People saying that he's looking for money, he's trying to get money. He's pissing his money away as we speak. His money's gone. I'm not saying that he doesn't have any. I'm not saying, I don't know. I'm saying, but his means of making money on YouTube, down the crapper. You think anybody's gonna log on to his channel now and start sending him fucking super chats? Like they were a week?
Okay, guys, listen. The glare is once again exposing who he is. Listen up for those of you in the back.
I'm not saying that he doesn't have any. I'm not saying, I don't know. I'm saying, but his means of making money on YouTube, down the crapper. You think anybody's gonna log on to his channel now and start sending him fucking super chats? Like they were a week ago? After this? Fuck no.
I find this really funny, so I'm going to do it again.
His money away as we speak. His money's gone. I'm not saying that he doesn't have any. I'm not saying, I don't know. I'm saying, but his means of making money on YouTube.
Will is telling you
down
who
the
he is.
crapper.
Will is telling you who he is. He's telling you who
You
all
think
these people are.
anybody's gonna log on to his channel now and start sending him fucking super chats like they were a week ago? After this? Fuck no.
Exposed.
So the idea that he's doing this for money is ridiculous.
Right. So, you probably should stop calling Kevin a grifter then, huh? Because anybody who is speaking the truth, they're not doing it to make money. Nobody is. You guys are the ones doing evil deeds to make money. Once again, Will is telling you who he is. Listen to him. He's telling you who all of these fucking assholes are. Every creator pushing this narrative, this is who they are.
You think anybody's gonna log on to his channel now and start sending him fucking super chats like they were a week ago? After this? Fuck no. So the idea that he's doing this for money is ridiculous. That's no way. Like, he's done. You're done.
And listen, I get it. I deserved it. Right? I'm not here. No, I did. Listen, I did. I'm not here, right, to jump ship. I'm not. Unless, okay, you and the,
You are jumping shit.
people,
You don't get to do that,
known
Sean.
as the,
You don't get to do that, Sean. You don't get to put that shit on us. Okay? You're the one who jumped shit. And I explained why earlier. A woman's life is on the line right now.
A murderer. She's a murderer.
And the only thing that she has behind her, the only thing that she has as leverage, are voters in Massachusetts and their support. Not that they would vote for her, that's not what I mean. I mean, the fact that she has the public on her side is the only thing that scares the people that she's fighting. The system that she's fighting. It's the only weapon that she has to defend herself.
She doesn't give a shit about any of y'all.
The truth and the people is all she's got.
Look at what she's doing to her dad. Look at a picture of
The
her
truth and the
dad
people is all that she's got.
before this happened.
And
And
you're-
2.5 years later, look at his picture now. She's killing him with her lies.
You're trying to discredit her, and you're putting people in an unfair position where you feel like they should all of a sudden side with you over your little fucking gripe with her because she didn't send you a condolence emoji. She's fighting for her fucking life, dude. What fucking planet are you on, dude? We're over here. Where are you going?
the what's called the Jules can lay it out for me. I'll jump, but I can't jump because I know in my heart everything in my fiber that she's 1,000,000,000% innocent. Now, is that right? rubs people the wrong way, fine. All the mofos out there that say, oh, Sean's running cut Elise. God forbid I have Elise on speed dial.
No,
God forbid I
dude,
was friends with her when she went out
nobody is,
and did.
nobody, no, dude, nobody gives a shit that you're turning your back on Karen Reed. Yeah, it sucks if you are. That's not the point. You're turning your back on her support bond. That's the issue here. You're turning your back on the support for her, which is all she's got.
Heaven
That's
forbid.
why people are pissed off.
Heaven forbid he brings out truths that people
That's
don't
why
like.
There's 188 watching over there and 2,000 and 500 watching over here.
Again, guys, he's
Fine.
telling you who he is. He's telling you what he's about. He's telling you what's important to him and all of these fucking assholes on YouTube that are pushing this narrative. He's telling you over and over and over again.
1,000 if you count Twitter. That's why.
Rushed the Stoughton District Court to cover Aiden's arrest. God forbid I would never talk to that woman, right? You know what I'm saying? Here I'm saying, I'm being facetious here. This is what they do. You're right, Boomer. Why would she do that, knowing what she gave me, like that text, saying he's a liability? He blew me up. That phone.
So that's your play here. Is to use Karen's text saying that.
So apparently, for me, and again, I need to watch Roberta Glass's episode from tonight. So I don't know all this backroom drama because I don't get into all that shit except what Roberta Glass and other credible people tell me. But it sounds to me like Sean is saying, well, Karen said that he's a liability, and apparently she said that he's gonna blow this all up and he's gonna fucking take the wind out of my sails. And so in Sean's deluded mind, he's like, well, fuck him then. If he's gonna make your life hard, because I believe she's 1,000% factually innocent. Sean, you can't fucking believe that. You can't. And if you do, you need to fucking take a break and think about what it means to be in law enforcement and what the fuck you've done. Okay? But going with what I think is in Sean's mind, he's saying, Turtle Boy, Karen said that he's a fucking liability. So he's pissed at Turtle Boy because Turtle Boy's been lying. He's been spreading all this fucking stupid shit. He talks shit about Sean, says he's crazy, fucking whatever. And so in his mind, he's saying, well, fuck Turtle Boy because he's fucking hurting Karen and Karen's innocent. And so Will has a problem with that? I don't fucking get it. This is such demented thinking. Again, with the mental gymnastics.
Turtle Boy is a liability. To try to turn people against Turtle Boy. Karen turned her back on Turtle Boy, so why shouldn't everybody else? That's some fucking grassy shit, dude. It's some really low, snaky, grassy shit, man. I gotta call it as I see it. It just is. Because here's the thing about that. I don't give a fuck. I don't care. I look at Turtle Boy as a source for
Once again, Will is telling you who he is every 5 seconds. Listen.
information. And I like Turtle Boy, don't get me wrong. I gotta call it as I see it. It just is. Because here's the thing about that. I don't give a fuck. I don't care.
He doesn't care. He doesn't give a fuck.
I look at Turtle Boy as a source for information.
Turtle Boy is spreading absolute lies that he's getting straight from Karen Reed and her fucking defense attorneys. And therefore, I'm going to take all that disinformation and I'm going to sit on YouTube every fucking day and I'm going to collect super chats and collect money from YouTube and collect memberships and all of this money, and I'm going to take donations and I'm taking this much out of that and this much out of that, and I'm going to raise all this money by spreading the disinformation that Turtle Boy tells me, and then I'm going to plead ignorance because I can say, well, I got my information from Turtle Boy and he's a journalist. It's
And I
disgusting.
like Turtle Boy, don't get me wrong. I get along with Turtle Boy.
Yeah,
But
that
again,
doesn't
we're not-
surprise me at all.
We're not fucking babysitting each other's kids. You know what I'm saying? Like,
You're cut from the
get
same
along,
cloth,
right?
Will.
but the problem with this is it's not about him to this point. It's not about him to the point that you're making it.
So
Because-
here's what I think is happening. Sean is saying he believes in Karen. Karen's pissed at Aiden. Karen says Aiden's a liability. Therefore, I'm just speaking the truth. And if I believe I got into this whole thing because I feel like she's innocent, then fuck him. He's not telling people to tell Aiden to fuck off, but the glarer is taking it so personally. Why is he personalizing this? He needs to study Buddhism.
It affects me. The
Oh.
relationship that I have.
I didn't even know that was coming. That was not planned. It affects me. Right after I say, why is he taking this so personally?
It's not about him to the point that you're making it. Because it affects me. The relationship that I have with Turtle Boy, I'm very secure in. And it's so simple.
Yeah, you can't rock the boat at all. You can't ask questions. You can't disagree. It is very finite fucking line drawn in that sand. And you are comfortable with it because you are just as much of a piece of shit as he is. I hear you, Will. Keep talking.
That if I see that Karen Reed sent a text saying that Turtle Boy's a liability, that means shit to me. It doesn't change my opinion of Karen, and it doesn't change my opinion of Turtle Boy. It shows that that is how she felt.
If she thinks that he's a liability, I mean, like, I can't even digest this. My brain hurts.
At that very moment about Turtle Boy and however he conducts himself and however he puts out the information. That means that he might be burning a bridge with her as a source. That's none of my business. I'm not here to tell Turtle Boy how to do his fucking job. That's beyond the boundaries that Turtle Boy and I have. That goes well beyond those boundaries. I have healthy boundaries that I have between myself and other people on YouTube. I'm not going to tell Turtle Boy how to do his job. I'm simply going to be grateful every time there's new information that he provides. Period. That's it. Keeps my beefies nice and safe and cozy. I don't know why Sean, a grown-ass man, can't do this himself. Who cares if Karen Reed said that she thinks that Turtle Boy's a liability? I don't. I don't fucking care.
He's telling you who he is.
I mean, what does he think the rest of the world is going to do with that
He
information?
doesn't care. He just wants
Other
to
than
make
just see
money.
through his motives for putting it out there. Right, exactly. Turtle Boy also does not care. Because if that text took place at that point, how much information has Turtle Boy still provided since then? That's not my business. Who Turtle Boy has as a source and who he doesn't. You know what I mean? Like, you kind of were what? I don't know what that means. I forgot what I just said that was a response to. I don't understand why he thinks that this is.
I hope this is almost over. It's like you're in the middle of a bad movie, you know, and you can't turn it
He
off.
has sources that allow him to do that.
Because you've committed yourself to this far in. I just have to see how it ends. I'm so fucking irritated.
Period. That's it. Nothing else. Karen Reed is not obligated to have relationships with anyone here. She's not obligated to send you condolences when someone passes that you're close to. She's not obligated to go beyond the existing boundary between her and the public. She's not obligated to do any of these things. And it makes you kind of fucking weird to expect her to.
And 2 years of everything on it. Like, I can't, listen, I don't know what the hell thing says.
I know what you're saying, but again, too, I would throw that back at you, right? It's like that move of her saying that, like, oh, I had all this shit, and then that, and you know, dude brought heat to me, right? Blew up my shit. Again, like, in my personal experience, when I hear that turn of phrase, when I hear that language,
It means
because it sounds like criminals.
exactly. Why does she care if he's saying shit? If she's so factually innocent, Sean, how can he blow her up? How could he have any fucking power over her and her life if he didn't have dirt on her?
They speak. I've heard a few of them speak, and they speak like that. You brought heat to my
Just the fact that he's entertaining a conversation with these fucking morons.
front door. You blew up my shit. You got my phone taken. You know what I mean? This is an angry criminal. Now, I'm not saying that's her now, but that's what it sounds like.
She's right. She wasn't lying. She was right. Bill Reed was right what he did. What changed? Why did Nikki get demoted? Why did Nikki Rocco get demoted? It was.
I don't know.
It was
I can explain exactly what changed, and you know too. Aiden got upset at being iced out, so he threatened.
You know what it's like seeing Sean do this shit, dude? You know what it's like? It's like fucking finding. It's like somebody.
Threatened to turn Karen into the police, right? And she capitulated to that. So from my perspective, you usually don't threaten to turn someone into the police who isn't actually engaged in conspiracy with you in that case. And certainly if someone threatens that, you don't freak out and capitulate to them unless you're trying to stop them from going to the police for something legitimate.
We're back to cheaper to keeper.
Okay, that is the most important thing that everybody needs to hear. So let's do this.
turn Karen into the police, right?
I
And
just,
she
okay.
she capitulated to that. So
Listen, for those of you in the back,
The balls are gone.
threatened to turn Karen into the police, right?
I
And
just, okay.
she capitulated to that. So from my perspective, you usually don't threaten to turn someone into the police who isn't actually engaged in conspiracy with you in that case. And certainly, if someone threatens that, you don't freak out and capitulate to them unless you're trying to stop them from going to the police for something legitimate.
did everybody hear that? That's really the important thing that needs to be said.
Back to cheaper to keeper.
I'm gonna,
You know?
I'm gonna go appeal to Bryan, Albert, and Cal Dougal, and any other cop out there, right? You don't fuck around with the person that can do you the worst, right? Right, every cop knows, right? You know, loose cannon out there, keep them safe, keep them pacified, right? Like, he was squawking, it's like, you know, Natalie, she could be squawking, right? Why haven't they learned their lesson?
But I mean, to be fair, Natalie certainly did not talk to the police out of anger from anything I know of her or anything.
No.
It was genuine.
Oh, no.
And like,
Oh yeah,
What-
no,
what
not
did-
at all.
What did you say, J. Ray? I can't even see that icon or that symbol that you put because my eyes are so fucked up right now. Listen, J. Ray, sit down and I don't know, is that an ear maybe? Listen? Yes, you really do. You need to listen. If Turtle Boy doesn't know anything about anything and Karen Reed is factually innocent and all of the things that they're doing is totally on the up and up, why in the fuck is she worried about him being a liability? A liability in what? And why is she capitulating to his fucking blackmail and extortion? And why is Jackson having to fucking come in and try to fucking get these two children to fucking cooperate with each other?
That interview with Tully, did she seem butthurt? And not at all did she spend the whole fucking time talking about stupid Netflix documentaries and shit. No, not at all.
I don't really spend a lot of time in my life worrying about who's gonna be like squawking because I'm not committing crimes, you know, with my friends. So
That's
like,
what I'm
it's
saying. When
fine,
it comes
right?
back to this, it's
Yeah.
it's the way of the walk. And I want to sneak this into just because I haven't got to yet. I feel compelled. I've spoken with Natalie a fair amount myself, and I think one way that she's been, I believe, misrepresented in general is the attention seeking. That can't be farther from the truth. I don't believe she wants attention, especially. You know what I'm
She
saying?
literally tucked tail and ran away. She doesn't want to be a part of this at all. I don't know the woman, but you don't see her fucking going on these shows. You don't see her on her YouTube channel. She does not want the attention that all these assholes are trying to give her.
And she's
It's like he heard me. It's like he heard me.
she's a sweetheart, man. I really don't think she's clout chasing. I don't see it.
No, she was very nice to me, right?
Yeah.
Very nice. The only thing I'm a little off on her, and she'll tell you, right? You know, the group that was formulated, right? I don't know, Coltrane, you know, evidence for John, whatever it was. They released the hair. Who had that, right? And I said, Natalie, please tell me, right? You didn't do this. She's showing a ton of it. I said, okay. So I didn't sit well with me because I knew she went to the Rockos. The Rockos went to Karen, and Karen said, don't ever talk to her again, right? So when the Rockos, they cut her off. I know that. There's that. Natalie's not the bad person in this. Natalie was the person that went from A to B. She was the middle person. I'll take A, I'll give it to B.
I'm trying to understand what the fucking significance of all this is. That's what I'm trying to get at.
The
We
conspiracy.
moved past-
This is what it is. She fucking was the middleman between Karen and Aiden. They were trying to insulate themselves from the very charges that they brought of witness intimidation and conspiracy and all this shit. The fact that you are playing dumb, well, I don't think you really have to play dumb, but really? Well, A to B to C. A, Karen. B, Natalie. C, Turtle Boy. Natalie fucking tucked tail and ran away, and then they fucking just cut out the middle guy. And Jackson had to play fix that boo-boo.
the fucking Natalie shit months ago. Why is this coming up now? Why is this? We're about to fucking do. Karen Reed just fucking appealed her just stood in front of the fucking SJ's.
Which was a complete sham on the court, and one more reason to fucking throw her lawyers into fucking prison, because they know that they're fucking lying in their affidavits. They know that this jury did not fucking vote to acquit her on anything. This is more PR, keeping it in the media, trying to raise more money, fucking bullshit, bullshit, bullshit. More fraud, fraud, fraud.
See, in Massachusetts, the highest court in Massachusetts, to appeal the decision in a trial that should have never fucking happened in the first place, that this guy spent months saying that it never should have happened in the first place, and now, and has another hearing in front of those same judges tomorrow. And we're talking about Natalie? We're talking about fucking Natalie?
What's the court for tomorrow? Does anybody know? I didn't even know there was more court for her tomorrow.
We're talking about Natalie and Turtle Boy, and we're talking about Natalie and Karen Reed, and we're talking about Turtle Boy and Karen Reed. And now the Rocco's coming to play. Who gives a fuck?
Not you.
I mean, right, like, and I believe this so much because of what I've been listening to here. There's so much, you didn't even know the details in which the circumstances in which Karen Reed was actually placed under arrest. What are you talking about? How long have you been talking about this? Because I understand missing certain details. There are certain details like that I'm like, oh shit, I must have missed that. That happens. There's a shit ton of information out there. I forget people's names all the time. I get all that.
No, this is,
Yeah, dude,
he literally just said she's going to be in front of those same judges tomorrow. I don't know if they have to go back to get their ruling. I thought they were going to issue a written ruling, but I don't know.
In which the person was arrested, where you're talking about evidence and you're talking about how the investigation was conducted and how everyone dropped the ball. Who is this Amber person? Man, I don't know. There was somebody.
But if we get an oral ruling, I hope we do, because that shit needs to be fucking, I gotta fucking find out how to have a live stream for 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, that I can just play their fucking ruling over and over and over and over again. Because they want to say that this is first impression fucking, like, oh, I'm sorry. You don't think that if every fucking criminal defendant had sleazy attorneys that threw their integrity and their professional dignity out the fucking window for some fuck buddy that they're trying to defend against a murder that she committed and they know it, that they would fucking make more fucking fodder and fucking lie even more to try to get more shit, more public fucking interest, raise more money for her defense so that I can line my pockets more? Like, it's complete and utter bullshit. It is not first impression. Every single criminal defendant would plead, would say, every fucking lawyer would come back and say, well, the jury, we got phone calls from these jurors, and they said they acquitted, and so we think that you should drop the charges. Okay, thank you, Twitter, YouTube, and whatever fucking else, Facebook bullshit. We're gonna take our Supreme Justice, American justice system is gonna take a fucking vote on Twitter and YouTube and Facebook and whatever the fuck else, and we're gonna ask those people on Twitter if they're guilty. We're gonna just throw up a poll and we're gonna let them decide what the Supreme Courts do in our the United States of America. Like, what in the actual fuck?
Yeah, there was somebody in that. She changed her name, but yeah, he's got a mod, like, mine for him that I'm just like, I can't. Like, she's fucking scary, if I'm being totally honest.
But guess what? Now, Boomer, here's the thing. She was on signal. She kept everything. Everything she kept. Now, listen, I don't think she keep everything. Was that her?
I don't believe she did keep everything, and that's my take on it. I think she kept some things.
Okay.
Yeah.
Everything is fucking kept until you fucking delete it. What do you mean?
Okay, so.
Like, I don't think she was filing everything. Like, I'm gonna put folders together. Like, that's a certain you know what I mean?
I said Natalie files it. No.
No. I'm not even nodding to that. But I mean, like, I'm actually nodding to another character that does do that. And I think you probably know what I'm talking about, right? Keeps folders, keeps files on everybody, right? Like, that's a different way of walking, right? You know. And I don't. All I'm saying is I don't think that. My read on Natalie is she's not that type of person. I think, and I do believe the reason why she turned over, let's just call it evidence, okay, is, as Kate said, I do believe this to be genuine, the truth. She felt guilty, man. She changed her whole mind. It's her thoughts changed. She believed one thing prior, and then one thing after. I don't think it's all reduced down to. No. My point is this.
I can explain to you what I mean. I can't speak.
Yeah, absolutely. Hold on. Let me shoot you.
Yeah, I can explain to you what changed her mind, and it certainly wasn't being kicked out of the club, because there was a
Right.
significant gap between when she was kicked out of the club and when I ended up speaking to her.
Yeah,
And,
exactly.
but what changed her mind is that she was given access to all of the documentation and information, because Karen tends to push just one half of it. She was able to speak to police. She was able to speak to John's family, John's friends, some of the witnesses, and she was able to get to know people and get information and ask questions. She approached it with an open mind. When I first spoke to her, she absolutely still believed that Karen was innocent. And that's fine. And she knew that something was maybe a little bit funny with Karen. Giving out information on the witnesses, all that stuff. But she still was like, I don't have anything. I wish her well, and I believe in her innocence. I just can't be involved anymore. What changed her mind was to then, look at the people that have been affected by this, listen to their stories, and kind of make their own determination. So she came in with an open mind, and when she was able to speak to the police, was able to ask them questions about things that were kind of nagging at her, or she had some doubt about previously, and that sort of, helped her reconcile in her head and come up with, sort of her own determination about what happened based on, her own questions and the evidence that she was requesting. So, and I think that's fair, and I have a lot of respect for her. I think she's a really emotional person, and she's.
Like, dude.
You can't handle the truth, Will.
You need to shut the fuck up.
What's happening now? What is happening now? What? What's up, dude?
What's going on, man?
Oh God.
I don't even know what's happening right now. Like, everybody just went quiet. Oh,
You
this guy's
guys,
muted. That's why.
if you haven't heard-
He's the guy in the middle.
If you haven't heard Kate's 911 call when Lindsay was in court that day and Aiden had to leave, oh my God. Roberta Glass had it on her show the other night. And I've heard it before, but that's the easiest way for me to tell you where it is. It was on the end of her show the night, maybe last night or the night before, Kate's fucking 911 call. Oh my God. It literally, I fucking had a migraine as I do again today from this shit, and I just cry laughing. It's so fucking funny. If you need a good laugh, you gotta go listen to that 911 call. It's fucking priceless. And how she can fucking say the shit that she says completely serious. Like, it is the funniest fucking shit in the world.
Talking like,
Oh, that guy is like.
I don't know who that guy is.
These are the kind of miscreants she finds on like Discord. Like she has like no real life friends, so she has to find just random guys named Boomer who like sit in their mom's basement and play games all day, and they like talk like this, And conveniently, they all just happen to like agree with like everything.
Gross. So, is Kate's show over? I have no tolerance for this. I mean, I can't even believe I put up with the glare. Glare is, to me, almost as bad as Turtle Boy, if not as bad. He's pretty disgusting.
Contradictory to everything that we. Defend yourself and speak up.
Because I can't listen to people who don't have any intelligence or no integrity and can't think for themselves and are just fucking sheep. It's something I just cannot do. And I've sat here for I don't know how many hours I've been sitting here, like 4 or some shit. I can't even believe it. It's awful. But it looks like
we could go out and have drinks. We could. Yeah, of course.
I don't know if Kate's stream was over. I'm gonna have to go check.
Thank you for everything you do, and I appreciate you. I mean, there's the SJC hearing. There's another hearing. I think we're going to hear from Alan Jackson and David Yannetti at that one, where Karen is fighting to have her
the counts thrown out.
Charges dropped from the first 2 charges. Are
Such a fucking sham. Oh my God. The fact that they don't have enough integrity, like, take a fucking seat, you fucking fucks. God, they really do belong in prison.
Sorry, charges 1 and 3 have those dropped because the jury.
Do you actually think that the Supreme Court of Massachusetts is going to dismiss charges based on slimy defense attorney's words? It's never gonna fucking happen. You are so fucking delusional.
They were unanimous that she was not guilty on those 2 charges. So she is fighting right now to have those charges dropped, and hopefully they order at the very least Marty Weinberg's request and plea to order that the jurors are voir dire.
No, there's absolutely no fucking precedence for that. There's no reason that they needed to do that. Those lawyers knew exactly what they were getting into. They took a fucking victory lap and stood on those courthouse stairs and fucking said that they ain't got no quit. They were happy with the fucking hung jury because the alternative was her going to prison. They were no shrinking violets, and nobody can fucking argue that. Alan Jackson fucking told Judge Bev Canoni that he doesn't give a shit how Massachusetts does it. He doesn't fucking care. He wants it done the way that he wants it done, and he's having a temper tantrum about the fucking verdict slips. But yet this same attorney is gonna stand before the Supreme Court and say that he didn't have a fucking opportunity to fucking object to the hung jury, and then go out on the courthouse stairs and talk about how fucking proud they are of Karen Reed and how strong she is, and they're gonna fight this to the end. It's disgusting.
And we find out it's
And they've completely made a mockery of their professional careers, and they should go to prison.
exactly whether or not these charges were unanimously not guilty.
No,
let's just get to the truth. There's
they
nothing
weren't.
wrong with getting to the truth. And that's all that we ask, is that jurors came forward, they presented an issue, and
Social media is not going to dictate the American justice system, the actions that they take, and the decisions that they make.
in the interest of justice, it's vital that we investigate it. In the interest of justice, it's vital that it's investigated. And they get to the bottom.
No. Jury deliberations are sacrosanct. I'm trying to think of the word. My brain is so fried right now. It is absolutely not. Go listen to the arguments today. How are you supposed to ask them questions without then having to ask further questions? No. Those notes were artfully written. And to my ear, they said, there are people on this jury that are FKR, and they will not fucking hear us. They will not even fucking tell us why they won't fucking convict her. Like, they didn't say that, obviously, but these people are stuck in their fucking, whatever. It was very eloquently written. There was no fucking illusion of fucking not being able to object to a fucking hung jury. It's fucking stupid.
Love it. So, anyways, you guys are absolutely fantastic. I really appreciate all of it.
And this grossness, he really tries to sell himself as I appreciate you and I'm so grateful for you and I just think that you're the best people in the world, but if you fucking if you don't believe in the same shit I believe, tomorrow I'll wake up and tell you to go fuck yourself. That's what he should say, because that's what he does. All right, y'all, if anybody's still in here, thank you for sticking with me this long. This is I fucking hate doing this. I need to stop doing this. I can't even see how long I've been on, but I know I've been on for way too long, and I've wasted my entire night on this bullshit, but I'm just trying to fucking spread awareness and call these people out and, give truth where truth needs to be. Kate is a warrior. Elise is a warrior. Will told you who he was over and over and over again tonight. Listen to him. Karen told you who she is over and over and over again. He got hit by a plow. Oh my God, he's dead. Oh, I can't raise the children. You have to take the children. I have to think of only the bad times. We'll never see each other again. Did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Oh my God. Is he dead? So, thank you all for sticking with me, and let's keep fighting the good fight, and spread love, spread light, and call people on their bullshit. When people are lying and when people are being bullies, stand up to them. Don't let the dude abide by that shit. The dude does not abide. No. These are bullies. These are adult bullies who are disgusting, selfish, more than likely criminals themselves, who don't give a fuck about anybody but themselves, and they're on here to make money, and they don't give a fuck. That's what this whole thing is about. So, hopefully, more people are waking up to the truth. And hopefully, the SJC puts these fuckers in their place tomorrow. Pretty fucking disgusting. And I really do hope that they all get fucking arrested and thrown in prison, because that's where they all belong. They're all fucking criminals. Rico! Anyways, I love you all. Thank you all And have a wonderful evening, and we will talk soon. Those of you who've left me comments, I will get back to you soon. I'm sorry. I had to go to the eye doctor yesterday. I have like some crazy allergic reaction that made my eyes like almost look like I have black eyes from a awful, I don't know, it's hard to explain. It's crazy. So my eyes are even worse than normal, and I have another migraine, and I'm all tense. So I think I just need to. I just can't let it go though. I got to follow it through, but I got to distance myself maybe. But anyway, I'll get in touch with you soon, and then hopefully we can figure out how to go live together so that I can have intelligent people to have discourse with, and have some real conversations about real problems in America, bringing hard truths out and exposing liars and frauds. And just loving each other. We're all here to love each other and support each other, but we need to hold each other accountable too. And we need to see something, say something, and when shit doesn't smell right, fucking suss that shit out and expose it. The sunlight will always. Sunlight is the best disinfectant, right? To all that dark, moldy shit. So, thank you all again. I love you. Mwah. Love and light to all of you. Good night. Oh, Miss Dark Humor. Shit. Oh, are you gonna put that on? Okay. I'll go check right now. All right, love you. Mwah.